So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a way into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined here in the booth by the lovely Paula Simão, a very talented local bodyboarder here in Niterói. And we have waves this morning. It is thumping out there. It's a solid 2 meters, a good 6 feet, bigger freak sets. It's just nasty out there. And we're getting ready to go live with round 2 of the men's.
Yeah, today, my God. Good morning, everyone. I'm Paola, and I am here with Steve. So today, I think this will come really solid and gonna be in front of. He is not in the right side anymore because I think he's better to got a channel at the Costão if the guys need. And it's a massive sets coming in front of here. This is today gonna be a really good show.
Yes, today we're all here in the main structure in front of Meu. There'll be some lefts and rights, but as Paulo was saying, there's the channel over by Costão, and the riders are definitely going to need to utilize that today because it's just pumping out there. I don't know any other way to say it. I came up here this morning, and it was just electric. You could feel the energy pulsing through the air, and everybody is excited and ready to go here today.
Today, I invite everybody to come here to see because this is Itacoatiara. But what I'm saying now is not this well is not coming really perfect, but we still got a lot of waves here, and it's gonna be extreme to the guys. I think they're gonna go inside a little bit, 20 minutes before or 10 minutes or whatever. I don't know what they're gonna say. But because come big sets, that's gonna be really good. Really excited.
Yeah, today it's a little monster, a little heavy, to say the least. And the great thing is it's only supposed to get better. It's supposed to clean up. Tomorrow may very well be near perfection. But as you can see on your screen, guys out for a free surf to give it a test. There's some solid sets coming in. Lots of energy out there. And some of the sets, I have no other way of saying it. Some of the sets are just nasty. Big, heavy, thick lips, foamy. Our riders have their work cut out for them this morning.
That's good. I hope the wind don't come in like yesterday because did you see that? Was really strong yesterday. Last night was, I say, my God, when I come back there, like tomorrow morning, I think everything gonna flow out. I don't know what's happened, but everything's here, everything's okay. The wind stopped, and the wave is a little bit clean now.
Yes, for those of you who weren't watching yesterday, we actually called off the competition midday just after 1 o'clock yesterday because the winds came up and really deteriorated the conditions. And then last night, as predicted, that big storm came through. Lots of wind, lots of rain. We actually suffered some minor damage here at the main event structure, but fortunately nothing detrimental or anything that's going to keep us from going live and running heats today. So again, coming up today, we have men's round 2 and round 3, and then we'll go from there. Maybe we can even get into round 4. We'll see how everything plays out, but the swell has filled in overnight, and we're getting ready to go. First heat is going to hit the water in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, Paul and I will talk you through some of the upcoming heats and some of the riders that are expected to hit the water this morning.
Yeah, that's what I check in here. A lot of Brazilians going to outside today, and we're gonna check it out what's happened. It's gonna be good. Nice, Steve. See you in the water. And what I see here, the first hit is Rafael Paz from Brazil, Miguel Rodrigues from Peru, Leandro Chagas from Brazil as well, and Eric Poseidon from Brazil as well.
Yes, and just taking a look ahead a little further, the following heat, which will be on deck when we get going, we'll see a nice South American mix in that heat. Antonio Cardoso from Portugal joining the likes of Yoni Aguirre from Peru, Nelson Ariaza from Chile, who advanced through round 1 yesterday, as well as Daniel Silveira from Brazil, who also advanced through the first round. So second round on deck, getting ready to go. That's a look at the first couple of heats, and then taking a look a little deeper through the field. Again, a very heavy Brazilian presence in round 2, but they will also be joined by the likes of international riders like Joshua Toledo from Chile, who we saw in the Pro Junior, and now we get to see him in the men's division. We'll also be seeing fellow Chilean Sasa Damjanic, as well as Miguel Adão from Portugal, the I guess you could say former Super Grom, as he's now over 18. He will be competing in the men's division on the World Tour throughout the course of this year. his 2015 campaign started here at Itacoatiara today. He will be coming up later, Heat 6, Round 2. Also, just a quick look ahead at, it looks like we'll have an interesting Heat 8 in Round 2, as we'll see Brazilian Super Grom Socrates Santana, who made it as far as the semis in the Pro Junior. He'll get his campaign started in Round 2 of the men's, going up against Diego Furiati of Uruguay, Lucio Santana, a member of the 2014 Brazilian national team, and Joaquim Zapatel from Chile. So, no shortage of action coming up in Round 2, and then we'll get deeper into the field. We'll see some of the more higher-rated guys on the World Tour. Plenty of action to come today, so stay tuned. Meanwhile, there on your screen, you can see, plenty of sets rolling through. Talk us through what it's like on a day like today. You're one of the locals here. You have the local knowledge. Run us through what it's like when Itacoatiara bares its teeth and gets big like this.
Yes, I think so too. I saw here I think it's gonna be a good heat as well in the Heat 15, that got two guys from Niterói. Israel Eduardo is not from Niterói but from Brazil. Junior, that's from Niterói. Junior Souza is not from Niterói but is a good surfer as well. And Bruno Leitão, that's from Niterói. So I think all the heats is really interesting too. Got a mix of countries and Brazilians, and is so good bodyboarders, professional. And the waves today gonna show this. Who's gonna win in the best waves, get the best maneuver, and let's see this big show.
Now, the last time I saw waves like this here at the Itacoatiara Pro was the first year, 2012, during the trials and the first round of the main event. And we saw a little bit of carnage that first year with these heavier conditions. I mean, I recall seeing well-trained athletes coming out of the water and throwing up on the beach because they were just so exhausted and had overexerted themselves in these conditions. Also, one of our competitors that year actually blew out his eardrum during his heat. Yeah. So how difficult, how challenging, how dangerous are the conditions today?
Yeah, and I think it's the condition is look like a machine, but it's still clean. I think it's okay. I don't know. I think one good point is because gonna take some sand, gonna push some sand on the bank, and gonna make some banks for tomorrow. Oh, can you see the wave is a little bit far from? Like yesterday was really break on the sand. Today is a little bit far. So this is really good because Itacoatiara need a big swell to make a bank for break perfect like it is. So I think for tomorrow gonna be really good too. Today is already, you can see like it's a little bit outside and getting better. That's good. Good point.
Yeah, today we've got the size and the power. Tomorrow, when it cleans up a little more, tomorrow could be one of those days to remember here at Itacoatiara, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Today, we've got work at hand, and our riders have their work cut out for them with these heavy conditions as this new swell fills in.
That's it. Yeah, because in Brazil we got this problem too. Like we don't have. It's not a perfect. Usually, like in places got a reef breaks that are all day. Like here, we depends the banks, we depends the waves and the power, the winds, everything. The conditions should be perfect. But Itacoatiara, when got these conditions, in my opinion, is one of the best places in Brazil to bodyboard. That's the truth. So tomorrow, let's see. And today too is gonna be good because it's gonna push the guys for extreme. That's really nice.
So again, for those of you just tuning in, good morning. Welcome to day 3 of competition. We're just about set to get going in just a few minutes with the beginning of the day. We're going to start off with round 2 of the men's and then go into round 3. Round 3, we start to see some of the higher-ranked riders as well as some of our wild cards. Wild cards for this event, Guilherme Tomega, the 6-time world champion, his retirement a couple months ago. He's here looking to do this one last event and finish off his career on home soil.
Do you think he's going to retire? Do you believe? He said that. I saw the interview. I do some news about this too. But I don't believe. Guilherme is really, he got this, I think, in his heart, this stuff from competing and really strong guy. I don't know. It's a shame, but that's
I was saying yesterday, I can't imagine the world tour without Guilherme Tomega. He's earned his nickname, the Animal, over the years. He's one of the most fierce competitors the sport has ever seen, and he's one of the most well athletes the sport has ever had. And yeah, I understand he has his own company he needs to focus on running, and he has family that he wants to spend time with. But I'm sorry. I really hope he changes his mind, because I still feel that Guilherme Temega has a 7th world title in him. He's not done yet.
No, he doesn't look like what he has, and himself, of course, getting evolution more and more, like everybody too. Guilherme is Guilherme. He's a legend. Everybody loves in Brazil. Everybody loves around the world. I think he's really, really good to Brazil. Like, we stay really happy because Guilherme brings a lot of titles for us. And one of the guy that bring more title in all the sports to Brazil. That's really important.
Well, fortunately, I spoke with Guilherme Temega yesterday, and he said he was going to stop by the booth. So I'll have to pick his brain a little bit when he stops by to help do some commentary later today. But we would be remiss if we did not discuss the other wild cards here, as we see one of those sets rolling through.
Wow, that's big.
It's just, whitewater exploding everywhere out there. And the local wild cards that are going to be contending with this and putting their local knowledge to use will be Zé Otávio, Dudu Pedra, and Kalani Latanzi, guys that are no strangers to riding big, heavy surf here at Itacoatiara.
It is interesting because the 3 guys from here, that's why wild card is like Zé Otávio, that's, in my opinion, is a crazy. He got really plastic surf and maneuvers, and I like his surf a lot. I in Brazil think the same. Kalani, that's this year, he's proved that's extreme. It's really big rider and surf and body surf or whatever. What's the condition Itacoatiara show he gonna do? And Dudu Pedra as well, because I think he's the guy that know more about these waves in the tour or in Itacoatiara. Surfers and bodyboards, Dudu Pedra, because he lives here, he's born here, so it's gonna be really good.
And for those of you who have been sleeping for the last couple of months, we talk about Kalani Latanzi. We're talking about somebody who has pretty much upped the ante and raised the level of bodyboarding with some of the waves he was riding in Zicatela, Mexico, during one of the more epic swells that place has seen. If you see the video footage or the photos, he paddled into one of the largest waves ever paddled into on a bodyboarder. And it was just mind-blowing to watch the waves he was riding on a bodyboard. I've never seen anything quite like it. No tow and assist, just paddling into these big monsters. And thank God he lived to tell about it.
Yeah, I say, Kalani, are you crazy? No comments for you. And he come really, really happy. No, Paola. Okay, nothing. Coming really big. In Mexico, it's like Itacoatiara, but the double, the triple the size, because I think the swells, the beach support the swell, all the swells that come in there. So I'm really proud of Kalani. Congratulations, Kalani.
Yeah, so we've got world champions, defending event champions, big wave chargers, super groms trying to prove themselves. We've got a little bit of everything hitting the water today, and it should be a really exciting day. There you can see a nice little right-hand grinder. Wow. Nice little bowl section there to hit off of. The conditions are there today. This is the swell we've been waiting for. And I'm having trouble controlling myself. You would think I've overdosed on caffeine this morning, but I'm just so pumped to walk up here. Seriously, I got up here. It was still dark, but I could feel the vibration through the ground. I could hear the waves breaking. I could see enough with the breaking light. There was just whitewater exploding everywhere and just rumbling and thundering. And my first thought was, the elephant is rising. The logo for this event, the hashtag for this event, the elephant is rising, based off of the large mountain behind us, which actually looks like a giant elephant's head. And when I saw event organizer Juliano Lara this morning, one of the first things he said is, "She's waking up."
Yeah, that's it. We can hear the song. Like when you come to the beach and you start to hear this song about this wave here, it look like the earth is shaking because it come really strong. And here because it's far from the main street, so you just come got little house, or big house of course, and cars, so you can hear really strong the nature here, what's happened. And I believe today, the contest is gonna be in front of here, but at the right size, probably we can see the crazy locals too, doing a free surf all day, like we see now.
Yeah, we'll probably see all kinds of crazy aerial maneuvers down at Pompo in the free surf section to coincide with the action in the competition area.
Yeah, that's good. Bom, in Itacoatiara, we have a lot of things to do too. If you guys gonna come to visit, like we got this mountain that we call Elephant as well. This place is a park, a statewide park that called Serra da Tiririca. So we got another kind of exercise to do too. Just show a little bit Itacoatiara that we have a lot of things in one place. Usually we say that Itacoatiara is a perfect because you can do a climbing, you can surf, you can bodyboard, and you can trekking or whatever. So if you guys want to come here to enjoy whatever you guys want to come to show to see the contest, we got this opportunity to do here too. And see Itacoatiara from the topo, that's the costão, that's the mountain beside here, beside the Elephant Rock. So that's it. Itacoatiara, I think, is completed for a lot of the locals. People love it here because it's really nice place, beautiful place, strong energy. So that's it. We can see the waves now, like the guys trying going to outside, gonna be a little bit. I think they need a little bit time to go to outside. What do you, Steve? What do you
Yes,
think,
I didn't
Steve?
have a chance to confer with the judges this morning, but I would imagine that they're going to allow the riders a little extra time to make their way out into the lineup because you were saying they're going to need to utilize that channel at Castown, but if you're not in the channel and you're a little too far over trying to paddle out, you're going to take a few on the head no matter what.
I think it's worse because Costão take you to outside, but if you are beside, you just breaking your head and you just, oh my God, need to wait.
I've seen it time and time again on that inside. Guys get caught inside and they just have waves dumping on their head and the current actually dragging them down the beach towards Pompo. It gets real heavy on that inside. It's just like a meat grinder.
Yeah. When we stop there, we call in Portuguese, Zona do Agrião. You never stop. You just need to wait a little bit. The sets, you go out.
And I've seen it in years past where guys get stuck on that inside and they just burn a ton of energy trying to get unstuck from the inside. No real better way of saying it. You just get stuck in there. It's just a turning cauldron of swirling current that's dragging you down and out of position. It's almost better to just turn around, run back down the beach, and jump back into the channel.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, like in my opinion, Pampo is the best place, but the worst place too to go out and to stay, because it's really strong. The rides coming really, it's really powerful place. That little rock there, it's look like take you and like you take too much wipeouts there. But yeah, that's usually they say that if you surf Itacoatiara, you're surfing everywhere around the world.
You're constantly paddling out there. I've only been out in the water here a handful of times. For nothing like this, usually, moderate size or smaller days. And even then, you're always paddling here. You can't just stop and think you're going to stay in your position. You're going to get pulled out of position very quick. Where being able to line yourself up out in the water and triangulate your position is very important because you're constantly paddling, just trying to stay in that spot, stay in one spot.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, the guys I think is already there in. Gonna be in front of here, and they're gonna start in a few minutes, I think. Good luck, guys. You need to concentrate today because save energy too, because who is going to the another hit gonna happen today too. So, but they're gonna be a really good day.
Yeah, some of these guys may very well surf, 3 times today, depending on how far we get into the competition. But, definitely want to conserve your energy. And since you were kind enough to say good luck to everybody in English, I'll throw out a quick boa sorte e boas ondas para todos to our competitors. Good luck and good waves to everybody. And it should be interesting today, to say the least. I can't wait to get started.
That's it. Boa sorte, boa sorte, meninos, and good luck, guys. I hope you guys get the best waves and maneuvers and make a show for everybody, see what's the bodyboard it is, like in Brazil or whatever. That's a really, really nice sport.
All right, and it looks like I've got a quick little shout-out coming in already this morning. Daniel Alves, one of Brazil's top drop knee talents, checking in to watch the competition online today. So, bom dia, Daniel. Tudo bom? All right, so again, just getting ready to start Again, feel free to drop me some messages during the course of the day. I'll try to get to some of the shout-outs. This is what we can expect today. Just pull in and go for glory with that barrel. A little spit out there, but unfortunately that one wasn't really makeable for that free surfer.
Yeah, it's look like it's okay now. Like the set's coming, but doesn't come a massive one by one. So this guy take one from the pump, and now I think he's gonna come back. Maybe, I don't know. So
You have to keep in mind there's really no wind to speak of right now, so the conditions should clean up as we go along. So we could potentially see the conditions just get better through the course of the day.
yeah, I hope so too. I think when the wave is too much water, I think it come and goes around, and I think when it stop a little bit, gonna clean it up and getting better. It still comes well. I think the swell is still coming since yesterday because it just stopped to the wind. I think it is this morning or maybe 5 o'clock. So still coming the swell. We need like just wait.
I can tell you this. Last night, the house I was staying at, I'm only about 3 or 4 blocks away from here, and the wind with the onshore winds, you could actually hear everything. It was carrying the sound to the several blocks in from the beach, and you could hear the surf rumbling. You could hear the wind. It was just. I said it earlier. It was like electricity. There was electric in the air. You could feel it. You could feel the energy of the swell coming, and you could hear it. Honestly, I went to sleep last night with the sound of the rumbling ocean in the background, and I woke up energized this morning.
When this onshore coming to Itacoatiara, I remember a lot of contests here, like the small ones from the like local contests or whatever. Don't know what's happened. Finish with the contest because the wind come and just the palanque start to fly and everything. That's so fun. It's fun, not fun, but like this wind, we know that when come, just stop in the next day.
And fortunately, we have a very sturdy event structure. Like I said, we suffered some minor damage last night, but honestly, with the way the wind and the rain was kicking last night, a lesser structure would have gotten a lot more banged up.
Yeah, no. About for this kind of contest, of course, like it's too much strong and everything. But the small ones, when it's a local, my God, it's so funny. But today, I think this wind probably. I saw that probably become the same wind today. But I don't know if the swell changed, if the forecast changed, but I hope not. I hope just the winds start to blow up, and I don't know. Let's check during the day. God, please bring the good waves to the guy.
While you're talking about it, let me pull up the swell forecast on my computer, and we'll give everybody an update accordingly.
Yeah, sometimes change the forecast these few days. We think come the onshore and come the offshore, but yeah, this well we knew that's gonna come to Saturday to Sunday.
Every morning we come and first we get the visual check on what the surf conditions currently are, and then head judge Chico Garitano, APB tour director Alex Leon, as soon as they get a visual, they're on their cell phones, they're on the computer, they're checking the forecast to see what the winds are doing, what the swell direction is doing, and they've been pretty much on it since the get-go here at the Itacoatiara Pro this year.
It's good because now we can see about the technology. We can see everything that what time the wind's coming, the swell coming. Do you remember before, like we just going to the beach and we don't know how the swells look like, we just surf and now that's a really, really positive point about this. And I think now it starts, Steve.
I do believe that was the horn sounding the start of the first heat. And there you can see in the blue jersey, Eric Poseidon out in the water. He is joined by Leandro Chagas in yellow, Miguel Rodriguez in white, and Rafael Paich in red. So we are underway with the first heat of the day. And real quick, just pulling up the surf forecast for here in Niterói. Give that a second to load. I've got so many screens pulled up on my computer right now. I'm amazed my computer's not smoking.
We don't know if we see the forecast or when the guys coming for the waves.
All right, so forecast for today, we're looking at anywhere from 2.5 to 3 meters. So it's going to pick up still. Forecast actually calling for There it is, 3.2 meters at 11 by 9 o'clock this morning. So the surf is still picking up. The swell still has not peaked. And then again, sticking around in the 2.5 meter range for the remainder of the day and through most of Monday. And then Tuesday it drops down a little, but it's still saying, 2 meter. Today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, we're looking at some very solid swell here at Itacoatiara.
Yeah, what we're looking like now, because I think gonna be swell all week. Before wasn't a big swell, just Sunday and Saturday. Oh, the red one on the wave. Sorry guys, just pay attention to them.
All right, so there we have the swell forecast. Meanwhile, getting down to business out in the water in red, Rafael Pinch from Brazil on that last wave. All right, so we are underway, which pretty much concludes the APB morning show. We're going to let Paola cruise out so she can get to some beach interviews through the course of the day. And I will have some guest commentators filtering in. I know I spoke with Guilherme Tamega, Paulo Barcelos as well. And we may very well even get the event organizer, Juliano Lara, in the booth to answer a few questions. Meanwhile, trying to negotiate the conditions out in the water, up and riding. Air roll lands off the back. That was rider in white, Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. So the Peruvian trying to air it out a little. Unfortunately, timed it just a little off and landed off the back on that one. But we're going to say goodbye to Paola for now. She's going to head out and go get her wireless mic. Any last words before you duck out of the booth?
Just see the last wave for the yellow T-shirt. That is Leandro Chagas from Brazil. You got to take a little better. Okay, guys, see you outside. I'm going to take the guys that win this heat to do some interviews. And that's it. Thank you, Stevie. Good morning, everyone. We're going to have a really good day. Bye-bye. Ciao.
All right. So we're going to let Paola out of the booth. We'll be back right after this. All right, Miguel Rodriguez up and riding again on that wave. So getting some waves back-to-back, a lot of action early here in this first heat of the morning. Again, for those of you joining us here on day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SG. Right now we have the first heat of the morning out in the water. That was Miguel Rodriguez in white on that last wave ridden. He is joined by Rafael Pinch in red, Leandro Chagas in yellow, and Eric Poseidon in the blue jersey. So again, riders getting right down to work. Here we have Rafael dropping in on the right, sets his line, gets the barrel, spits, he comes out. Nice wave there for Rafael Pinch. Getting things going today. Nice little barrel. So again, we'll get you scores in just a moment. Meanwhile, up and riding blue, rolling off the section. All right, so thank you again to Paola Simão for joining me for the morning show again this morning. Again, she'll be on the beach, cruising beach interviews for the day. And we're going to get things started early with the guest commentary. He was in the booth with me a couple of times yesterday. We're going to have Tanner McDaniel cruising in and joining me for a little extra guest commentary. So stay tuned for that. But again, underway already out in the water. Heat 1, round 2 of the men's here on day 3 of competition at the Itacoatiara Pro. And if you're just joining us, as you can see on your monitor, the swell that we were forecasting has arrived. We woke up this morning to thundering waves and just vibrating through the ground this morning. So everybody pretty stoked. A lot of energy running through the competitors area. Everybody anxious to hit the water and take their shot at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Also, real quick, I'd like to thank the crew here. Andre just rolling in, bringing me some coffee as if I need to be caffeinated this morning. Honestly, I rolled up here. I was already eager because I heard the surf pounding last night. I got up here, saw it, heard it, felt it, and I didn't need caffeine. I was just like bouncing off the walls immediately, and just running around yelling, "Let's go," and hyper like a kid that's had too many chocolate bars this morning. So as you can see, reason to be excited. We've got a nice, solid swell, good 2 meters, a little bigger on set, and it's supposed to peak at just over 3 meters later this morning. So, you know, some big, heavy beach break conditions here at Itacoatiara. This is why we come here. This is what this place has to offer. One of the heaviest beach breaks in the world. A lot of guys that have traveled the world have mentioned this place in the same breath as Porto Escondido, Zicatela. You know, just a big, heavy beach break that'll really provide the goods for you, but it can also put a hurting on you if you're not paying attention out there. And it looks like Danny Bycroft from the Free Surf Bodyboarding World Tour tuning in. Got the whole crew watching the comp on the big screen here on the Gold Coast in Australia. Thanks, Danny and the crew, for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the action today. Meanwhile, up and riding, trying to enjoy the action out in the water. Rafael Pinch bouncing and skipping across that left-hander. And it looked like he was going to get closed out, and there you can see his board pop up. That was a pretty meaty wave he was cruising on, and couldn't quite find the exit. Looking for the doggy door on that. Didn't quite make it. As you can see, definitely some pumping surf out there today. We're all stoked to have this swell fill in, waiting for it to peak at its maximum size and continue to clean up as we get further into competition today. Again, looking to run round 2 and round 3 of the men's. Here in the early going, this is Heat 1, round 2. And I can see blue, Eric Poseidon taking a look at that one. Eric decides not to go. He'll turn around and try and get in position for another. And look at this set rolling in. The duck through the face on that one as that one rolled through. A little cleanup set rolling through, a little sneaker set. And definitely some size and power today. A different saw yesterday afternoon when we called off the contest, where the waves had diminished from the previous swell and the wind had kind of deteriorated things a little further. But here we are, new swell direction, definitely more size out in the water. And here we have Yellow taking a look at this one, up and riding on the right, drops in. Bit of a foamy face on this one, driving down the line looking for a section. Goes up high, and it looked like he was trying to duck out, and then a little indecisive, got caught up and goes over on that one. And there you can see the sand just boiling up off the bottom. Very shallow in there. You got to be careful. That inside, you'll get bounced very easily. And also tuning in again this morning, we've got Tom Thomas from Reunion Island. Tom working with the Reunion Island Pro in previous years. Unfortunately, we have not been able to return to Reunion Island the last couple of years due to safety issues from the shark attacks in Reunion Island that unfortunately have claimed the lives of multiple surfers and bodyboarders. But hopefully one day we will be able to return to Reunion Island for a World Tour event, a beautiful French territory in the Indian Ocean. Tom, thank you for checking in. And again, Danny Bycroft, all the guys on the Gold Coast in Oz, thank you for tuning in. Everybody else out there in Webland, feel free to hit me up. I've got my own personal Facebook page open so I can communicate with other members of the event staff as well as other bodyboarders around the world. So if you're on my Facebook page, be sure to send me a little shout out through the instant message, and I will try to convey it to the rest of the world for you. As we were mentioning during the morning show, we have everybody gathered today here in our main structure. The judges are upstairs in the judges booth watching stuff like this. Eric Poseidon up and riding. Comes off the bottom, gets the roll, and then ducks out before that wave shuts down. So a nice wave there for Eric. Not a lot to work with, but he did get a solid maneuver off. He will make his way back to the lineup. So as I was saying, all of us in the main structure today, the first couple of days of competition, we had the riders down at Pompo, the judges in our secondary tower, which is new to the event this year, down the beach with the beach announcer there. Meanwhile, they had me tucked away here on the first floor of the main tower, chit-chatting away for a good 6 hours yesterday. Hopefully today we'll get a good solid 8 hours or so of bodyboarding action. High-performance bodyboarding, some heavy wave conditions here at Itacoatiara. Should be a good day. Hope you'll all stay tuned and hang in with me throughout the course of the day today. All right, so back with you here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Steve Jackson in the booth holding down the commentary. Waiting for a few guest commentators to cruise in today. Like I said, we should have Tanner McDaniel coming in shortly. We'll hopefully be getting visits from six-time world champion Guilherme Tamega, who will be competing here as a wild card in what could be potentially his last event as a World Tour competitor. Also, 2000 world champion Paulo Barcelos, was talking with him yesterday. He will be stopping by sometime during the jump in with me in the commentators booth. Also, going to try and get event organizer Giuliano Lara in here to answer a few questions. And we'll go from there. We'll see who else we can reel in. I believe Ian Campbell expressed some interest in stopping back in the booth. So we should be cycling in and out with plenty of guest commentators today in the booth to call the live action out in the water. There you can see rider in white. Miguel Rodriguez taking a look at that wave, decides to let that pass unwritten. He'll wait for something a little better. Meanwhile, takes a look at this as well. Not the largest swell period right now. Like I said, they're calling for 3.2 meters at 11 seconds when this swell peaks later this morning between 9 o'clock and midday. But definitely some waves to choose from out there as they're coming in rapid succession right now. There you can see, even though it's still a little bit stormy, you can kind of see the sets lining up on the horizon, rolling in one after another. So no shortage of wave action right from the start so far this morning. And there you can see riders down the beach, Israel Eduardo and Lucio Santana watching the conditions. We'll see those Brazilian riders coming up later today. Israel Eduardo, one of Brazil's top national riders. Lucio Santana a member of the 2014 Brazilian national team. That team bronze medal at the World Bodyboard Championship last December in Iquique, Chile. Meanwhile, here at Itacoatiara, up and riding, Eric Poseidon drops in on this right-hander, sets his line, disappears into the whitewater a little bit, and comes out. Not really much to work with on kind of a foamy beast. Never really stood up or gave him much of a section to work with. Still a little fat on some of these waves this morning, as Paolo was mentioning. But again, the swell still has yet to peak. There's virtually no wind to speak of, so conditions should continue to pick up and clean up as we get deeper into the morning and into the midday. All right, and we got more Aussies tuning in. Kim Feast hitting me up this morning. Feasty, one of the top drop kneers in the world, pushing things to new levels on the knee. Stoked to have him tuning in and watching with the rest of us. Thanks, Feasty, for hitting me up here in the booth. Hope you enjoy what we've got on screen for you. Definitely some good surf out in the water, and only going to get better through the course of the day. So again, for those of you just joining us, this is day 3 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And I know from personal experience out here, that did not feel good. Eric Poseidon taking off on the right, airdrops, and just pearled on the landing, and you know he got pushed into the bottom on that one. That was not a friendly wave. So riders pushing it out there. Lots of action going on. Lots of waves being ridden. And definitely some heavy beach break rolling through today for our riders to contend with. There you saw on that last wave, Eric Poseidon going straight down. Diving for some lobsters on that one. Meanwhile, white. That is Miguel Rodriguez from Peru taking a peek over the ledge of that one wave. Lets it roll by, and here you see another one rolling through, shutting down through the middle. I've said it a couple of times already. It's probably going to be a recurring theme with me today. But right now, it's just nasty out there. We have the swell, we have the size and the power, but there are some freak sets coming through. The swell is still picking up. There's a lot of current, a lot of factors to take in and deal with out here besides just competing against the other 3 guys out in the water with you. So it's a bit of a grand adventure out in the water right now. So for all of you watching at home, watching the live webcast, be sure to share the live link with your friends and hashtag anything related to the event. Hashtag APB Tour 2015, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag The Elephant is Rising. And for those of you who might have a little bit of a quizzical expression on your face, wondering what The Elephant is Rising means, if you've never been to Itacoatiara, the large mountain behind us actually looks like the shape of an elephant's head. It looks like a giant rock elephant behind us. And it's become the iconic symbol associated with this event. So, hence, hashtag The Elephant is Rising. Meanwhile, this set rising, and Rodriguez taking another peek. But probably better that he didn't take that wave, because he probably would have ended up taking it on the head. Bit of a closeout on that last one. Some pretty heavy sets rolling through so far this morning. Our riders definitely have their hands full, but like I said, everybody pretty that this swell is rolled through like it was forecasted to. For all of us in the wave riding world, you know how it rolls. Sometimes you get this really good swell forecast, and you get your hopes up, and then when the day comes, it's just kind of like, wah, 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 wah. So, fortunately, not the case here. The swell has filled in, and it's still picking up. So, should be interesting as it cleans up and the swell peaks today. Again, some thumping beach break to greet us all this morning here at Praia de Itacoatiara. And give me a sec to get the mic set up. I've got event organizer Giuliano Lara cruising in. We'll get him on the mic and pick his brain a little bit.
Available for questions.
All right, so again, joining me in the booth right now, event organizer and competitor in the men's division yesterday, Giuliano Lara joining us here. How happy are you as an event organizer to wake up, come up to the beach this morning, and see this rolling through?
Hi, Steve. Good morning. This is great, man. We're waiting for the swell, like for 10 days, watching it at the webcast and hoping to get bigger. And it's very nice morning and hear this sounds from the house, like thunders. And when we came up and watched the waves, it was like, yeah, the elephant woke up.
I've been explaining to the viewers about the tie-in between the mountain shaped like an elephant's head and the hashtag "the elephant is rising" and the imagery year in and year out with the event. There you can see on Giuliano's hat the image of the elephant, which has become synonymous with this break here. It's an iconic image associated with Itacoatiara and bodyboarding and this event. You've started doing some merchandising featuring the the logo for the Itacoatiara Pro. Tell us a little bit about the merchandise you have available here at the event.
We are very lucky in 2012 when we asked to Vomer, which is a great designer from Rio, to produce a brand for the event. And I asked him, Vomer, I want an elephant, because there's the elephant rock, at the left side of the beach, and this wave is heavy like an elephant. So I had an image in my mind, and when he showed me this elephant, I said, that was not what I was looking for, but that is exactly what I want. And since then, we are using the elephant to promote the contest, and it becomes like a iconic synonym for us. So we are very happy and very lucky to have this brand.
So I was taking a look at the merchandise yesterday. You've got the hats, the sweatshirts. I even bought a coffee mug so that I could make some green tea last night and drink some coffee while I'm here in the booth. Really cool. Something I noticed, you have replicas of the Champions Trophy available for sale as well here at the event.
Yes, there are some replicas. It's another great artist from Brazil. His name is Ademas. He do great jobs, great work with wood, and when I show him the image, he said to me, "It's gonna be really nice. It's gonna be a different trophy. It's like art, It's not like iron or plastic trophies. It's something made by the hand of a man. So there's a lot of little issues involved that make this event so special for us, and I hope everybody enjoy what we are working hard to promote. The point is, bodyboarding is such a great sport, and we have such passion community, and we have to work for it. You know, the simple act of you to buy a coffee mug, it's like embracing us. You know, I wish everybody had this thing on the mind that we need to support bodyboarding brands. We need to support those ones who work for bodyboarding. So if you have to choose to pick or to buy something, please, if you love bodyboarding and you want to support the sport, you're supposed to buy bodyboarding stuff.
Now, right now, the merchandise you
Yeah,
have the website.
I got some different offers. I didn't know that people would like so much this image and the things that we have made. We are studying some options to sell it online, and well, this is something about the future, I think.
Well, it sounds like a pretty good plan ahead. I know you're a busy guy, and I'm not going to keep you here in the booth too long. Is there anything
Oh,
you or
enorme do lado do esporte com gosto de ouvir hoje com
so hectic schedule? So, Liano, while out in the woods, or two of comp Jersey, and from New Jersey. Joining me here in the Palermo Mega. And the
halfway you expect
get right into it as a your thought process.
you know poker. I become uh, and do it kind of just doing, you know, I don't feel, you know, I just just to the outside steps up, you know, and yes, you know.
Business, spend time with your family. Team. Tell us a little bit about boards.
Boards. I want the for the best. You know, we have very and we have a that team doesn't match. Someday you're gonna stay in my house. I just not gonna stand you staying next to me. And you can be the best writer in the world, but for me it doesn't work that way. You gotta be a connection. You gotta be good. You gotta do good and love the sport, and have a history. Love be part of the team. There's a lot of connection. If I don't feel it, you're not gonna be in my team.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You want guys that are not only talented, but have their head in the right place, their heart in the right place.
Exactly. I see a lot of people. I see everything, and I know the type of people I need next to me. I don't need. So, and I'm not gonna waste my time to fix 25 30-year-old people, whatever. But if the kid is good, if the kid has a potential, if the kid is worth the time, yes, it's gonna be part of my team if he wants.
All right. Now, yesterday we were talking, and you had mentioned you received your U.S. citizenship. You and your family are living in Hawaii. How was life in the U.S. for you?
It's great. Yeah, we were working on citizenship, and I love the U.S. I love the country. We were talking about Steve loves Brazil. He wants the citizenship here bad, and I want the citizenship in USA bad, and going. Feel really. Career. My hates me.
What's your favorite spot?
Oh yeah, that's my.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Who don't know what? And I posted like a big fat side just turns into from Chile, Brazil, when red out on the inside. Younger his kid first time won in a at Itacoatiara. Your decision is going to be nothing's ever done. Right.
Oh.
All right. So in other words, if Chopu is on, you're there.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope I could. That would be an honor to be there.
Well, I don't have anything official, but if things that are in the works pan out, that may very well come true sooner rather than later. So, again, stay tuned. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of good things in the works for the World Tour. Chopu may very well be one of those things.
Yeah, I know. And if it's on, I'll be glad, and I'll be very happy to be part of it.
Now, you've had some interesting sessions there. Obviously, you've charged the place, but I know there was that one year you got caught on the inside and had to be rushed off. What's it like to cop one on the head at Chopes?
Yeah, it's either or, It's just it's a very unique wave and very something that you never feel before. The whole heartbeat and the whole adrenaline rush is something you never felt before. And every time you pedal for a wave, just you don't reef. It's just a different behind. perfect way. Once you do the hard part is all carnival.
Huge scores because right now it's almost like survival out there. Not really getting the huge sections for moves. It's like we're seeing our riders pull moves, maybe get a quick little cover up, but then having to duck out before it shuts down, and you don't want to get caught in on the inside of one of these because it's just the compression chamber out there right now.
Yeah, I was out early this morning at Pampo, at the right side of the beach, and yeah, it's pretty like a survival mode actually. Like you gotta dodge the sets, you gotta get the right wave of the set, or you're gonna get caught and you're gonna waste a lot of time. So it's a lot of strategy, which wave you're gonna catch and which wave you're gonna bet, because it is a bet today. And hopefully you bet to the right wave. Otherwise, you can get stuck for a couple minutes, and that can cost you. Yeah, you gotta really focus and really pay attention, because the wave is gonna change, the conditions is gonna change with tides and throughout the day, and the wind switching, and sun coming out, and everything's gonna change a bit. And just gotta be watching the whole day, and because we will see changes.
And real quick, just hitting up some people that reached out to me online. Got Michael Sanders and the crew at Riptide Bodyboard Magazine all tuned in. We got a lot of Aussies watching right now. I don't know what time it is over there. I think there's roughly a 12-hour.
Yeah, it's probably 7:30 over there at night. Yeah, Michael, Aussie guys, you.
Also tuning in from Portugal, Miguel Guerra tuning in, saying the guys in Portugal are watching and following Antonio Cardoso out in the water in this heat. Well, good news for you guys. Your countryman is currently in the lead, so we'll see how it works out for him at heat's end, but right now he holds the lead.
Yeah, Tugas. Vamos, Tugas. Woo!
All right, so thanks again to everybody who's been checking in so far this morning, tuning in around the world and watching the action. And here we have rider in white. That was Yoni Aguirre pulling into the right, headed down towards Castellan, and that one just shut down on him.
Oh. Yeah, it's 9:24. Thanks, Tom Thomas, for the update, the time update.
Tom Thomas, the Reunion Islander, formerly involved with the Reunion Island Pro. He's been staying tuned and touching base with me periodically. Thanks for coming on board and along for the ride with us here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And yeah, apparently Tom coming to us from Newcastle these days. So the Reunion Islander relocating to the land of Oz.
Oh, wow.
So stoked to have everybody on board. Again, Danny Bycroft. Stoked to have you guys all tuned in. So I know Portugal and lots of Australians have checked in with me so far this morning. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other people around the world watching. I know some of the Hawaiians are staying up late watching. Shane Lono touched base with me earlier. And even some of my East Denim letting me know they're tuned in and watching the action out in the water.
Wow, Florida is pretty early over there. It's like 6:30 in the morning, yeah?
Yeah, apparently there was a little bit of swell in Florida, so some of the boys got up for an early morning surf, and we're going to tune in to watch the event.
Oh, right on. Cool.
You know how we roll on the East Coast. If it's like knee high, we're up at 6 a.m. to hit the water.
Oh, sick.
So, all right. And Tom even shooting us a picture of
right on.
you and him.
Cool.
So
Sick, Thomas.
yeah, everybody out there in Webland, be sure to keep hitting me up throughout the course of the day. I'll read your shout-outs and your messages and any questions you might have for guys in the booth. Again, right now, here with me in the commentary room, I've got 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega, a.k.a. The Animal.
Yeah.
Couple days time in the wind, it definitely feels a little bit more like winter here in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Yep.
even the gringo is a little chilly. Had goosebumps this morning.
Oh, for you to get goosebumps, that's heavy. New Jersey boy.
I've acclimated to Brazilian weather. I don't quite have my New Jersey skin anymore.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, if I had to deal with snow much longer, I'd probably turn blue.
Yeah, can imagine.
So I've always enjoyed telling Tamega stories about, running across snow-covered beaches, jumping into 2 degrees Celsius ocean waters, and ice floating around. And I think we're going to throw things down to a beach interview with Palace Mountain. She's with the winner of the first heat of the day.
And the action still going.
All right, so
Good morning, everybody. We are here in Itacoatiara Pro in the day 3, and we are here with Leandro Chagas that won the first hit of the day in the second phase. So Leandro, he got the waves today is not really, it's dangerous and big and really, really like different than yesterday. So Leandro got a really good barrel to the right and to the left and won this hit. So Leandro, what's happening inside the water that you got these barrels? How's the waves inside there?
As ondas estão bastante boas, né? A praia Itacoatiara aqui tem ótimas ondas, estão proporcionando os tubos, manobras aéreas. Graças a Deus fui contemplado com um tubo na direita, um tubo na esquerda. Estou muito feliz com isso, meu resultado, ter passado em primeira bateria e estou focado aí para a próxima fase.
Leandro is from Bahia, so the conditions there is completely different than here. So what are you gonna do to the next hit, Leandro, to change, to keeping this for you win again?
Eu não tenho assim ela de fazer o que a onda pé e peço a Deus que me abençoe aí, mande as ondas. Estou muito feliz com esse resultado, ter avançado mais uma fase, pretendo fazer um resultado melhor aqui em Itacoatiara, que é um sonho meu, fazer uma final aqui. Tá torcendo.
Good luck.
All right, thank you, Opala, for bringing us the first beach interview of the day. And I threw the headset on Tamega so he could do the translating.
Yeah, he's focused. He's a guy from Bahia. He has a lot of talent. Very talented. In the morning with me and Jared and Uri at the right side of Pampo, and I thought that was really, really cool of him, and really smart. If you grow up in a small condition place and you're not comfortable with the waves, go try it. Go try it before, just jump on it, get some poundings, relax, get your body, lose up your body. And that's what he did, he went out there, he got some waves, get pounded, and he got first in the heat, paid off, And this is what the riders gotta think about it. If you're not comfortable, if the waves are heavy, get the thing out of your body before the heat going. Try to go out, try to get something going before. So by the time you go to the heat, you're ready.
And that was Nelson Ariaza from Chile on that last wave.
Well, he got the one at the last second. Wow.
Right at the horn, we'll see. And he was currently in the 4th spot. While we were away to beach interview, we had situation change. Daniel Silveira had taken the lead. Aguirre had moved to 2nd, and Antonio Cardoso had dropped to 3rd with Nelson in the 4th spot. We'll see how the score is finalized, waiting for the judges to finalize that, and I'll give you a score update in just a moment. Meanwhile, while I wait for that to filter in, more people touching base. Michael Saunders checking in once again. Tell GT that I look forward to drinking some bintangs with him again soon.
Hey, Michael.
Also checking in, Aaron Dodds letting us know all of the Jeff Wilcox Memorial crew in Forster, New South Wales is tuning in. And Johan as well, currently living in the Canary Islands, tuning in as well.
Who, Juan?
Juan Marco Mojica.
Hey, Juan. Saludos a Canarias, mis amigos de Canarias. Yo amo Canarias. Beso a todos.
All right, so thank you again, everybody who's tuning in.
Aqui, ó. Fronton, my heart.
All right, so again, waiting for finalization of scores. I'll give that to you in just a minute. Meanwhile, we are underway with Heat 3, Round 2. Out in the water in red, João Gabriel. He comes from your neck of the woods, one of the Posto Cinco locals in Copacabana. He is joined out in the water by Isaias Havik, Elton Neto, and Gabriel Papo. Gabriel Papo coming to us from São Conrado.
Yeah.
And the break by Favela Hacinia. I've seen this kid riding São Conrado a lot recently.
Of kids over there, they're just blind, mind-blowing. And the Pawpaw is one of them. And, hopefully he feels comfortable. Because once you come to Itacoatiara, even for us, it's hard, Even for the pros, it's a hard condition to deal with. And for those kids that you have every single day, nice wedges, perfect lefts, and, and come to compete in a condition like this is another world. So you gotta be prepared, when the waves are big, if you want to compete, don't hesitate to go out, always practice, try to, if you don't feel comfortable, drop your board, go body surf, get some pounding in your head. That's what I tell my riders. I tell the kids, go get comfortable, go get confident, go build up your confidence, and find a way to do it. And if you don't feel comfortable with the board, just go body surf, get pounded, get waves, like 50 waves in your head, and then get the bodyboard and then go out and try to do something. And that's how you build your confidence. There's no other way to feel comfortable and build confidence in a big surf.
And we've got a question for you online coming in from Aaron Dodds. He's asking about your GT boards, where the footprint is planned to be, and anything different you are bringing to the market.
Yeah, the boards. There's most of my models are made. The GT boards are made for the real people. What's the real people? Is the guy that wants to a board that it's fast. I believe that most of the boards in the market today are too small and too narrow and too technical. It's not for everybody. Those kind of boards does not work for everybody. And that's what most of my, the Mega T and the Flash, those models are made for the real people. Who's the real people? It's the guy that wants a fast board, a little thicker, to have a better flotation. And it's not that thin, narrow board that's really technical. You got to ride more towards the nose, and people who are riding smaller boards, those are technical boards. Not everybody can ride those, and it doesn't work for them. They're going to lose speed. They're going to pearl. It just doesn't work. I grew up on the thick, wide, big spongy boards, and I was a little guy, and I know what I'm talking about. That's what some of my models are linked to it. I have a very modern, model, which is the Fire Dragon, that is narrow, thinner, is more modern model. But the Mega T and the Flash are a little thicker. It's gonna give you a lot of speed. You're gonna come out of the barrel really easier. It's gonna make your life easier. And that's what my brand and my boards are focused to make the majority of the bodyboarders' life easier. And and I know I'm making a lot of people happy because the feedback is just been amazing. Everybody is super happy. They know once they get the ride the board, they know the speed is there, and it just I'm stoked. And this is the new world for me, and I'm just stoked to be doing this. Finally, I know I should be done this a long time ago, but it's never too late. To start your own company, and with 30 years career, I after Mike Stewart, there's nobody with more experience than me here.
Now, with your Flash model, it's a typical prone style board. It's got the teardrop shape, the high nose to wide point dimensions. Honestly, it's something I'm more used to riding. It's something having primarily grown up in the 90s, I was used to, a wider board with a little more thickness, that high wide point, that classic teardrop shape.
Yeah, that shape is the shape that's the Tamega shape right there. The Flash. That's why I brought that board back. That was my dream to bring the board back. None of my sponsor ever want to do it again, and I finally, with the GT boards, I have the chance to do it, and I did. And it's just the T-drop is just a shape that's super comfortable. It's just super fast too. It's a line. I think everybody should try. The typical template that everybody rides today, is a different. The line cuts, it starts wide in the nose and there's cut the line towards the tail. That line right there is just pure speed. Believe me. Once you get this board and you got to ride one of you're gonna feel the speed right away. That thing just boosts, and that's my template. I love that template. I feel comfortable on it and stay on it. The wave come, I just feel comfortable riding it, and speed, everything is there. And I can't say enough about the flashes. I love that template, that board. It's just, Jared Gibson, it just nailed. That guy is just amazing. For me, he's the best shaper in the world by far. Is the type of guy you say two words for him, and he's gonna make the thing exactly like your mind thinking. Jared, I love you.
We're going to get back to Tamega and his boards in just a sec. Right now, we're going to throw things down to the beach for an interview with the winner of the last heat, and we have action out in the water. So,
I see you in the second phase in the number 2. Quem ganhou essa bateria foi Antônio Cardoso de Portugal, exatamente de Nazaré, onde será realizado.
O mar não está nada fácil. Eu tentei fazer uma boa onda no início, mas foi talvez a minha segunda melhor onda. Depois apanhei uma onda muito boa a meio do hit, que tentei um invert, mas fui muito cedo ao lip, então parti-me todo. E depois, mesmo ao último minuto, eu acho que estava em terceiro lugar, uns amigos meus estavam a dizer que eu não estava a passar a bateria, e depois consegui apanhar assim uma última, consegui mandar um roll e depois outra manobra no inside, mas não consegui completar, mas foi o suficiente para seguir em frente.
Acredito que você está acostumado a cair em mar assim, pelo menos pelo que a gente sabe de Nazaré, que tem onda grande pra caramba, uma das maiores do mundo. E você pretende alguma outra estratégia na próxima bateria novamente?
É assim, eu só quero tentar apanhar as melhores ondas do hit, porque apanhar um bom tubo de hoje ou uma boa rampa e conseguir completar a manobra, acho que é o suficiente para qualquer um passar uma bateria. E pronto, como falaste da Nazaré, eu acho que a Nazaré é muito mais perfeito do que isto. Mas pronto, eu gosto destas condições. Pelo menos há ondas, ontem estava fraco, mas pronto, hoje há ondas. Hoje acho que vai dar espetáculo.
Um show. É a primeira...
Sim, é a primeira vez.
O que você
queria vir aí? Eu gosto muito do tenho
from Portugal. Nazaré is the same next heat, and he said that for the guys from here, Kalani, Zé Otávio, and that's a really good guys that come to the contest and next heat too. Congratulations, parabéns.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Antonio Cardoso down on the beach with Paolo Simone. We saw right before the interview, Miguel Popó up and riding. He's currently out in the water. We also saw Felipe Lima running, getting ready for his next heat. Coming up against Joshua Toledo, Guilherme Camara, and Adriano Minguta. There you can see him right there at the water's edge, watching the waves, getting Felipe Lima, one of the locals at Lemmy in the Zona Sul section of Rio, not far up the beach from Copacabana.
Yeah, Felipe is a local at Lemmy. It's the end of Copacabana Beach, just like you said. Same beach as I grew up, but I grew up the P5 part. He's more towards the P0. He's right at the P0, yeah, post to zero, right at the beginning of the beach.
Some really fun waves there. The locals refer to it as Pipe Lemmy because some of those lefts just reel off like pipeline. But that place also known for some really big wedges bouncing off of the rock face. It looks like a mutant left-hand version, a Brazilian version of the wedge. I know Matt Lackey has ridden that place with Simon Omerod or Omerod brothers, and they were rather surprised by how powerful it could get there.
Yeah, it does get, and I think a lot of people saw the wave. It was a big wedge. It was on the magazine, yeah.
Actually,
I remember that.
Actually, if you look it was in the magazine, but also it featured in the Bodyboard Travel Guide, the book by Owen Pye.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
if you purchase the Bodyboard Travel Guide, you can see a photo of Matt Lackey. He's basically in the water with his fist up in the air in front of this giant wedge, and it's just like, wow, that's Brazil.
Yeah. That was. I even asked that. Is that Brazil?
So, all right. So we've had some action out in the water. Guys getting ready to hit the next heat. We had the beach interview. Back to your boards. We were talking about the flash and the template. You also went with the color scheme that, for me, is one of the most recognizable boards in the history of bodyboarding. For me, it's right up there with the Mach 7 and the old Mike Stewart board with the blue deck and the red rails. You brought back the black, purple, and white.
Yeah, back in the days when I started riding for Wave Rebel on the 90s, was a big trend of each rider has their own colorware combination. Each signature model has their own colorware combination, and my combination was that. And once I did that board, the board was a winner from the start. You know, just it's the type of board that was born to win, and that board won probably the most events of any other model in the world. You know, it was almost unstoppable, and that was my pretty much the highlight of my career. On top of that board, I had to bring that board back, you know, before anything else, and I'm so stoked to have a chance to bring the flash back, and that's why I call the flash. It's a flashback, and. It's great, and it's sold out in a couple months, and that board just flew out of the shelves pretty much, and hopefully I'll bring it back to action and even better and stronger.
Sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, online, I've got guys hitting me up some more. Felipe Moura from Cascais in Portugal asking, GT, are you coming to Sintra and Nazaré?
Talvez eu vá para Sintra. Maybe I'll go to Sintra. Maybe, I don't know. But right now, agora, provavelmente não. Eu preciso dar um tempo das competições mesmo. Por vários motivos. Mas Eu tenho um sonho de competir em Nazaré. Eu quero muito ir lá. E espero que o campeonato se concretize, aconteça em a grande. Hopefully the Nazaré is going to be a huge success, and I hope to be part of it in the near future. Espero competir lá em breve. E eu tenho saudade da terrinha, cara. Eu amo Portugal, muitos amigos portugueses. Eu tenho uma conexão muito grande com Portugal. E eu quero voltar. Eu vou voltar com certeza. A botar no meu fato e pegar altas ondas com meus amigos tugas.
Now, for those of you not familiar with the tour schedule, be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, tour schedule, video highlights, press releases, the whole 9 yards. But just looking at the confirmed events on the schedule, from here we go to the Arica Chilean Challenge, July 17th through July 26th. Then off to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival right on the heels of Arica. Antofagasta will be July 28th through August 2nd. Also confirmed the Shark Island Invitational, an event Guilherme Tamega won. That competition window is scheduled for August 10th through September 18th. Guilherme Tamega, I believe you're the only person to ever three-peat at Shark Island. And
yeah, that shark. I love that shark.
And following the Shark Island Invitational, we have action out in the water. That is rider Isaiah Havoc on that wave. As I was saying, following the Shark Island Invitational window, we hit Portugal for back-to-back events. The 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro, September 22nd through September 27th. That is followed by the first annual Nazaré Pro, September 29th through October 24th. And also, we're almost 100% confirmed on the season finale. The Encanto Pro Puerto Rico will be heading back to Middles to wrap up the World Tour and crown our world champions in men's, women's, drop knee, and the Pro Junior.
Oh, wow. That would be amazing.
So,
Vamos, Puerto Rico! Vamos!
Very anxious to get back to Puerto Rico. Love that island. I was joking around yesterday. The first surf trip I ever took was to Puerto Rico back in the
really?
90s. I love the island.
I can imagine going from the snow of New Jersey to Puerto Rico. Wow.
Yeah, there's.
It's
That's
like a paradise right there.
It's a way of life for all of us gringos up in the U.S. Northeast. As soon we watch the swell charts. As soon as we see something coming towards Puerto Rico, you book the airplane ticket for a few $100s.
It's so easy.
You go jump down there. You know, it's a short flight. Usually the airfare is pretty inexpensive, and you get the heck out of the cold and the snow and the ice, and you go jump into some warm Caribbean waters.
Yeah, you should. I encourage all the Floridians and East Coast people to go to Puerto Rico. It's right there. Perfect waves, weather is so nice people. It's not expensive, and man, it's just all good.
I have to give a shout out to all of the Puerto Rican bodyboarding community down there. Always very inviting. You know, I've had guys cruise me around, show me spots, show me the places to eat, and it's always a good time in Puerto Rico.
Sí. Saludos para todos los puertorriqueños de Tamega también. Corazón, papá. Y Costa Rica também, pura vida. Puertorriqueños, gracias por tudo. GT Boards aí, sucesso.
And there you can see on screen Gabriel Propo running off screen, trying to run back down the beach. And you know what? Just real quick, last check. We have Ryan O'Connor checking in from Florida. You mentioned the Florida guys.
Oh, yeah.
So another one of the Florida boys.
Good morning.
It's just before 8 o'clock in Florida right now, so thank you for tuning in this morning. Hope you guys scored a good morning surf. Now back at the house, getting some grinds and watching some bodyboarding online from here in Brazil.
Yeah, Sunday, what a good day to watch the contest, yeah? On the webcast, just cruise at home and just relax. So good.
Yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. That goes out to everybody in Webland tuned in and watching the live action here at Praia de Itacoatiara. And, you know, we've had GT in here for a little while. I'm going to let him cruise out of the booth so he can go take care of his own business today.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you for coming in, Guilherme.
Hey, Steve. Hopefully to come back, you know, enjoy the show, you know, let us get it pounded for you guys, and it's going to be a great event.
All right, and the
Selfie.
the mandatory selfie in the booth. All right.
All right. Enjoy.
Thank you once again to GT for stopping in the booth, answering my questions, and helping with the live webcast coverage. Always stoked to get Tomega in the booth and pick the brain of the 6-time world champion. So meanwhile, back out in the water on deck, we're getting ready to throw into Heat 4, Round 2. We're going to see Joshua Toledo from Chile in red, Felipe Lima in white, Guilherme Camara from yellow, and also from Brazil, Adriano Minguta in blue. 3 Brazil. Hopefully he was of America. Chile ended up beating Argentina on penalty kicks at the end, and I know the Chileans went absolutely Richter last night celebrating that victory. And for the Argentinians, my heart goes out to you guys. And unfortunately, in the news, I actually heard that the family of Lionel Messi was attacked after that game. So hopefully everybody is all right. When you celebrate a victory, keep it within certain boundaries, please. But congratulations again to Chile on their win last night. Hopefully the Chilean bodyboarders can stay out too late celebrating the victory. I'm sure Joshua Toledo staying focused on the event despite the celebrations last evening. And once again, thank you to everybody tuning in and watching live webcast coverage of the 2015 APB Tour. This is the Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Just pumping beach break rolling through, and we are still expecting to see the swell pick up a little bit before it peaks in the late morning to midday hours. Also, virtually no wind, conditions still cleaning up a little bit. Definitely heavy out there, but we've seen our riders going to work already. And here we can see in blue Miguel Popó on this left-hander. Really foamy, really turbulent. Not the easiest of conditions out there this morning, but our riders definitely giving it their best. Meanwhile, there you can see in the competitors area, Tomega down saying hello to the competitors, getting ready to hit the water. Everybody getting warmed up, focusing on the conditions out in the water. Fortunately, on this cool, overcast day here in Itacoatiara, we've got an exercise bike down there. I know I've seen a few guys on the exercise bike. Keep warm, keep loose, get ready for their heats. And look at this set rolling in. We've been seeing a lot of sets coming in the 2.5 to 3 meter range. You know, 6 foot plus, some solid 6 to 8 foot waves. You can see red signaling for an update. Currently out in the water, looking for a time check, a situation update as we count down the end of Heat 3. There you can see on the inside, Miguel Popó. He's opted to get out of the water a couple of times and run down the beach. You might think that this would burn a lot of energy, but it actually should be saving some energy for these guys as opposed to trying to paddle through oncoming sets and just getting dumped on the inside. So again, Miguel Popo opting to exit the water and run back down the beach, where he will re-enter and paddle back to the lineup. Again, he is out in the water in the blue jersey, joined by João Gabriel in red, Isaiah Havik in white, and Elton Neto in yellow. Elton, a regular on the Brazilian national circuit, and I've actually seen him compete quite a few times on the Circuito Carioca, the Rio City Tour. So Elton, definitely a competitor to keep an eye on out in the water. Oh, one of the riders taking a little bit of a facial there, diving for some lobsters on that one. And we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, we'll get into Heat 4, round 2 of the men's. We'll be back right after this.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and we are back here on day 3 of the APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Thank you to all our sponsors for this event and making it possible. Quick rundown of our sponsors: Prefeitura de Niterói, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Also, as I mentioned, Toyota SGA, our presenting sponsor. We're also sponsored by Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Netchi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, DXI, Whey Supplementos, Soberando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off. And there you can see down in the competitors area, GT talking to tour director Alex Leon. Just to give you a quick recap, that last heat. And we'll give you a quick recap of the first 3 heats, and then we'll go into the results from Heat 4. In the first heat, well, actually up and riding, a big air roll off of that left, and comes out. That's the rider in red, the young Chilean, Joshua Toledo. I was joking around that he might have been up a little late celebrating Chile's victory in the Copa America last night. Showing no signs of being tired there. Comes right out firing. Hits the big air roll. Comes out through the whitewater explosion. Solid opening wave for the young Chileno. Meanwhile, to get back to the results we've seen so far this morning in Heat 1, it was Leandro Chagas winning the heat, also winning and advancing out Rafael Pais. So a pair of Brazilians advancing on from the first heat. In Heat 2, Antonio Cardoso from Portugal taking the heat win. He was followed out by Daniel Silveira. So Cardoso, Silveira, they will move on to round 3. Then in Heat 3, we saw João Gabriel win the heat. He was followed by Gabriel Popo in second place. So they advance on to round 12. And right now, out in the water, Heat 4 in red, Joshua Toledo from Chile, joined by 3 Brazilians in the form of Felipe Lima. In white, in yellow, Guilherme Camara, and in the blue Lycra assignment, Adriano Minguta. So that's the lineup out in the water right now. And meanwhile, lined up here in the booth, I've got Hawaiian Super Grom Tanner McDaniel back in the booth with me. If you ever decide to give up bodyboarding competitions, you've got a spot in the booth, kid.
Yeah, I don't plan on giving up on competition anytime soon, so.
That's good to hear. So Tanner Grom over here. We were joking yesterday this was the Action Jackson and Tanner Grom show.
Yeah.
So stoked to have the Grom back in the booth with me.
Yeah, cool to be in.
So what do you think of the conditions so far today? Have you been out for a free surf at all?
No, I didn't. Haven't gone out yet, but it looks pretty hectic. Sitting in the competitors area watching, looks so crazy out there. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can say. It's crazy. There's so much water moving out the back, and it's just, it'd be so tough to be surfing heat right now.
There you can see Miguel Popol. He finished second in that last heat, Heat 3. He will be moving on to Round 3, which we will be getting into later today. Also online, real quick, Eurico Inacio checking in, saying, keep going, mate. And he posted a picture of Nazare for us. We were talking about Nazare. That will be the second of 2 events in September that we will be having in September.
Yeah, that should be a great comp. Last year when I was in Portugal for the Sintra Portugal Pro, we took a trip up to Nazaré and surfed Praia do Norte, and it was pretty sick. Like the guys were telling me that I didn't even get it on that good of a day. Like they were saying it was pretty bad, and it was still so much fun. So it should be great to have an event there.
Yeah. So again, the Portugal portion of the tour will be featuring the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro, and then the first annual running of the Nazaré Pro in Praia Norte. So pretty cool setup for this year in Europe with the 2 Portugal events.
Yeah, it should be sick.
So I know Tanner seems pretty amped to get over there. I would love to get over there. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah. It's a really cool place over there.
So we've seen some solid action in the water. I just gave you a rundown of the riders in the water. We've seen the results so far. Not seeing massive scores, but seeing guys go out there, do the work they need to do, and getting the scores they need to advance out.
Yeah, just getting out there, just actually getting out the back is a bit of a mission already. Seeing guys start in the middle of the beach and end up all the way down in the corner by the left, like the left of the beach in a few seconds, a few minutes maybe.
Yeah, that current on the inside is pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned a couple of times in the previous heat, we saw one of the competitors, Gabriel Popo, actually getting out of the water and running back down the beach so that he could paddle out in a better position.
Yeah.
And save some time and energy as opposed to fighting the current and fighting the oncoming sets.
Yeah, totally.
So, when you compete, for all of you young guys out there that haven't quite gotten into competition yet but are thinking about it, you have to keep in mind when you're out in the water, you not only have to make intelligent decisions when you're riding the waves, but you have to be sure that you're physically fit and mentally fit in your decision making with dealing with the conditions and taking in all the information surrounding you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, you were touching about it yesterday. There's a lot of factors to take into consideration out there.
Yeah, there'll be even more today. Just like there's so much water moving out, just moving around. There's rips forming up and down the beach, and yeah, it just looks hectic to be surfing out there right now.
Yeah, so these are all things you have to pay attention to. Also, how important is it to line yourself up out in the water so you know where you are positioned? Whoa! We'll get to that in a sec. Red taking to the air.
Going for broke on a big roll.
Big air roll, and just was not able to hold on to landing. Came down flat right in front of that whitewater explosion. Blasted from behind.
Yeah. Oh.
So now I was asking you about lining yourself up out in the water, not only during free surfs, but in competition as well. How important is it to try and mark where you're at so you know whether you're in position or not?
Yeah, totally. It'd be so hard to position yourself in the same spot out there. Like I said, there's just water moving all over the place, and just being in the right spot at the right time is pretty much just going to comes down to luck. where you are when a good one comes in.
Yeah, just from watching the riders today and from experience with this place, you spend a lot of time paddling, just trying to stay in the relative area you want to be in.
Yeah, for sure.
So your legs never stop going on a day like this out in the water.
No, it's a good workout.
Yeah, so this is where conditioning and training comes into play.
Yeah.
So now we always try and talk about what kind of training the rider. What kind of training do you do to make sure you're prepared physically?
I don't really do too much. Like back home, I do a bit of like gymnastics and stuff. That's just kind of, I've been doing that since I was young, and just mostly just jumping on the trampoline, practicing my airs. But that doesn't really help with staying fit for like paddling and stuff. I don't know. I just surf every day, and yeah.
There you can see in the competitors area, one of our riders waxing up. Do you use a lot of wax on your board on a day like today?
I probably will. I probably would be waxing up, yeah. If I can find some.
All right. Meanwhile, just to give you a quick update, that opening wave from Joshua Toledo, a 7.50.
Wow.
So the young Chilean came out firing. He currently has the lead. The rest of the guys, the three Brazilians out in the water trying to play. Now, Joshua Toledo was one of the competitors in the Pro Junior. Now here he is again, competing in the men's pro division. There's a few of you guys that are pulling double duty here at Itacoatiara.
Yep.
Joshua Toledo, one of them, you as well.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to, do both divisions? Is it any more tiring than just doing one division?
If you're surfing both divisions in the same day, then yeah, it is, because obviously you're going to be surfing twice as many heats. But the way they've had it so far is I've only had to surf my pro junior heats so far. I haven't surfed in the men's, so I haven't been too tired out for either one by the other. Like, I haven't been too tired for my junior heat because I just surfed my men's heat. But in the past, I've been entered in, like, say 3 divisions before. And, just surfing back-to-back heats tires you out.
I know the other day during the first 4 rounds of the Pro Junior, you actually surfed 3 times in one day. What's the most amount of heats you've had to surf in one best?
There's one comp. I think it was the Jenks Pro back in 2012 or 13. I was in three divisions, and I made the final of all 3 of them. And man, I had back-to-back semis, 3 back-to-back semis and 3 back-to-back finals.
I remember that. That was 2012.
Yeah.
That was actually the contest.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was probably the most, like.
How many heats was that again?
That was 6 heats, just the semis and finals.
6 heats, 13 years old, 3 finals. You do the math on that, people.
I was pretty dead by the end of the day.
One tired Grammy. All right, so again, Joshua Toledo opening up with a 7.50, waiting for some other scores to fall in. I'll give you a situation update in just a moment on. Meanwhile, just to recap the first 3 heats of the morning. Again, in Heat 1, it was Leandro Chagas taking the win. Rafael Painch finishing second and advancing on to round 3. In Heat 2, we saw Antonio Cardoso from Portugal take advanced on win. Fellow Brazilian Popol finishing in second. So the Zona Sul locals, João Gabriel, a local at Posto Cinco in Copacabana, from São Conrado, coming to us from Favela Rocinha. They both advanced out of Heat 3, and now, again, out in the water, Joshua Toledo from Chile in the red jersey. He is joined by Brazilians, Felipe Lima in white, Guilherme Câmara in yellow, and Adriano Minguta in blue. There you can see Felipe Lima in the white jersey out in the water. And now rising into view, the rider in blue, Adriano Minguta.
Sitting way out the back.
You gotta love these days where the swell is pulsing like this.
Yeah.
Because you see a rider and then you don't.
Yeah.
He's up, he's down.
They're just disappearing behind the swells. Oh, Red going for a huge roll.
Joshua Toledo going big, but it was just an elevator drop straight down after that. And he just got flushed.
Probably going to wear this wave on the head, too. That was, yeah, that does not feel good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crapshoot out there on some of these waves, a roll of the dice. You either come up snake eyes or you come up with a pair of sixes and get something to work with.
Yeah.
But really not much in between. It's an all or nothing gamble right now out in the water for our riders here in round 2, getting things started this morning. And look at this, even with the gray overcast skies, we've got guys paragliding around here first thing in the morning.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, we saw one of these guys come in pretty hot, land on the beach right in front of us the other day.
Really?
Meanwhile, look at that.
Oh, how's that?
Big foam ball spits out. That would have been an interesting ride if we had had any takers.
Yeah. Looks like he was just kind of too far on the shoulder. If he had taken off, he wouldn't have really gotten the most out of that wave. So.
Yeah, as you were saying, very difficult to line yourself up and stay these waves. It's almost luck of the draw, whatever kind of peaks up and comes your way.
Yeah, totally. And you got to kind of be paying attention before you paddle out where there's the most waves coming in, and that's just kind of, you just got to be smart about where you are.
All right, so while we wait for the next waves to be ridden, we're going to throw things down to the beach. We've got Paolo Simão with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve. Back to the beach with the heat number 3. And we are here with João Gabriel from Copacabana that won this heat. João, I'm happy Brazilian. Feito, né, João?
Graças a Deus, eu rezei bastante, tive apoio dos meus amigos aí que estão me orientando na entrada e na saída do mar, porque as condições estão bem difíceis, o mar está bem pesado. Ontem, final de tarde, o mar não estava assim, estava bem pequeno, eu nem acreditei que o mar ia ficar dessa forma. O fundo não está tão bom, né? Está bem próximo da areia das ondas, então como tem 1,5 metro de onda, o mar está bem remexido, tem muita vala. E antes de chamar a bateria eu procurei observar bem, ficar olhando ali as condições para entrar no lugar certo e poder pegar a onda certa. E aí eu estava prestando muita atenção e consegui entrar rápido na vala, no início da bateria, lá próximo ao pampo, onde está mais fácil de varar a arrebentação. E tive a alegria de esperar uma onda boa, uma direita ali intermediária, que me rendeu um triângulo, consegui fazer uma boa projeção e aplicar o aéreo, que eu não tinha dito que ia fazer. E foi isso, pô. O resto da bateria foi bem complicado, o mar estava bem massacrante, muita correnteza, muita vale, foi bem difícil varar a arrebentação outra vez, mas graças a Deus deu tudo certo, tirei um 7,5 nesse aéreo, ficou faltando uma segunda onda para fazer um somatório bom para passar a próxima fase, mas graças a Deus deu tudo certo, fiquei em primeiro e passei para a próxima fase.
João é de Copacabana, mesmo acostumado com essa onda buraco que é de Itacoatiara, vou perguntar para ele, você tem feito algum treinamento antes dessa competição ou está fazendo o que você sempre fez, ou pilates, ou musculação, o que foi? Ou você se especificou para a etapa de Itacoatiara?
Bom, na verdade eu sempre treinei frequentemente meus esportes, digo bodyboard, eu treino jiu-jitsu também na academia do Abirrian de Copacabana de jiu-jitsu, no Monte Líbano, perdão. E sempre tô preparando na academia, no pilates, tenho o apoio do Estúdio Ipanema e Pilates, que é um excelente de surf. E dependendo da qualidade de vida, sempre manter a qualidade de vida e estar preparado para as competições. E não tive um preparamento específico para competição, não. Sempre mantendo o foco e o treino no jiu-jitsu, no bodyboard, na academia, e tá sempre mantendo a saúde aí em dia.
Acaba que o bodyboard se torna um estilo de vida e os exercícios paralelos já é super normal, né? Para todos nós que somos atletas, a gente já é acostumado a fazer isso. Tem algum nome que você acha que é forte para esse tipo de condições aqui em Itacoatiara, que possa vir na final ou na sua próxima bateria, se você for, claro, tomara que você passe as fases, mas que você acha que possa destacar nessas condições?
Olha, com certeza os locais daqui, o José Otávio e o Luiz Eduardo do Pedra, com certeza são, e o Zic também, o Guilherme Correia, com certeza os 4 wildcards, né, com certeza são os destaques da competição. que já estão bem acostumados. E da galera internacional, com certeza o Pierre Luiz Costes e o Amaury Laverne. Com certeza, são os 2 top no mundo aí que já foram campeões mundiais. E o próprio Guilherme Tami, aqui nessas condições também, sabe muito aqui em Itacoatiara. É isso, eu sempre surfei aqui desde pequeno, desde o Campeonato Brasileiro. Surfo já há 10 anos aqui em Itacoatiara, então por isso eu me familiarizei bem ali com as valas para conseguir pegar uma boa onda e me classificar para a próxima fase.
Isso aí, João, parabéns. Espero te ver na próxima bateria. What we say that doing like he prepared himself before, but NPS.
Para a próxima
João interview. Waves ridden. Rider in the way. Cutward spin off. Adriano Minguta on a very meaty looking right-hander.
Pretty crazy looking wedge, just unfortunately just shut down too quick for him, and it just kind of didn't work out for him.
So again, just waiting for those last couple of scores to register, but right now Joshua Toledo on the board with 2 scoring waves. 7.5 on his opening wave. Wasn't able to complete the maneuver on the second wave. Scored a 2.75 for his effort on that.
Yeah.
It was a pretty heavy wave, some critical section, some critical maneuvering, but just could not stick the landing. He landed flat in front of that and just got annihilated.
Yeah, he had a very, very tough time trying to land that.
So, again, for those of you just joining us today on day 3 of competition, the swell has filled in. It's pumping. It's not really clean, but some heavy waves, some monster sets coming through.
Yeah.
Forecast, it still hasn't quite full on 3. Get into, just day pumping. It looks like 2 point. Well, tomorrow may very well be better than today, but stoked nonetheless. This is the swell we've all been talking about, and here we have a rider in blue up and riding.
Going for a spin in the wash, and he's just bouncing around on the foam and just kind of still getting caught.
Yeah, Adriano waiting for a section to come his way, and that one just got mutant, ledged, double lips, foamy, just an unfriendly little monster of a wave.
Yeah, jeez.
So, you wait and you wait and you wait, hoping that it sets up for you, and then it just gets all kinds of mutated on you.
And then it just doesn't work for you.
So definitely some challenging conditions, different kind of challenging than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we saw deteriorating surf from the old swell and diminished conditions because of the onshore winds. Today we've got a major increase in wave size, but still pretty stormy out there, still disorganized, and just big, heavy sections, some throaty barrels and closeouts to contend with.
You know what I noticed here is that it's hardly ever like big and crazy and sunny out. I don't think I've ever seen a day where it was bigger than 6 foot and sunny out.
We may very well see that tomorrow, but again,
prove me wrong.
We'll see what happens when we cruise up here first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Right now, it's cloudy, it's gray, it's kind of cool. It definitely feels like winter here in Brazil right now, as opposed to the hot and sweaty past couple of days we've had here. This is more like winter in Rio. It's overcast, it rained overnight, the wind kicked up overnight, but we've got this new swell that filled in, the swell that we've all been waiting and watching, with eager anticipation since we got here. and it's finally arrived. It's finally filled in, and we've got something to work with for the men's pro division.
Yeah, stoked.
So I know you're pretty happy. You know, you battled it out in the pro junior division with smaller conditions. Now you've got something bigger, more powerful to work with.
Totally the opposite of what I've been surfing the last few days. So, yeah, we'll see how things go for me.
All right, so for you Groms pulling double duty here, you guys should be pretty amped on this. It's definitely an improvement.
Yeah, it's definitely something different.
So, again, a real 3 pro Brazil. Again, our presenting sponsor is Toyota SGA. We are also sponsored by Aguas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Netchi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DX, Way Suplementos, Sobrando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Radio Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off. Also, thanks to support of the Itacoatiara Pampu Clube, Puro Suco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Haidet, Elmo Ramos, muito obrigado. And also, Tropicus, Albine Immobilize, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. So, there you have a quick rundown of all our sponsors that have made this event possible this year.
Yeah, and looks like Red just straightening out.
Got a little caught up on the drop, airdropped in, and yeah.
Looks like he might be coming in.
Might be one of the guys from the, I don't know what the deal is with that.
Yeah.
I think he's still out there from the last heat.
Yeah, well, there's another guy in red piling back out, so we'll.
All right, I stand corrected. The horn has sounded. The horn has sounded. That's the end of Heat 4. We're going to go into Heat 5 right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water. You become part of the water. Where just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, and we are back and underway out in the water. We have Heat 5, round 2 of the men's out in the water right now for this heat. We're going to see in red Sasha Damjanic from Chile. He is joined by a pair of Brazilians in the form of Thiago dos Santos, who will be in the white rash guard. And in the yellow jersey assignment, Jose Villiam. We saw him win his first round heat to advance on to round 2. Also advancing from round 2, rounding out the field out in the water right now in the blue lycra. Coming to us from South Africa, Luke Kitchen out in the water.
Yeah.
So a couple of young Safas cruising around for this event. Stoked to have a couple extra South Africans in the mix. Luke Kitchen cruising around with Brody Gleason.
Yeah, I've been hanging out with them a bit around in the competitors area. Pretty cool guys.
Yeah, also I know I caught up with them at Puro Suco. That's pretty much where you catch up with everybody these days. Stoked to cruise with those guys, as well as all the other competitors we've been hanging out with. We talk about Puro Suco a lot. It's right down the beach, right down the street from the contest site. and it's pretty much like a social hub around here. Yesterday, after the contest wrap, cruised down there to get some acai. I ended up having acai with Guilherme Tamega, 2008 world champion Ori Vala down. The judges are down there having some acai and pastels and Italianos, and Mateus Bastos, who will be going up against you in the Pro Junior final, was there. 2000 world champion and respected water photographer Paulo Barcelos was there as well. It was just everybody kind of cruising, hanging out, grabbing some acai and snacks, and
Just everyone chilling.
if you want to catch up with everybody after a day at the beach, that's the stop-off point, it seems.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, thank you to Puro Suco. They've been supplying us with food here at the event. So always stoked to get a nice hot Italiano roll. It's almost like a Brazilian style of a Hot Pocket. Meanwhile, in the
How's
pocket
that?
there, that one just spit. Wow.
That was probably one of the cleanest barrels.
Unfortunately, went for the roll and just got denied on that end section. That was rider in red, Sasso Damjanic from Chile. Yeah, that was a sick little barrel there.
Yeah, that was cool.
I love watching these waves. You know, some of them, the snowball is so massive it just churns out in front of the wave.
Yeah.
Other waves, you just see these things spewing, and it's just it's unreal. The energy out there right now. I've been feeding off it since I came up this morning before I could even really see it. You know, it's just like somebody hit me with a lightning bolt this morning.
Yeah, I can tell you.
When you can feel the energy through your feet coming through the ground, you know it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, and the funny thing is I've only had 1 cup of coffee. I came up here with like a cup of green tea and had like half a cup of coffee since then, but I didn't even need the caffeine this morning. I came up here just charged and ready to go.
You're ready to do it.
Yeah, you should have seen me this morning, Tanner. Came in the booth, got set up, running around clapping my hands, yelling, "Let's go!" It's just one of those days, folks, so bear with me if I'm a little hyped up here in the booth. You know, we got the swell we were waiting for. We've got the men's pro field. We're getting deeper into the event. And, I don't know. Beyond stoked right now, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I feed off the energy of the ocean. When there's a lot of energy pumping through and pulsing through, I'm like, it's like I go from being 40 to being 16. I'm age right now mentally. I'm just like fritzing out all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, like, all right, we got waves. Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's get it done.
So, anyway, trying to keep myself somewhat in check here in the booth, but definitely a bit animated today. So stoked to have Tanner back in the booth with me again today. He helped me out yesterday in the booth. And thank you again to Guilherme Tamega and event organizer Juliano Lara for stopping in first thing this morning. Got a solid crew of competitors and well-known bodyboarding types floating around this event. We'll be getting people in and out all day. Right now, as we've jokingly been saying, it's the Action Jackson and Tanner Grom show.
Yep.
So, bringing you to live action again right now. We are into heat number 5, round 2. Sasso Damjanic from Chile, joined by Tiago dos Santos and Jose from Brazil. And rounding out the field, Luke Kitchen from South Africa. There you can see Luke in the blue jersey, sitting a little further apart from the other guys. You've got the Brazilians, Dos Santos and William, practically shadowing each other out there. Not much space between them. Luke looking to keep a little distance between himself and the Brazilians right now. Might not be a bad idea. I mean, the last thing you want on a day like today where the waves are kind of all over the place and it's luck of the draw with what rolls your way.
Less you want to be competing with other people for waves right now, the better.
You never want to get tangled up with people, but on a day like today, getting tangled up could be pretty painful.
Yeah, it would suck. And just like you want to make sure that if you are in position for a good one, that you're on it, not someone else. Especially right now, because you may be only getting one good wave in the heat, and you want to make sure you're the one on it.
Yeah, I think today with the conditions as they are, the last thing you really want is to have to play any mental games, jockeying with people, bumping rails, fighting for position on a wave.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, so just keep a little space between you and the other guys. You know, kind of stake out your place in the lineup.
Yeah, definitely.
And hopefully something rolls your way and gives you the scoring potential you need.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, you can tell us better than I can. I never competed on the international level. You've already accomplished more at 16 than I did in 7 years as a pro bodyboarder in the U.S.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He laughs about it. Me, it's just kind of like, yeah, wow, that was not how I expected things to go.
Oh, man.
But then again, as I was joking around yesterday, trying to work as an event coordinator and compete,
Yeah,
they don't really work out too well
That'd
together.
be pretty hard.
Yeah, you know, when you're done running around being on call 24 hours and you have to paddle out, it's almost, hey, I'm competing, but I've got nothing to give. So I'm just going to catch my breath out here, catch a couple of waves.
I can just
with
go chill.
With 3 other guys out in the water.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm good. This is my break. So, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday when Giuliano was out in the water for the last heat of the day. The event organizer taking a 20-minute break to go compete out in the water down at Pompo.
Yeah.
He actually finished third in that heat, almost advanced out to the next round. It would have been interesting to see him advance, have to try and surf in this and run the event.
Oh, man. That'd be stressful. Oh, there's Blue getting up.
Luke Kitchen up and riding, just skipping across the face like a rock, gets down to the bottom, and the tail of his board popped out from underneath him.
Just loses his rail on that one. Just kind of bounced and just landed wrong on it, and yeah.
Yeah, skipping like a stone across the face of that one. So, more than a few things to contend with out there. Not just the size of the swell, but, oh, wow. There was somebody inside there. They just got compressed.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, there you can see. That was...
That might have been...
It looked like Luke.
Yeah, he was gone again.
Luke got another one, turned around, grabbed another one. And behind the peak on that one, just free fell into the barrel, and then that thing just collapsed on him.
Yeah.
So, some hectic maneuvering out there.
I'm just sitting here just shaking my head watching this, just like, no way.
So the South African just got pumped on. So, but fortunately, he popped up relatively quickly. Looked like he was back out to the lineup. So no harm, no foul on that one. Just a little bit of a working.
Yeah,
We've all taken one of those in competition at one point or another.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, it's an inevitability when you compete. If you get a bigger swell, sooner or later you're going to cop a beating out there.
Yeah, it just goes with it.
So it doesn't matter, you know, whether you're random competitor or one of the top guys in the world. Everybody takes their lumps out in the water.
Yeah, totally.
So, when you were down in the competitors area this morning, were you able to talk to anybody, kind of gauge their thoughts, or any conversations on what the conditions are today?
I didn't really get to talk to too many people. Most of them.
We'll get to. I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll get
No
back to your train of thought in just a moment. Right now, we're actually going to throw down to the beach with Paula. She has the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, cool.
Hi, Steve. We are here in the round number 2 at the heat number 4. We are here with Joshua Toledo. He's from Chile. He won this heat right now. So, Joshua, o que você acha das condições da ola? I'm going to talk Portuguese and Spanish because I don't know Spanish really good.
Bueno, la onda estuvo muy buena. De un día para otro creció mucho. Bueno, hoy amaneció un poco mejor que los días anteriores y nada, tenemos un buen swell bien grande y nada, estamos con todo, así que estamos apoyando a nuestros amigos chilenos y pasar a la siguiente ronda.
Ele falou para mim que é a primeira vez que ele vem ao Brasil. O que você está achando das ondas dessa praia aqui linda, maravilhosa, que é Itacoatiara, que todo mundo pelo menos acha, né?
Sí, bueno, Itacoatiara es un lugar totalmente natural, salvaje, bueno, un lugar muy pro para todos los riders, bodyboarder, y nada, muy contento de estar aquí en Itacoatiara y a disfrutar al máximo estos grandes días que están sucediendo hoy en día.
Você pretende fazer alguma estratégia para a próxima bateria nas olas, algumas manobras diferentes para vencer?
Sí, sí, creo que esta era la primera manga que pasaba en mi categoría Open. Bueno, la siguiente ronda será un poquito más fuerte. Me costó soltarme un poco, saber leer bien la ola. Y nada, ahora viene una ronda muy difícil y a darle con todo para demostrarle a nuestro país y a nuestros sponsors que están ahí mirándonos, a mi familia. Y bueno, vamos con todo que Chile va arriba, mierda.
Muito parabéns. He said just like time in Brazil, and he got a really like different waves, strong waves. He takes some maneuvers, but he likes a lot here and say, "Let's go Chile. We're gonna win." That's it. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks, Steve. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Joshua Toledo, the winner of the last heat. Joshua, the 2014 World Bodyboard Championship under 18 winner back in December. First time here in Brazil, and managing to put together a solid result in that heat there.
Yeah, you'd be stoked.
So, he moves on to round 3. Also advancing out of that heat in the second spot was Adriano Minguta. So Joshua Toledo, Adriano Minguta in the previous heat. Heat 4, round 2 of the men's. They will move on to round 3. Meanwhile, out in the water again, real quick, Sasha Damjanic from Chile, joined by Tiago dos Santos and Jose William from Brazil, and Luke Kitchen from South Africa out in the water. And right now, the riders having a little trouble getting the waves under their belt. It's almost like if you can get 2 waves out in the water right now in your heat, that in itself might be enough to get you through.
Yeah, if you just need to get a wave where you can do any kind of maneuver on it. Like a lot of the guys are probably waiting for the sets, hoping that they're gonna get the biggest scores on those ones, but those big sets at the back aren't really working too well. Yellow going for a big roll in the inside section, and he just kind of gets wash. Not sure if that'll be deemed to make or not, but we'll see. That's up to the judges.
It's tough because it's almost like you have water coming from multiple directions out there. As we saw on that one, it looked like it came together in a V in the whitewater after the wave closed.
Yeah, it's coming at you from behind and the left and the right.
So it looks like you're gonna make the wave and then you get pushed behind, and that'll be a tough call for the judges today. Whether it's a make or not. For a split second there, it looked like all right, he's gonna make it, but then he got pushed behind the whitewater section and fell behind, and kind of a question mark. So a challenge for everybody, not just the riders out in the water, but the judges upstairs too. Yeah. They have their work cut out for them today.
Trying to decide and there they are, the competitors. Looking at the screen, they have area. Watching the live webcast. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so everybody, cruising around down there, getting ready for their heats, watching the action out in the water, putting that exercise bike to use. And look at this, stacked on the horizon, just walls of water rolling through.
Yeah, you see White just duck diving under that one.
Yeah, I don't want to be one of these guys caught on the inside right now.
Oh, that'd be a nightmare.
That's not friendly.
It would just be obnoxious in a heat.
So, a couple of sets rolling through, looking to clean up the field. And before we let you duck out, any shout-outs?
I know my friend back in Australia is watching Kane Brewer, so just say how's it going to him, and him and his family, they might be up watching, and just everyone out there, just kind of supporting me and my family. Yeah, just all.
All right, cool. So for now, we're going to let Tanner cruise out. We'll probably grab him back in here later today, depending on how the heats roll.
Yeah, all right.
And for now, we're going to switch things out. Tanner's going to cruise out, and coming into the booth, we've got last year's event winner, Jared Houston. All right, so as I was saying, joining us here in the booth, we have the 2014 Itacoatiara Pro winner, South African Jared Houston. Welcome.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Steve. Stoked to be back here. Good to be back in Itacoatiara, and the wave's pretty good this morning, so it's good to get out there and have a surf.
So you surfed already this morning?
Yeah, I surfed down at down at Pumper down on the right, and some pretty good ones. It's really, really fun.
So any insight you can give us on the conditions out in the water right now?
Yeah, it looks hectic here in the middle. It's very rippy, pretty big. You definitely kind of just have to take what you can get out there today, It's going to be difficult. There's kind of not really too much room to wait around and be too selective. You just have to, if a good one comes your way, you got to just go.
Yeah, we've been seeing it so far this morning. Some of the guys that are advancing out of their heats, they're just getting, the minimum two-wave requirement under their belt, and that's enough to pass them through.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, a couple of years ago, I think it was the first year we had the event here. We, similar conditions the first day, and guys were making it through their heats with like a total of 4.
Yeah.
It's kind of what happens when the conditions are like this. You just got to make what you can of it.
All right, and real quick, just touching on some messages coming in. We've got Cajinho tuning in from Favela Rocinha, the Escola de Bodyboard de Rocinha, São Conrado. The whole crew there is tuned in and watching. I'm sure they were watching earlier this morning as Gabriel Popo, representing São Conrado, was out in the water. He advanced on to round 3. Thank you, Cajinho, for tuning in. And I don't the PA system yesterday, but actually your father Angus tuned in and gave a quick little shout out to you, said hello.
Cool. Yeah, my dad's a big supporter, probably my biggest fan by far, and he's always watching the webcast. I think he was watching it from Namibia yesterday. So
and here he is.
Yeah, there he is right now. So
please give our boy a hug and lots of love for mom and dad, his sisters and brother. Thanks for a great podcast. Cool. So there you go, your pops jumping in a very timely manner.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dad. Love you guys too, and it's a webcast, just for the record.
So, thank you again to everybody who's been tuning in, also sending messages through my Facebook page. Been using my own personal Facebook page as a source of communication so far this competition.
Yeah, perfect, man. Yeah, it's good to have some messages coming through. It's nice to see that a lot of people watching and getting excited with it. Been a long time between drinks. There've been 7-8 months between events so far, so it's been a long break.
Yeah, how good does it feel to finally get the 2015 World Tour underway?
Yeah, man, it feels great. I'm super happy to be back here competing, especially at the start of such a special event for me. It's overjoyed to be here.
Yeah, you've had a lot of good experiences here at Itacoatiara. This place has pretty much opened up for you, accepted you with open arms.
Yeah, fully. I mean, pretty much straight off the plane the first year I came, I met a really great family here, the Damata family, who took myself and Mark McCarthy in, and they become really good friends of ours. And it's kind of one of the main reasons keeping coming back every year is just to see the family and see familiar faces, and that's what I love about the World Tour is you just meet so many amazing people from all over the world.
And it looks like a fellow South African, Ian Campbell, who's floating around the contest area somewhere, checking in, saying, "Yeah, boys." So getting some love from your fellow South Africans.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It's nice to have Ian on tour. It's been a couple of. It was kind of a lonely transition period there where Mark and Sasha stopped doing the tour, and it's nice to have Ian here with me at most of the contests, and also there's 2 young guys, Luke Kitchen and Bro Gleason, that are here from Cape Town that I think Luke's actually in the water right now, and it's great to have those guys over here. The talent pool keeps coming through.
Yeah, right now Luke Kitchen out in the water with Sasha Damjanek, Tiago dos Santos, and Josie William. Josie and Luke both advancing out of the round 1 heats yesterday. Here in round 2, battling it out, waiting for a few scores to drop right now. Damjanek in first, Jose William in second, and Luke Kitchen currently in the 3rd spot. Tiago dos Santos in the 4th position. And just taking a look again to recap in the previous heat, it was the young Chilean, Joshua Toledo. I believe he's only 17 years old. He was competing in the Pro Junior earlier this week. Now here in the Men's Pro.
GC.
he came away with the win. Yeah, he opened up with a 7.50, blasted a huge air roll off of a left.
Wow.
And that wave alone was enough to power him through.
Really, yeah.
Fortunately, he backed it up. I mean, the kid showed no fear out there, just charged, which is atypical of the Chileans. They just go after it.
Yeah. It's Joshua is he's a really good rider from Chile. I've been watching him in the ISA event last year, and I think did he win the junior event?
Yeah, he won
year?
the under 18 division at the World Bodyboard Championship in Iquique last year.
Yeah.
Part of the gold medal Chilean team.
Exactly. Yeah. How cool is that? Chile has really stepped it up in the last few years. They kind of always, Brazil's kind of always been the powerhouse nation of the South American continent, and they still are to a large extent. But it's been awesome to see Chile, coming through the ranks the last few years, and what's generally considered a kind of a third world country by many people. It's awesome to see them, just surging through in sport, into the university, tuition fees, all kinds of things. Chile's really coming along very nicely.
It's been fun to watch the evolution of bodyboarding. A big part of that, the Eureka Chilean Challenge, which will be the next event. But besides being very difficult to beat on their own home turf, the Chileans have been traveling out more. We're seeing them more and more of them out at international events. Joshua Toledo, one of those, obviously 12th ranked World Tour rider. Alan Munoz, another one of those guys, really pushing the boundaries of what's possible for bodyboarding in Chile.
Yeah, no, there's a huge surge from those, and those two are definitely leading the charge, but there's a whole bunch more. And while we're just talking about the Chilean guys, just been watching a couple of really good ones rolling through on the live feed there. A couple of sick rides coming through down the beach there, and I'm not sure if those guys out there are free surfers or if they are actually in the event, but pretty keen to see someone get a bomb soon.
Yeah, there's definitely been some bombs rolling through the swing. Some of those cleanup sets have looked nasty out there.
Yeah, I didn't make the paddle out this morning the first time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I jumped in on dark and the tide was still so high, so just surging up the beach. And I paddled for about 10 minutes and I just ended up back on the sand.
Well, I'm going to ask you more about that in just a minute. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access, experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve Jackson here in the booth with Jared Houston, and Jerry kind enough to join us in the booth.
Oh, look at the ride up in yellow there. Just trying to get himself a score on the board. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out for him. A lot of wash on the inside of these waves. It breaks so close to the shore that the water surges up the beach and just comes rushing back down. So it's definitely pretty hairy out there on the inside. Much water moving around.
All right, so right now we are underway in heat number 6 out in the water. In blue, Gabriel Braga up and riding, taking to the air, but lands off the back. Some good elevation on that one.
Yeah.
It just was not able to project far enough out in front to come down and land. Meanwhile, there you can see one of your fellow countrymen, Luke Kitchen, again.
Yeah, there goes Luke Kitchen off the beach. He's his first time traveling to compete on the AFB World Tour, so I guess he'd be pretty happy to be here regardless. I'm not really too sure whether he made that last heat or not, but
actually, results just coming in. Luke Kitchen putting together enough to win the heat and advance out. So Luke Kitchen finishing first, also advancing on, finishing second, Sasu Damjanic from Chile.
Awesome, man. That's great news. Really happy to hear that. Well done, Luke, and I'm sure that everyone watching back at home is very pumped on that, so let's go.
Now, as we were discussing during that heat, right now it's so difficult, so challenging out there that just getting 2 waves under your belt may very well be enough to get you out of the heat. We're looking at some very minimal scores so far this morning. Honestly, some scores that you would look to throw away in any other circumstance, but given how big and heavy it is out there and how difficult it is to maintain any kind of position in the lineup, these guys are getting through with just the effort of catching waves.
For sure. I mean, most of these scores you'll find are in the poor range. That's why it was so amazing for me to see Joshua Toledo's score of 14 overall, which is that's a great score. It's a powerful score. So I think that's where you'll see the difference between the more experienced guys who manage to put together those big scores. They find the ways to kind of put themselves in position, because what a lot of the times it happens when it's big like this is you kind of get guys trying to stay outside of the impact zone, where all the best ones are generally right in the impact zone. So you kind of have to put a bit on the line to make sure you get a good one.
So just to give everybody an update on where we're at right now, out in the water, we have heat number 6, round 2 of the men's. Miguel Portugal in red. Gugu Barcelos, the Brazilian veteran, turning out for this event in the white jersey. He's joined by the Uruguayan Gaston Rodriguez in yellow and Gabriel Braga in the blue jersey. And there you can see behind-the-scenes camera footage over by our VIP area, over by where the beach marshal is as well. Well, what's the vibe down on the beach with the riders and the spectators?
Yeah, the vibe looks cool. I took a walk down the beach now to have a look at Pampa again, and even actually look at the Shock too, which is the reef just around the corner. And the beach is pretty full. Mainly people watching the event, like supporting their friends and family and whatnot. But the vibe in Brazil is always amazing. A very passionate bodyboarding crowd here. So it feels good to be walking down the beach and seeing people shouting and screaming and having a good time. And everyone seems pretty pumped to get out there. I'm pretty happy they got the whole beach open, so it allows you to go surf down a Pampa if the conditions allow for it. So it's looking like to be a good day in Brazil.
And right now we have all our riders on the board with waves ridden so far in this heat. Again, minimal scores to this point, but here in the early going we have Miguel down in first, Gabriel Braga in second, Gugu Barcelos third, and Gaston Rodriguez currently in the fourth spot. So that's the situation out in the water. And up and riding, we have the rider in blue. That is Gabriel Braga on that wave.
Yeah, unfortunately not finding much on that one. You kind of want to, if you guys can notice while watching, there's a lot of ribs moving in and out of the beach, and they kind of move around, and those actually kind of make the best peaks. Wherever the rib is, you don't want to be in it, but you want to be just off the side, either left or right, and that's kind of where the best ones come through. But it's a double-edged sword, because if you end up way out the back.
And there you can see rider in yellow, Gaston Rodriguez, one of the Uruguayans here in the competition field. He's out in the water right now, contending with the conditions and taking a look at this right-hander. He's going to let that one pass by.
Man, That one almost looked kind of pretty nice, but it definitely would have been a bit of a long shot to paddle into that. It looks like something might reappear on the outside here for him. And he's scratching into that. Looks like a bit of wedge on it, which is pretty cool. That's what you want out here. Oh, so bumpy. Pretty big too, man. Look at that. Let's see if he can do something here. Wow, really big roll. That was massive.
Oh, and he came down in that V section right there. There you could see his board just got blasted out from under him.
Yeah, that was huge. That was a pretty ballsy attempt. He kind of lost a bit of speed, lost that good lifting. See what he can pull out here. Maybe throw out something nice for the spectators online. He normally does. Oh, nah. That's when you know that the conditions are tough when you have the best guys in the world. Also,
when you have one of the former world champions getting barred on a section like that, you know difficult out there.
Yeah, that was.
It's not like that was me out there getting denied. That was PLC. So some tricky conditioning out there today.
No, it's tough. It's tough. Like I was saying, the previous wave, you saw him really struggling to get the bottom in a clean line, and in a wave that big, that's kind of make or break. Because if you don't have a clean line at the bottom, you almost just at the mercy of the wave and the way it's going to break, and you could see that pretty clearly in what happened to him afterwards.
And it looks like we have Blue up and running again, and this thing's just going to shut down on him. So, again, we're seeing some difficult conditions out there. Guys doing their best to contend with it. Some of these guys, it seems like they're just taking off on a wave and just trying to survive it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is like that to a large extent, I mean, look how it's breaking really hard. Itacoatiara is a very powerful wave. The water's really deep at the back of the beach. So the swell that comes in is really raw, as I'm sure you can see. It's a lot of, it's pretty wild and woolly. And it breaks really hard. So it's, you don't want to, the way it breaks there, you don't want to be there. You know what I mean? It's intense.
And I do believe that is Israel Eduardo running down the beach. Yes, it is. He the water in the next heat. Meanwhile, online, more messages cruising in from internet land. Francis Duty checking in from Central Portugal, sending shout-outs to Francis and Chico. So thanks, Francis, for checking in. We've had all morning. I know a lot of the Aussies are tuned in. The guys from Riptide, Aaron Dodd from the Jeff Wilcox Memorial.
Okay.
We've had guys from the Canaries, Portugal, the U.S. East Coast. Shane Lono from Hawaii. Again, thank you, everybody. Also had Jerry's dad, Angus, tuning in.
Yeah.
So he's back home in South Africa?
Yeah, he's back home in South Africa. I was actually just in South Africa before this event. I spent a month there with my wife and daughter, and visiting my parents and my family. And we had a great time, man. It's so good to be back. I hadn't been home in about 2 years. So
oh, really?
So it's really good to be back there for a little bit.
It's tough being away from home for that long.
Real tough, man. The expat life is not easy. But that's the direction life took me in, so I'm enjoying it for now. Really
now, you're full time in Puerto Rico with your wife and daughter. You have your U.S. green card or citizenship?
Yeah. No, I'm a resident. So I have a green card. So entering and exiting is relatively hassle-free, which is nice. It's something that you're not really accustomed to with your South African passport, but. It's been really good there. We have a nice quiet lifestyle, and get to surf heaps. The waves are really good in the winter. Get to travel, so it's pretty much loving it. Just miss my family.
Well, welcome to the world of being a legal resident alien.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I got the printout form, it said something about an alien, and I was like, "Jeez, pretty hectic term, but I guess it's what you are." Eh?
Don't feel bad. I'm in the same boat here in Brazil. I'm an alien. It's all good. Now, what's life like being married and having a kid now?
Yeah,
what's it like being a dad?
Great, man. It's great. Best thing ever, right? It's like every day is just so much different. She's probably always learning things, always saying new things. It's just does the funniest stuff. It keeps me thoroughly entertained. My days start early, and which is nice. I'm a bit of a notorious sleeping guy, pretty lazy in the morning. So that's kind of been taken right out of me by my daughter, which has been a huge benefit actually. So I'm loving it. So it's been really good. So I'm happy to be here. Them heaps.
I would imagine so. So, out of curiosity, what language are you teaching her? Is your wife teaching her Spanish? You're teaching her English?
Exactly. I speak in English to her, and my wife speaks in Spanish. So she, the ultimate goal is that she grows up being completely bilingual.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's hugely beneficial. So I really hope that she catches on pretty quickly.
All right. Meanwhile, back to the action out in the water. There you can see Braga making his way back out. A lot of foam in the water, a lot of turbulence. These guys, battling the conditions. The swell is filled in, but it's a little all over the place out there this morning.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I think as the tide drops and the swell starts to peter out a bit, I think tomorrow we're looking at a pretty all-time day at Itacoatiara. We're hoping for. So
yeah.
let's hold thumbs.
Looking at the swell forecast earlier this morning, it was calling for the swell to peak at just over 3 meters between 9 a.m. and 12 today, midday. So we're right in that time frame where we're going to see the peak of the swell, and with no wind and the changing of the tide, hopefully we'll see it clean up a little bit more. And the swell is supposed to stick around for the next couple of days. Monday and Tuesday, we're looking at waves in the 2 to 2.5 meter range. So we'll see what comes for the next couple of days. But right now, we've got some sizable surf, definitely some heavy conditions out in the water. And we've got men's round. Our riders doing the best to contend with the conditions as is.
Yeah, that's very true. The guys are doing a pretty good job so far. And we've got another local rider heading out for his heat. Surfed with those guys out the little reef shock yesterday. It's pretty fun, and I wish them the best of luck. But I think I'm gonna step out, Steve. Let current world champion Moz get in the booth with you, a fellow dad.
All right, sounds good. Before you duck out, any shout-outs or closing comments?
Yeah, no, just thanks everyone for watching. Really happy to be back here competing, and I hope you guys will enjoy the show. And definitely get involved in the next few days. I think tomorrow's going to be really good. So be here bright and early and watch the show.
All right. And real quick before you duck out, Tom Thomas from Reunion Island, currently living in Australia, is sending you a quick little shout out and a little throwback photo.
Yeah, Tom's a legend. Yeah, he looked after us real well in Reunion. So good to see you, Tom. And it's pretty funny, that photo, because now that I cut my hair, I pretty much look the same age as that. So
yeah, I think everybody was starting to get used to you with the long feral hair.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good to have a change. I'm pretty happy.
All right. Thanks again for joining us here in the booth, Jerry.
My
and
pleasure, Steve.
Good luck with the contest.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Thanks. All right, so that is defending Itacoatiara champion Jared Houston stepping out of the booth. Thanks to him for joining me here on the live broadcast. And in just a moment, we'll have the defending world champion, 2013 Itacoatiara champion, Amaury Laverne, joining us in the booth. So we'll get him set up and get him going.
Hi everyone.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous aujourd'hui?
Eh ben, je vais très très bien. Content d'être au Brésil. Happy to be here. Happy to see some waves. Happy to see some good bodyboarding, and happy to be a part of this first APB contest. And a long time I didn't compete, and I'm stoked and look at these big farms coming. We're gonna have some great action today.
Now, I was talking with Jared Houston in the booth previously. How happy are you to finally get the 2015 APB World Tour underway?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I used to compete heaps more back in the days, and it's true with all this transition between the and the APB getting stronger and stronger, and it's been a long break. I'm pretty sure I've been the world champ with the title for that long, because I've been world champ in pretty much October and until now. So it's a long time. Normally we have the first contest in February with Hawaii, and the last contest is normally in December. So yeah, it's been a long break, and yeah, I'm so stoked finally to be here, and really excited to compete again.
Now, how excited or anxious are you to defend your world title? You're now two-time world champion. You're also a champion here at this event. How important is it to you to get off to a strong start and try and back up your world title with a third title shot?
Yeah, I guess it's there is two sides of it. On one side, for sure, I get a bit of pressure. So I'm world champ. Many people are watching me at the moment and waiting some pretty big expectation from me. And on the other side, I'm already two-time world champ. So I arrive here a bit relaxed with my family, and I feel I achieved one of my main goals in my life already 2 times. And so yeah, I'm gonna try to be more on this side of the game, to serve more relaxed, and to think that I already have two world title, and if I get more result this year, it's gonna be like a bonus. And I'm gonna try to think like that and not to put too much pressure on my shoulder. But yeah, it's true. I'm really keen to make a good result, and I'm always keen to compete. But I never want to put too much goals on my contest. I really want to serve on every hit, and yeah, just to feel good after a hit, and to feel I get some expression. I think this is the most important for me this year.
Now, besides your competitive achievements, you're also a dad now.
Yeah.
What's that like being a family man, cruising around contests with the family?
Yeah, it's amazing actually. Yeah, I've been spending a good time with my family lately. So not about contests, but traveling a lot. We are on the road since April now. I was in the Caribbean, Australia, Indonesia, and I was in Portugal last week for Pierre Luis Cos' wedding, and just arrived here with my family. And yeah, it's a new life for me, and my kid, it's almost 2 years now, and we started to travel with him really early when he was 3 months old. We had his first travel in Reunion Island, and so now we are really organized about it, and I know how I have to set up my travel to have the best time with him, and to don't waste too much time. And yeah, I really like it, and my wife doing an amazing job to give me so much time to train and to focus on my contest. And yeah, that's a great experience. And the last time I was in a contest with them was in Sintra last year when I won my world title. So yeah, they can only bring me some good vibes.
So where are you living these days full time? You're originally from Reunion Island, but you've been living in Europe, correct?
Yeah, I'm living in the Canaries since 3 years now. That's going to be my 4th winters coming soon. And so we have a home. My wife, she's from the little town next to Frontown. And so I have a little home there, and this is where I spend like pretty much half of the year. So in September this year, I'm going to get back there because the season of Frontown and all this North Coast is going to start. And pretty much until March next year or something.
All right, and real quick before I get into the next question, just a quick situation update out in the water right now. Currently in the lead, Miguel Portugal. He is followed by Gabriel Braga, Gugu Barcelos third, Gaston Rodriguez in the 4th spot. And that's the heat currently out in the water. Meanwhile, on deck, we're going to see Israel Eduardo, Edinon Junior Souza, and Bruno Leitão, an all-Brazilian affair in the next heat. That's on deck. But again, right now, out in the water, in the lead, and Miguel down from Portugal. Miguel, one of the younger riders. This is actually his first year competing on the Men's Pro Tour. He's transitioning from being one of the guys that would have been in the Pro Junior. He actually competed in the Pro Junior event in Portugal last year, but now, 18 years old and competing on the World Tour in the men's division for the first time. And there you can see Gugu Barcelos kind of skipping across the face. A lot of texture out there. We've seen a lot of guys skipping and bouncing and having a hard time setting the rail and maintaining a line out there.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough out there. It's like, I checked the sea last night just before dark, and it was really windy and almost flat. Wake up this morning, got my board with no leash, and arrive on the beach and realized it was like 6 to 8 foot, really heavy and messy. And So I've been back home getting my leash on, and then I knew that it's going to be tough for the contest today, but this is what we are looking for. I mean, it was pretty small the last few days, and in this type of condition, it's hard to get the good ones, but it is where you can see all the people get prepare for this type of contest. I mean, you have to be really ready physically for this kind of comp, and it's not just about the techniques. It's about like how to read the sea, how physically you are prepared to get back to the lineup on the time, and so yeah, I imagine it's gonna be pretty hard for the guys there to find a good one, but yeah, the people is gonna find one or two good ones that just make the difference, and I think it's gonna get better and better with the tides getting lower now, and the swell maybe. So yeah, it should be good this afternoon.
All right, and right now checking in online, Tom Thomas, fellow Reunion Islander, giving a quick shout out to Yamaz.
Yeah, hi Tom, les là man, les là tranquille, la Réunion est bien là, en train d'apprécier, et voilà, ça fait bien péter cet après-midi. Allez, nous retrouve.
All right, and you lost me there. My amount of French is worse than my Spanish these days.
That was like a kind of Creole, because comment il est, that's mean how are you in Creole in Reunion Island?
Ah.
Because they speak like a language, a specific language there.
So it's a little different than what's spoken in France.
Yeah, it's different than French, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I had about a year and a half of French, and I remember how to say good morning, how are you today, and I ask what time it is.
Okay. Yeah, French is a tough language.
I need to brush up on my French, seriously. Meanwhile, trying to brush up on their scores out in the water. Again, current situation, Miguel down, getting bumped to second. Now Gaston Rodriguez, 6.0 on his last wave. That's enough to move him up into the top spot. That bumps Miguel to second, and now Gabriel Braga on in the third spot on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, Gugu Barcelos currently in the fourth spot, looking to climb back into the mix as we count down through the course of this heat as we work our way to the conclusion of this heat and get into the next one. So, again, on deck, we're going to see Israel Eduardo, Edenon Jr., Junior Souza, and Bruno Leitão in an all-Brazilian battle.
Yeah, that's going to be a great battle out there. And, yeah, people are going to paddle 10 minutes before the end of the other heat. The time you go out there, it's a World Beach Open today for the contest. This is for the first time I see the World Beach Open. So that means the guys can serve that wedge, that left wedge on the left side of the beach, or until like Pompo, which is the right wedge on the right side of the beach, and you also have in the middle of the beach some good ramps, and so it's hard for the riders to choose the best peak, because you see some riders on the other side, you really want to go there, but you see there's a good wave in the middle. Yeah, it's pretty tough today, and you don't see the other riders surfing. They're really far from you, and sometimes maybe you can't hear the score, so you're just hoping the wave coming to you, and then you wait to go out from the water to see the result.
Yeah, so far today we've seen a lot of minimal scores and minimal combined scores getting guys through, but there are those sections with potential if you're lucky to have one come your way. As we saw earlier, the Chilean Joshua nailed down a 7.50 in the first wave of his heat, nailed a big air roll off of a left, and just, the section lined up for him perfectly, and that's actually been one of the higher scores of the day so far. So there are the opportunities, but you have to capitalize on them. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Stuff for the guy out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do
All right, and we are back here in the booth. Steve Action Jackson, joined by two-time world champion and defending, well, not defending, but 2013 Itacoatiara Pro champion. Now, how stoked were you to win 2013, and how stoked would you be to win again this year?
Yeah, I would be stuck actually in 2013 because from where I come from and I grew up in Reunion Island and in Canaries today where I'm living, we don't have any beach breaks. We have a couple beach breaks working a few times a year, but most of the time the last few years when I was competing in the beach breaks, I knew it was not my strong side, and it's true when you see some other riders, they are surfing beach breaks all year. Or Pierre, for example, that growing up in Hossegor when it's mainly beach breaks, you can see that riders are really, really good on these types of condition. So that was a big goal that I achieved to win that contest in 2013 because I was not feeling like as a favorite for this contest. And this year is the same. I didn't surf beach breaks since a long time, and it's another way to surf, another way to read the ocean, and so it's a big mission for me to win this contest, and yeah, try to do my best.
All right, now we were talking previously about your world titles and defending the world title. As we see a set roll, just dump over on that one. We were talking about defending your world title. The other day, Riptide Magazine actually posted their odds of who could win the 2015 world title. And if I recall correctly, if I can pull it up online, the best odds were for a certain gentleman by the name of Amaury Laverne.
Really?
So
I didn't see that.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's a bit easy as I'm the world champ now, so it's easy to put me as a favorite. Yeah, there is a couple big names this year, even if we don't have all the big names. Jeff is not on the tour. Ben Player is not here. Tamega is stopping his career, but we still have some guys like Jared Houston, Pierre Ricoste, Alex Uranga, Yuri Valadao, Lewy Finnegan is coming here. We've got some pretty big names, and so yeah, it's pretty hard to predict. Bodyboard, it's easier to predict like when you have some jiu-jitsu sport or like some other sport. Bodyboarding is really subjective. Like it's impossible to say like I am the best in the world in bodyboarding. You can be 10-time world champ. You can't. People can still beat you.
Well, I tell you what, I'll try and pull up the odds, and meanwhile, we're going to throw things down to the beach for an interview. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the heat number 5 at the second round with the Luke Kitchen from South Africa that just finished to won this heat. What do you think about the waves and inside there? He said that's the first time in Brazil and the conditions is similar his place. What do you think about the waves today?
The waves were pretty hectic. Like, it's quite difficult to find a good one and get a roll off it or like a flip. Definitely no flips out there today. I got pretty punished on 1 or 2 of them, but it was cool.
Let's go. You say that's the first time that you're doing the tour, the world tour. Do you think this is make a difference, your psychology, or you just come with too much energy to try win all the hits?
No, it's definitely like I was very nervous coming into it. Obviously, because it's like got all my idols and all like my favorite riders riding in the world tour, and it's a lot different from local competitions in South Africa. But it's definitely going to give me a better mindset when I go ride a local competition again.
Okay, that's good. The next hit, you're going to take Dudu Pedra. That's it in the next round. So the local guy, you're going to say something about this or just say? Okay, for you.
Bit worried about Dudu, obviously, because this is local waves. So I'll try give him a run for his money, but see how it goes. Yeah.
That's it. Good luck. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Luke Kitchen, the young South African, winning his heat in some very challenging conditions. He will move on to round 3. We'll see him coming up later on, and as they were alluding to, definitely some work to do in that next heat as he will go up against the veteran Canary Islander, Erdem Cabrera, and the Itacoatiara local, Dudu Pedra. So things are only going to get more intense as we go along. We've got some heavy beach break conditions here at Itacoatiara as the swell is filled in. Good 2 meters right now with much bigger sets. Some really heavy closeouts coming through every once in a while. And we're getting deeper into the field of competition here in the men's division as we roll right along here on day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you can see panning across the beach. Despite the overcast weather, still lots of people cruising the event, people on the beach, everything from photographers and riders watching the heats to a slew of spectators. There you go. It's not very often you see this many people on the beach on a gray overcast day where, you know, there's rain in the forecast. It rained all night. People cruising out to check out the competition nonetheless. And definitely plenty to see with this new swell filling in. Some big, heavy beach break conditions out there. Again, 2 meters plus. Expected to peak in the next 3 hours at about 3 meters. Light to non-existent winds right now. And a dropping tide. So conditions will continue to improve. And you know what? We're going to throw back to the beach for another interview. Take it away.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 5 with Gaston Pilares from Uruguay. He just won the one before as well, I remember. And now he's won again with the different conditions. Gaston, o que acha das olas hoje?
Un swell muy pesado, donde son difíciles de encontrar las olas buenas, mas se puede pegar una buena.
Você pegou 2 ondas buenas ou somente uma? O que fez para ser diferente?
Pude pegar una buena, que había pegado antes, fue un rolo grande, pero no pude completarlo.
Pretende fazer alguma coisa diferente para a próxima bateria? Ou manter a mesma sequência de...
Voy a hacer lo que pueda, voy a hacer lo mejor que pueda.
Bom, parabéns. Congratulations. Back to Steve. He just say like take 2 waves, 1 big hole, but didn't complete, but he got a 1. And he said that to the next heat, he's gonna prepare himself. Good luck. See you soon.
All right, so there you have it. That was actually the winner of the last heat. Luke Kitchen, who was in the interview before, finished second and advanced out. So it was result for heat 6. Gaston Rodriguez first, Luke Kitchen second. They advance on. Unfortunately, Guilherme and Breno Cafaro unable to move on out of their heat. Or actually, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong heat draw. Oops. All right, here we go. Last heat, the previous heat, Luke Kitchen was the heat winner in heat 5. Finishing second, Sasha Demjanik. He also moves on to the next round. And then in heat 6, it was Gaston Rodriguez winning the heat. Miguel Adown holding on the second position to advance on as well. It was Gabriel Braga in third, and rounding out that heat, Gugu Barcelos in the 4th position. So right now underway out in the water, Israel Eduardo in red, Edinon Jr. in white, and Junior Souza in yellow. Bruno Leitown rounding out the blue Lycra assignment. So those are the competitors out in the water right now here in Heat 7, Round 2. Day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And here we have up and riding. Bruno Leitown taking a look, decides to kick out. There you can see a couple of our competitors cruising the lineup, waiting for waves to roll their way. Leitown in blue paddling back out. Again, quick rundown out in the water. Israel Eduardo red, Edinal Jr. in white, Junior Souza in yellow, and Bruno Letown in blue. There you can see Israel Eduardo in the red jersey, taking a look, paddling over. I don't know if this one's going to stand up for him, but meanwhile, a little further down, there you can see Letown over the back of that wave as it rolls through. And rejoining me here in the booth after ducking out for a quick interview.
Hi again, everyone.
Marie Laverne, you're a popular guy around here.
yeah. It's good to have some interview of national TV and to see that the media are getting a lot of attention about this contest. Bodyboarding, Brazil get the biggest bodyboarding community in the world, with so many guys bodyboarding from north to south. And here the bodyboarding I really consider like a real sport, with athletes and people training hard, and this is great for us. Like in Europe, we miss that. In France, for example, even if we have two guys world champ, people don't realize like what is bodyboarding still, and because people used to bodyboard just during summer, and they don't have this image of the sport that they have here in Brazil, and I really like that.
Something that I've found really impressive during my time living here is there's multiple TV stations that run bodyboarding programs, including Canal Off, one of the supporters of this event. They have a program called Prancha e Peito Pato, which is hosted by 2000 world champion Paulo Barcelos, as well as Brazilian bodyboard legend Fabio Aquino. You had actually been pumping their show up a little bit on your Facebook page. They visited the Canary Islands, which has actually been featured in the last couple of episodes so far for season number 2.
Yeah. So I wonder Jeff Hubbard was there too, and we had such a good time with these guys. They're so passionate about bodyboarding, and for sure to have like a TV show and interesting and throwing money and really build something about bodyboarding and actually that these shows get really popular in Brazil. And this is so good, and like for example, even if it's today in Australia is the bodyboarding nation with the biggest contracts and the biggest guys, the biggest name, but actually the most pure bodyboarding nation is in Brazil. Just about the fact that so many guys are riding here and so many guys are really passionate about bodyboarding, and yeah, this is amazing, and this is Canal Off. Just throwing bodyboarding, and here in Brazil you can find some bodyboarding school. How many places in the world you can find bodyboarding school? A couple in Portugal and Brazil, that's it. In the world. In France, a bodyboarding school don't exist. And in US don't exist, and there is not too many places with bodyboarding school. So yesterday I was seeing Dudu Pedra on the beach screaming to some guys on the lineup, left, doing that, doing this, and this is so cool. And to see like guys bodyboarding and this guy making a bit of money from bodyboarding, this is awesome.
Yes, you mentioned Dudu Pedra. He has a bodyboarding school here in Itacoatiara. There's also the bodyboarding school in Espírito Santo with the legendary Gorginho and Neymar Carvalho coming from Espírito Santo, cultivating the sport there as well. Then you have schools in Copacabana, São Conrado. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, that is Bruno Letown. He's one of the guys who comes from this area where bodyboarding is cultivated through schools, and having a program, having multiple programs on television, especially programs like Prancha e Peito Pato, where you're talking about, full seasons of programming, 22 episodes a year. So you can watch every week at a specific time this program that's devoted specifically to bodyboarding. It helps cultivate a better understanding, a better knowledge of the sport, and it also helps with building interest and, getting people out in the water.
Yeah, it's true. It's a world thing, like bodyboarding as a sport need everything. Need some athletes, but it need also some media to coverage and to get some exposure to the athlete, and yeah, people following this show, people don't even bodyboarding, but they would like to watch this online because they got respect, and they're like, wow, this guy is riding waves, wow, this guy is fit, oh, this guy is doing amazing thing with his board, and stuff like that, and this is what the sport need. Just don't need, like, it's good to have some guys charging big waves and doing amazing things on the bodyboard, but the sport just needs something bigger than this, needs something deeper than this, and I'm really stoked for what they are doing in Brazil today, and this is where you can see the unbalance of the sport today. Like, I mean, the biggest contracts are in Australia, but we don't have any contests in Australia. In Brazil, there is just a few international riders and professional riders, but we've got one of the best contests of the year. In Chile, for example, we've got one of the best contests in the year since 10 years, but there is no Chilean bodyboarder. You know, this is and I hope that in the next few years, the sport is going to find this balance, and we're going to have professionals from every country and contests in every bodyboarding country.
All right, and speaking of media exposure, while you were out, I pulled up the odds for 2015 APB World Tour Champion, a list compiled by Riptide Bodyboard Magazine, and there it is. Amaury Laverne, top odds, 2-to-1 odds that you repeat as world champion. And then the second man in line, your good friend Pierre-Louis Costas, fellow Frenchman, 3-to-1 odds. So you guys are the front runners, followed by Jared Houston, Ori Valadown, Jacob Romero. And Ben Player, unfortunately, not here, still recovering from an injury he suffered in Ireland. He suffered a ruptured spleen in a bodyboarding accident. He actually, from what I understand, hit a really big air forward and landed awkwardly and ruptured his spleen and ended up in the hospital. He had to be airlifted out by the Irish National Coast Guard and airlifted to a hospital. So he's that injury. And you also mentioned Jeff Hubbard. Jeff just recently got a boot off of his leg. He had broke his foot during a bodyboarding session. He's been out of the water for the last 6 weeks. He just finally got back in the water for the first time the other day.
Yeah, that was in Australia, I think, in Black Rock or something. He did like a air reverse or something and land feet first, and he was really shallow and just throw his feet on the rocks, and that's almost. Did he broke like literally his ankle?
Broke one of the bones in his foot.
Okay, broke one of the bone in the foot. That's right. And so I was talking with him the other day, and he told me by the time Itacoatiara is going on, that's gonna be the beginning of him getting back on the board. And same for Ben. I heard Ben Player was in Indonesia this week to try to surf again and get back on the bodyboard fully. But it's true, to come to a contest, you really want to feel ready and to feel fit, and you can't really get back on the contest right after an injury. You need a bit of time, I guess, to get back on shape.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning yesterday, best wishes to Ben and Jeff. Looking forward to seeing you guys back in international competition soon. Meanwhile, plenty of talent here to contend with. Amaury Laverne, the 2013 Itacoatiara champion, two-time world champion, defending world champion. And then you've got guys like Jared Houston, who won here last year, PLC, who was in the final last year. A lot of guys, some serious heavyweights. And talking about heavy, that last wave,
that was massive. He just so hard to get a good line. I mean, he went down. And he lost his speed, going too much down on his bottom turn, and the time he getting up to the lip, he just had no speed and just get stuck on this massive section and get hurt. That wave was big. It's really hard to get the good lines today, and you really want to get some score quickly, and you can't really wait for the bombs, because you never know if it's come to you or not, and you never know if you're gonna be at the good spot. And but yeah, that was a great effort, and this is what we want to see, some big moves. But yeah, you have to get the good lines, the good timing with the leap, and at this stage of the contest, you don't need to do much, you just need to get a clean wave, make one clean move, and another one right after, and you're pretty sure to make your hits, as it's really hard for everyone to catch waves. So yeah, don't need to go too big, guys. Just clean surf, catch the good waves, and it should be good for until that next round.
So situation update out in the water right now. It is Edinon Jr. in the lead, followed by Bruno Leitown, and then currently in the third spot, Israel Eduardo, fourth, Junior Souza. So we'll see how everything shakes out. That's the current situation out in the water. Meanwhile, on deck, getting ready to hit the water. This should be an interesting heat. We have Brazilian Super Grom Socrates Santana, who was eliminated in the semifinals in the Pro Junior, had a solid run until he ran into a completely dominant Tanner McDaniel, now hitting the water for the first time in the men's pro division. Last year, this kid actually made it through to round 5 before being eliminated. Actually turned a few heads last year. He is joined out in the water by the Uruguayan Diego Furiati, and also out in the water with them will be Lucio Santana. Lucio, part of the 2014 Brazilian national team at the World Bodyboard Championship, helped win the bronze medal for Brazil back in December in Iquique, Chile. And rounding out the heat, Chilean Joaquim Zapatel. So there you have a look ahead at what's going to be. And speaking of Iquique, you had a pretty good run in Iquique back in December.
Yeah, it was such a good experience to have back the ISA game for bodyboarding. Yeah, this is such a great contest, and to have it in Iquique, this city is just amazing for bodyboarding. I mean, Chile is amazing for bodyboarding, as this is really a bodyboarding nation, and you can really feel that bodyboarding is really strong and even stronger than surfing. And especially in Iquique, when you get so many good waves for bodyboarding, so many good riders, so many talents, like guys like Matias Diaz, like just reaping all these waves in the town. And so yeah, to get back there in December with the French team was such a good experience, and finished second on the open division. Yeah, some good waves there. It's been like this is full summer. That was the first time I was going in Chile this time of year, because we used to have the contest in May or August, and December was the full summer. But we still have so much wave. This part of the world, it's one of the most active place of the world. So these guys have swell all year, and I'm pretty sure the ISA game is going to be again in December.
All right, meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area, guys getting loosened up, getting ready to hit the water, stretching out. How important, let me question again, how important is it to stretch out and loosen up, warm up before these heats? You're one of the most fit guys on tour. You're probably the best guy to ask about this.
Yeah, so yeah, first to answer to this question, many people just are a bit mixed up and don't make enough difference between warm up and stretch. Stretch, it's really for recovery and to calm down your body, calm down your muscular tonus. So that will be like after the heat or before sleeping, or to recovery, to get out the lactic acid in your muscle. But then before surfing and have a heat in this type of condition, you really have to warm up. So that means you have to get your heart beating a bit faster, get your blood going in your muscle, warm up your body temperature, and so this is big part of it. So it's not really good to stretch too much before a heat, as you lose your tonus, but it's good to warm up and to arrive on the lineup warm. So that's mean with your heart already beat up and your body and your warm body, and can be ready to surf. That's the first wave. So yeah, not too many people warm up before surfing. But here in Brazil, for example, they love to do it. Many guys are warm up before the heat, and I really like to see it. There is other country where people don't warm up at all.
I've always been told that if you don't warm up before your heat, you're not riding your best.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really need to warm up, and I feel it's better when I arrive in the lineup warm, and if I had a little run on the beach before that, or yes, a movement with my shoulders, because the part of your body that you really want to warm up before bodyboarding, this will be your neck, your shoulders, your lower back. This is the place you don't want to get injured, because warming up is not just about your performance in the water. It's about don't get injured and keep going the next heat, and keep going tomorrow, and keep going the next month and the next year. And when you see guys like Tamega, Jeff Hubbard, Mike Stewart is another level, but these guys are really healthy and have a really good routines, and that's make that today at 40 years old, more or less, they keep bodyboarding and they keep fit. This is my goal, more than to be good today in the water. I'm looking further, and I just want to be fit as long as I can.
All right, and with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll get into the last heat of round 2. We'll be back right after this.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Here we are, back in the booth.
All right, yes, Steve Action Jackson in the booth with two-time defending world champion Amaury Laverne, also the 2013 Itacoatiara Pro winner. He's been holding it down in here with me on the commentary. And in that last heat, just looking to confirm the winners, it looked like Edenon Jr. came out on top on that one as we heard the horn sound. But again, I will get confirmation on the final scores and the results from that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have Socrates Santana in red representing Brazil. He is joined by Diego Fioriotti from Uruguay, Lucio Santana also from Brazil, and Joaquim Zapatel from Chile.
So yeah, that's going to be a good heat. A nice international heat, and we saw a lot of new guys coming from Chile, and it's great to see some new face on the tour, and to see these guys keen to compete, and actually it's pretty close for them to come here, and since the ISA in Chile and stuff like that, I don't know, I feel there is so much motivation, and coming from these countries, and some really good talents, and it's good to see them here.
And that was Diego Fioriotti on that wave, hitting the invert, but he landed out in front and just got blasted on the landing. It just ate him up. So an incomplete maneuver for Diego on his first wave. Meanwhile, you could see paddling out the back the young Brazilian Socrates Santana. This kid's only 16 years old.
Yeah, he's surfing. I really thought he will be in the final in juniors. He meet him in the semis, but he's from Posto Cinco, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I was seeing GT talking with him on the beach the other day, and that was pretty cool. He's a really cool guy too, really calm, and you can feel his passion about bodyboarding. Is just so awesome, man.
I try and do my best not to sound biased when Dr. Zinho, as we call him, is a little doctor, but he's actually my English student. I have that kid as an English student 3 times a week back in Copacabana. So I try and keep it even keel with other competitors, but sometimes it's a little difficult to keep it in check. So I apologize if I sound a little overly excited when he gets a good score or whatnot, because the kid's like my little brother practically these days. So I try and keep it non-biased, but sometimes a little difficult.
Yeah, no worries, man. We are all humans, eh? We are all humans, and we see the guys from Uruguay just coming from his heat. This guy been competing since a long time and always telling me about Uruguay and to come there, and they told me they have some sick point breaks, and water gets really cold at the moment. It's like almost hook and like 12 degrees water, but they get some good wave, and they got a nice coastline and amazing food, and it seems like a really nice country to check it out.
Now, we've seen a lot of people doing what Diego is doing right now. They'll catch a wave, and instead of trying to just paddle right back out and fighting the conditions, actually getting out, running back up the beach, and then jumping in the water.
Yeah, there is a lot of rip there, and you really want to find the best place to paddle out and then sometimes you finish a wave, you're just so far out from the lineup, and you just run on the beach, and that's make the heat even more physical, and this is why we have 25 minutes heat today, and it's just enough to catch 2 waves sometimes.
Now, just to correct myself from that previous heat, I had said that it looked like Edenon Jr. had won the heat. We actually had a change of situation towards the end there, and it was Bruno Leitown able to put together the combined heat score that he needed to win that heat that bumped Edenon to second. Unfortunately, finishing third was Israel Eduardo, and fourth, Junior Souza. Their day is done. So Bruno Leitown, Edenon Jr., they will move on to round 3. We will see them again later today. Meanwhile, you can see on your screen in red, Socrates Santana scanning the horizon, waiting for something to come his way. Wave selection, as we've seen so far today, is very important. There are some sections to work with there, but you need to be in the right spot at the right time.
Oh yeah, it's so hard on these kind of conditions, and when it's big like that with some rip. You just, it's really important to watch the ocean before you hit, as it's changing pretty fast with the tide. And then, just find a good spot, finding the spot that you want it to be, and then hopefully the waves come through. You can see Socrates there just paddling in the nowhere, just hoping that the wave came into him, and you have to be ready for anything. I mean, right, left, if there is an inside one, if the big side is coming after, and it's a tough conditions for contest, but step by step the level is going to increase, and the run through is going to start soon, and we're going to have some good action.
All right, so just taking a quick look at the APB Tour website for all of you at home. Be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all of the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, tour schedule. Everything you need is on the official tour website. Just taking a look ahead at the events coming up. Coming up next, the remaining American leg for 2015. We'll be heading to Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge, July 17th through July 26th. That will be followed immediately by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, July 28th through August 2nd. From what I understand, we will be competing this year at Nilda Point for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. I understand Nilda, I actually heard Alan Munoz refer to Nilda Point as a smaller version of Fronton.
Yeah, I surf it. It's a bit too much, but I surfed Nilda a few times because the last few years in Antofagasta I was staying at the home of a local of Nilda. So I've been surfing there every morning, and the wave have a great potential, just change really fast with the tide, and the left get a better potential, but with the first good section, but then sometimes the heat sand get a good section, but there is a lot of rocks. So it's going to be pretty interesting that they have to this contest there. It's good to have new waves. So we've been surfing Copula for the last few years. It's good to have a new point. And I'm sure we're gonna have fun, and we're gonna have a good show. But that wave looks a bit tricky, and especially with the tide. So it depends on the time in the day you're gonna have your heat. But hopefully as the time I'm in the water, the tide will be good.
All right, and keep in mind with these events, the Arica Chilean Challenge this year will actually feature both men's and women's. So the first time as an official IBA World Tour event, there will be a women's division at Arica. There have been IBA Latin American events there in the past. Now an APB World Tour women's event at Arica. And then with the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, it will feature men's and women's as it has in years past, but it will also feature the Pro Junior division for the first time. So event number 2 for the Pro Junior will be in Antofagasta. And then looking ahead, the Shark Island Invitational has been confirmed for August 10th through September 18th, the waiting period for that event. Also have some other events in the process of being confirmed. We'll give you an update on that. But also later this year, we head to Europe for 2 events in Portugal. The 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Portugal Pro and the first annual Nazaré Pro in Praia do Norte.
That's going to be insane.
If Nazaré is breaking true to form during that event, that could be one of the heaviest events of the year.
Yeah, that could be really heavy, but It's pretty crazy. I had a contest last year over there, and it was like 8 to 10 foot wedging, and we had like a ski to get back on the lineup. We had like a quad to pick you up on the beach to drive you back in front of the wave, as the current was so strong. So we had just duck dive 3 times, and you were like 500 meters on the beach. So yeah, that's going to be another version of Itacoatiara, like on steroid.
Yep, and then to wind out the season, where we'll be able to crown our champions in men's, women's, drop knee, and pro junior, we'll be heading to Puerto Rico, returning for the Encanto Pro at middles. So that on the website right now says tentative, but from what I've been told, we're actually just a couple weeks away from 100% confirmation on that event. So the World Tour will make its return to Puerto Rico. I mentioned it earlier this morning. I also mentioned it yesterday. I'll mention it again for good measure. Love Puerto Rico. The first surf trip I ever took was to Puerto Rico, cruised the west side in Rincon, and still plenty of exploring to do on that island. That is a true Caribbean gem. No shortage of waves on the Enchanted Island.
Oh yeah, Puerto Rico is such an amazing island. And I remember the first time I went there, I was blowing away like how many setup there is on this island. You just, when the sweat is good, you just drive and you don't know where to surf pretty much. It's just every 100 meters there is a setup, a wedge, a reef, a beach break, a point break, a river mouth. It's just non-stop, and yeah, it's such a cool island, and a lot of bodyboarders over there. It's really warm, and yeah, I'm gonna love to get back here this year and hopefully bring my family with me.
So all of us kind of looking forward to get back to Puerto Rico this year. Again, that'll be the season finale later this year in November. So some really solid events on year 2 of the APB World Tour. Really stoked to see the way things are going. I'd love to get your opinion on what you've been seeing with the progress the tour has been making, considering at one point last year it looked like we might not have a World Tour at all.
Yeah, I mean, we are really lucky of what we have today. Like, I mean, a few years back, 2013, we had just 4 events. The World Tour finished in July or August, and we didn't have any contest in front town, and it was pretty much the worst year for the bodyboarding tour since the beginning, or since many years. And APB now coming stronger with really passionate people behind that, and yeah, I think step by step we are building our own industry and our own tour, and yeah, I'm really stoked to be a part of it. And even if people are saying, oh, there is not enough contest this year, oh, pipe was not there, oh, blah blah, whatever, I think we are really lucky, and people are working really hard behind the scene to make all these things happening. And yeah, I think we are really lucky, and the tour is gonna be even more amazing next year. So you guys should stay tuned and support us.
And to add to that, just think, this is event number 1. Oh, look what we have. We have some pumping beach break waves, some solid surf. This is what we want on the World Tour, venues that provide, some heavy waves, critical sections, and obviously the potential for big maneuvers from the top athletes from around the world.
Yeah, it's good to have, it's good to have all types of wave on the tour. I mean, for me, a real world champ should be able to surf and to score in every types of condition. So from gnarly beach break that is Itacoatiara to a big how you will call Arica. It's hard. What types of waves is Arica? It's like the long pits and massive ramps. Coming back to Antofagasta and then Sintra, like it's the softer beach break, to Nazare, one of the most heavy beach break in the world, Fronton, it's good to have a tour like that with so many different types of wave, and the guy that's going to win this world tour this year and the next few years going to be a real world champ that will be able to score in every type of conditions.
Yes, this is definitely what you would expect from a world champion when all is said and done at the end of the year. Someone who can compete in big, heavy surf, whether it's beach breaks or reef breaks, and then also be able to mix it up in the mid-range stuff that is on offer at spots like Sintra. Yeah. So, a well-rounded world champion. Beach breaks, reef breaks, big waves, small waves. You know, you need it all. You know, you can't have every event just be some big, massive, pumping monster. You know, it's not realistic. That's not going to happen. That's, you know, that's like video game stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, the way the World Tour is coming together, you know, it's you guys really guiding where the future of this tour goes, and so far it looks like you guys are pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, it's good. We are trying to doing our best. It's I mean, back in the days, back in the 90s, where bodyboarding was really popular, we didn't have all these big waves stuff, and it was just fun. Bodyboarding was a fun sport, and I mean, today we have to remember this fun part of the sport. I mean, it's good to see some heavy beachy, some amazing slab, people towing in like 20-foot slab. This is bodyboarding today, and I'm stoked to be a part of it. But it's good to see some fun ways with guys having fun on a bodyboard, and people can stick into it a bit easier, you know, because when you see a guy towing on 20 foot, you're like, okay, this is not for me. This is not the sport I want to do. But when you're doing some nice hair in like a 3-foot beachy, you're like, okay, this is what I want to do, and this is important for the sport.
In the United States, we have a saying that variety is the spice of life. And you know what? We seem to be getting that not only with the venues on the World Tour that are being scheduled, but from the riders as well. I mean, there are, you know, it's guys that are synonymous with certain moves or certain types of style. And, I mean, you're one of those guys. You are consistent, solid, extremely talented, and it's great to see guys like you mixing it up and progressing the sport of bodyboarding.
Yeah, today bodyboarding it's having a big push with the new blood coming, and the guy is getting better and better, even younger. For my part, I had a progression a bit late. I mean, when I was young, when I was 15, I was good in bodyboarding, but I was not amazing. I was just loving bodyboarding and having fun with my friend. But when you see guys like Socrates, when like Tanner, even guys like Pierre or Jake Stone, when they were like 17, 18, they were almost at their best, you know. And when you see Socrates today, he's 16, he's surfing amazingly, and that's the future of bodyboarding, you know. And that don't give me fear, just give me like motivation and proud, you know, of what we are creating and how we are inspiring the new generations coming. This is amazing.
You know, you mentioned Jake Stone. He just recently won his second consecutive ABA Australian national title. And we've all seen what he can do in some of his video segments. And for those of you at home who don't know, he'd actually been training with former 1993 world champion Eppo Eppelston, you know, creating new maneuvers for the sport and whatnot. Stoney, if you're watching at home, I want to see you on the world tour, man. You know, I want to see you applying this stuff on the international level, because the skill set on this kid is just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, he's got so much talent and so many things he's touching. He's just got so much talent, and his surfing he's more mature the last few years and months, and because he's got so much energy, and since few months now he's really canalizing his energy, and you can see the result in his on the contest. You know, he's just winning every contest he's doing on the Australian tour, and ripping on the free surf, and yes, this is a really complete rider. And me too, Jake. I would love to see you back on the world tour, mate.
All right, so calling out Jake Stone a little bit, I guess we are. It's all good.
There is many guys I would love to see back on the world tour. Winchester, come on, we're waiting for you. Ben Player and Jeff Hubbard and Dave Hubbard, and oh yeah, to see here.
Yeah, Dave Winchester, the 2012 champion here at Itacoatiara, the inaugural year of this event. It'd be nice to see him back on tour as a double threat, as well as Dave Hubbard. I mean, these are guys who are capable of winning men's world titles, drop knee world titles. I mean, we saw Winchester pull that off in Australia on the national tour. He won the men's division and the drop knee division in an event. And just recently at the Ala Moana Bowls Challenge in Hawaii on the Hawaiian tour, Dave Hubbard won the men's, the drop knee, and the stand-up division. It just trifecta victory in one event.
My God, yeah, Dave Hubbard is definitely the most versatile rider in the world today. and yeah, that this is so impressive.
Yeah, I know right now Dave Hubbard is actually cruising northern Baja for the weekend with our good friend Manny Vargas. So hopefully those guys are having some fun, scoring some good waves, and diving into some lobster tails there in northern Baja.
Nice. Yeah, have fun, boys.
All right. Meanwhile, back to the action out in the water. Rider in white. That is Diego Furiati. And it looked like he lost a fin. His fin popped up. It looked like he was trying to pop it back on his heel and get back out there.
Oh yeah, it's important to be sure on your gears today and have a good leash and wax your board and wear some fin savers. And yeah, because I don't know in the TV, but trust me, this is powerful out there and really close to the shore, and it's just yeah, that it's actually the sea is just so deep behind that beach, so the swell come from like deep water, so strong and powerful, and hit that sandbar. Look at that. It's just massive out there, and the tide is getting low now. It's pretty much rippy, and you see a guy there. That was Pierre Ricoste on the free surfing.
Yeah, look at that free surf. These waves just rolling through. Some really nice right-handers just a little ways down the beach, right outside where our competitors are right now. But again, you can see the waves kind of cleaning up a little, and then you see one of these cleanup sets come through, and it's just kind of like, ooh.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the forecast are, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna still pretty big during the Arvo, and then drop off a bit for tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow we get some better waves, and maybe the bank is gonna move too, because there was so many sand out of the bank, and hopefully that big swell is gonna bring back some sand on the bank, and it's gonna be better tomorrow.
All right, so just waiting for an update on scores. I'll give you that in just a second. Right now it looks like Diego Furiati holding the lead. The rest of the field having a little difficulty lining up the waves they're looking for. It's one thing to cruise the lineup and pick and choose when waves are coming through, but usually a good idea to get a couple of waves under your belt if you can, just so that you don't have a goose egg on your scorecard.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be too patient. If you're waiting too much for a good wave, you can be waiting forever actually. So yeah, it's better to try to catch some waves pretty quickly. You can see the guys from the contest are really close from the free surfers, and hopefully there was no mistake or something from the judges. It's really close to each other, but yeah, as I said before, we got all the beach today for the contest, so that's great. You know, you really can find the best option, and yeah, just sit wherever you want.
All right, and real quick, just to take a look ahead at what's coming up in round 3. Heat 1, we're going to see in red from Chile, Matias Diaz. He is joined by fellow Chilean Kevin Torres. He will be in white. And then a pair of Brazilians to round out the heat, Leandro Chagas in yellow and Sarah in blue. And we'll get into that a little bit more right after this. We're going to throw down to the beach. Paola has our interview. Take it away, Paola.
Back to the beach. Hi, Steve. We are here with the winner for the heat number 7 for the round 2. Bruno Leitão, he's from Itacoatiara. That's really good. He won this heat and going to the next round. Bruno, tell me, vou falar em português, não precisa. Você acha que por ser local e conhecer o pico fez a diferença de ganhar a bateria? Ou isso para você continuou nervoso ou teve alguma diferença?
Não, eu tava bem, tava meio ansioso, meio nervoso, mas as condições não estão muito favoráveis assim. Tipo, eu dropei uma onda ali e não vi que ela não tá tão na manha de mandar a manobra, entendeu? Tipo, tem que ver o momento certo e, sei lá, tá bem difícil, não tá fácil. E é isso, acho que, sei lá, esperar a boa mesmo e aproveitar a oportunidade e atacar o limpo mesmo. Que acho que essa é a diferença mesmo.
Eu vi que também você tem treinado direto, todos esses meses tenho visto o Bruno cair direto. Você acha que isso também, você se preparou para essa etapa ou continuou treinando como você treina o ano inteiro?
Eu não, venho praticando normal, surfando normalmente. Nem esperava competir o Mundial. Um patrocinador veio me tava lá fora, mandou o dinheiro pra mim, eu vim e falei, ah, beleza, nem ia, mas falei com meus amigos, ele falou, ah, meu irmão, vai, você tá em casa, é local, tá no quintal, bota a cara, você pode ter chance, e não deu outra. Cheguei, passei pro terceiro round agora e seja o que Deus quiser agora.
Se você ganhar a bateria ou se ganhar o campeonato, você pretende correr o resto do tour?
Olha, eu não sei, aí eu já, com certeza, vou precisar de mais uma ajuda de alguns patrocinadores, aí eu vou ter que correr meio aqui atrás e, não sei, eu acho que provavelmente não. Posso escolher algumas etapas melhores assim possíveis e devo ir.
É isso aí, a gente com mais um local que venceu a bateria e vai tentar defender o título pra gente. He just say like the conditions not so you're gonna try to do the same in the next hit, like you're going straight more a little bit to the pampo to take the best waves and take the channel to go in. And he doesn't know if he won this contest, he's gonna win this contest. He doesn't know if he's gonna do the rest of the tour. But that's it. Congratulations, Bruno. Parabéns. See you in the next hit. Back to you, Steve.
Okay, we're back out there. We can see that big mountain there in shape of an elephant head with the two big ears.
The rock elephant, the iconic image, synonymous here with Praia de Itacoatiara. Also the inspiration for the logo used in coordination with the event year in and year out here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And the horn is sounded finishing the end of that heat. It looks like Diego Furiati was able to hold on to the lead with Socrates Santana finishing second to advance out. I will confirm that score as we get ready to go into round three. But real quick, we're going to let Maz jump out of the booth. Any last words or shout-outs?
Yeah, thanks everyone for the support. I'm going to check if the round 4 is going to be on today or not. Because if it's not on, I might go free surfing a bit more. And if it's on, I might just rest and watch the ocean to find the best setup. And yeah, thanks for the good vibes. And I wish the best luck to all the competitors. And dédicace à tout mon bon camarade de La Réunion et un petit bisou à toute la famille en métropole. Allez, ciao, ciao.
All right, and with that said, we will be back with round 3 right after this.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We have just started Heat 1, 3 of the men's as we roll through competition here today. As you can see on your screen, swell has filled in. We've got a solid 2-meter swell, bigger sets coming through. Some heavy conditions out there. Some thumping beach break for our competitors to throw it down with. And so far we've seen some minimal scores getting guys through, but still, you know, the riders getting out in the water and doing some work here in these heavy and challenging conditions so far on day 3. Right now, out in the water in round 3 again, Matias Diaz in red from Chile, also from Chile, joining him out in the water, Kevin Torres in white. Leandro Chagas from Brazil in the yellow jersey, and fellow Brazilian Daniel Silveira in blue. So a Chile versus Brazil heat to start off round 3. We'll see how this pans out. We'll see if it was anything like Chile versus Argentina last night in the final of Copa de America. The Chileans coming out victorious in that one. We'll see if they have a shot against the Brazilians here in Heat 1, Round 3 at the Itacoatiara Pro. Also, just a quick look ahead on deck. We're going to see Nicolas Chiara from Argentina go up against a 6-time world champion and a wild card for this event. It's still bizarre for me to refer to Guilherme Tamega as a wild card, but Guilherme Tamega scaling back his competition schedule on the World Tour, announcing his retirement. He enters this event as a wild card. He will come up in heat number 2 with Nicolas Chiara and Antonio Cardoso coming to us from Portugal, and then Rafael Painch from Brazil, who advanced on from round 2, will round out that heat. But again, that is on deck, currently out in the water. Matias Diaz, Kevin Torres, Leandro Chagas, and Daniel Silveira. And just taking a quick look back at that previous heat to confirm, we had a situation change in the end. The winner of the heat, the 16-year-old Brazilian Super Grom, Socrates Santana, making his debut here at Itacoatiara in the men's pro division. We saw him go down in the semifinals of the Pro Junior. He wins his first men's pro heat of the day. Also advancing out, Diego Furiati from Uruguay. So the young Brazilian and the Uruguayan advancing on to the next round, wrapping up round number 2 of men's competition. You can see one of the competitors waxing up. It's Guilherme Tamega himself, waxing up one of his boards from his new company he was talking about earlier this morning. So again, Tamega on deck. We'll see him shortly. But right now, the task at hand out in the water. Matias Diaz in the red jersey on that wave. So Matias Diaz getting on the board. He will paddle back out. And meanwhile, there in blue, Daniel Silveira taking a peek. Didn't quite like what he saw. He'll wait for the next one to roll through. Matias Diaz with an 8.0 on his first wave. So the Chilean finding something to work with and taking advantage of it. So Torres, Chagas, and Diaz on the board. Diaz getting the best of it. So again, we are just getting into round 3 of the men's. We've completed round 2 so far this morning. And moving forward, taking advantage of the swell that filled in overnight. Solid 2 meters, bigger sets, cleaning up the lineup on occasion. Not the cleanest of conditions, but definitely some size and power out there, giving our men something to work with out there. And there you can see on screen our main entrance for here at the event, the VIP area. A lot of riders hanging out. Definitely plenty of spectators cruising around the contest area today. Meanwhile, out in the water there you can see Leandro Chagas paddling back out. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz and Daniel Silveira out in the lineup. Diaz taking a look at this one. Able to scratch into it. He'll wait for the next wave to come his way. Meanwhile, turning around, taking this wave, Leandro Chagas. But that one's going to get a little wobbly on him, get a little wonky in section off. He will kick out and paddle back to the lineup. So thank you once again to everybody tuning in and watching live webcast coverage of the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the commentary booth, flying solo for a little bit. We've had a nice steady stream of guest commentators in here so far today. Again, I'd like to thank all of them. Event organizer Juliano Lara, Guilherme Tamega, Tanner McDaniel, Jared Houston, Amory Laverne, and we'll see if we can keep the guest commentary cruising in here as we work our way through day 3 of competition here at Praia de Itacoatiara. And there you can see, ducking out on that wave, Leandro Chagas raising his hand in the air to signal to the judges. He rode out, completed, maintained control. So Chagas with a couple of waves on the board. I'll give you score updates in just a moment. Meanwhile, up and riding again, Matias Diaz on this left-hander, drops down, and it looks like mid-face before that wave shut down. And here we have a look at Silveira on that left-hander. That one shut down on him as well. Before, some conditions out there, riders making the best of it. Really, so far today, we've seen minimal scores being what pushes guys through to the next round, advancing on. So if you can catch the waves and get even a minimal score, it may be enough to combine and move you forward through these early rounds. But I have a feeling as we get deeper into round 3 and into round 4 with the higher seeded riders here at this event, minimal scores probably are not going to cut it later on. So again, we'll see how things progress with the conditions as we move forward. But it seems like the swell is going to clean up and continue to get better as we get through the course of the day. Tomorrow and Tuesday also looking rather promising. We'll see how far we get into competition today to determine whether we will run the remainder of the event tomorrow or finish up on Tuesday. But again, right now, still in the early going here at Itacoatiara. We started running shortly after 7 a.m. this morning. Here we are. We've already run through all of round 2 into round 3. 11:20 local time here at Itacoatiara in Niterói in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And you know what? Right now, we're going to throw things down to Palace Amounches with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the guy that just won the last heat for the round number 2. Socrates Santana, that young guy that from Copacabana. He just make a really good surfing inside the water. And he's staying in the 3rd place in Pro Junior as well. Socrates Santana é de Copacabana, gente. Ele está correndo o circuito do Pro Júnior, ficou em 3º lugar e acabou de vencer a bateria. Sócrates, como é que tá o mar ali dentro? Eu sei que você é o local de Copacabana, mas Itacoatiara não tá fácil hoje, né?
É claro, claro. Itacoatiara sempre surpreende. Ontem mesmo estava bem pequeno, aí falaram que ia reagir e hoje Itacoatiara surpreendeu. As condições estão difíceis, mas a batalha não acabou. Consegui passar essa bateria agora e vou para a próxima dando o melhor como sempre.
Fez alguma coisa de diferente ali? O que você fez para poder arrancar essa nota do juiz? E qual foi a manobra ali que você, de impacto, que fez a diferença?
Na verdade, nada tipo que ninguém imagine. É um rolo mesmo, normal, manobra de segurança. Porque as condições estão difíceis e a gente tem que fazer as manobras que a gente tem mais na mão.
É isso aí. A partir de agora, o 4º round, quer dizer, o 3º round, só tem pedreira. Claro que desde o início do campeonato tem também. Mas você tem alguém que você acha que se você pegar vai ser mais difícil? Algum nome assim em destaque que você acha que nessas condições, né, sempre se sobressai?
Ah, eu acho que todos. Se eu cair em qualquer bateria, todos ali estão para ganhar. Estão ali para sair para campeão assim da bateria. Então eu acho que não tem nenhum. Todos são de alto nível, então a gente tem que dar o nosso melhor.
Isso aí, Sócrates, parabéns, tá? Eu espero te ver na próxima fase aqui. He just say like the conditions is so hard to get inside there, to just go to outside and take some maneuvers. He just got a really good waves and missed 1, 2, but was points enough to get into the another round. So congratulations and see you soon, Socrates.
All right, so thank you, Palace Amount, for the beach interview, and congratulations once again to Socrates Santana, the winner of the last heat of round 2. He will move on to round 3. And while we were away at interview, we cut away to live action out in the water. Matias Diaz with a huge air roll on a right-hander, finding one of the better sections of the day, waiting for that score to come. Here in Heat 1, Round 3, meanwhile, up and riding in white, Kevin Torres takes a look at that right-hander, decides to duck out as it got small and foamy on the inside and was about to shut down on him. And there it is, score dropping in for Matias Diaz, a 7.25 to go with his 8.0. He has a combined heat score of 15.25, which is, we're talking about two of the highest scores of the day. And obviously that will equate to the highest heat so far. Matias Diaz firmly in control right now. Currently in the second spot, Leandro Chagas. And in third, Kevin Torres. Torres needs a 9.50 at this point if he's going to move ahead of Chagas. Chagas with a 6.25, a 7.0. So we're starting to see the conditions clean up a little bit. And as a result, some bigger scores being dropped on a regular basis. So just like that, some bigger combined heat totals showing up on the live scoring. And meanwhile, currently in the fourth spot, waiting to get his first wave. Here he is, up and riding. David Silveira, he'll get on the board with this one, but he's got some work to do if he's going to catch up and get back into the mix of things in this heat. But again, the big story, Matias Diaz in first on the strength of an 8.0 and a 7.25. He holds the lead with a combined heat score of 15.25. Leandro Chagas currently in second spot with a 6.25, 7.0 for a combined total of 13.25. Kevin Torres playing catch-up. He needs a sizable score, a 9.50 at this point. He'd probably be better off trying to get 2 new wave scores as he's on the verge of combination land. Scores dropping in as conditions slowly but surely clean up out there. Still a lot of water moving around. Still a big challenge for these guys. And here he is, the current second place rider, Leandro Chagas, up and riding. Punches the roll through the lip and then just gets obliterated by that oncoming section. That was like a big whitewater freight train coming his way. And here dropping in, Matias Diaz, the heat leader, not wasting any time. And he will just get gobbled up inside that big foamy left-hander. He'll paddle back out to the lineup. He maintains the lead. Again, sitting on an 8.0 and a 7.25. He maintains the lead here in Heat 1, Round 3. Day 3 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Again, just a quick look ahead coming up in Heat 2, Round 3. We're going to see the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara In the red jersey, he'll be joined by a wild card, 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega. Tamega will be in the white lycra jersey. Joining them out in the water will be the rider from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso, in yellow, and Rafael Paes in blue. Again, that is on deck. That will be coming up next. But right now, again, Matias Diaz in the lead with an 8.0, 7.25. He holds the lead. All right, and thank you again to everybody who's been hitting me up on Facebook today, dropping some messages online, some shout-outs, and even my wife tuning in, checking in, letting me know she is here at the contest site to have my better half cruising here at the Itacoatiara Pro. So once again, I'd like to welcome everybody who's just tuning in. Day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'd like to thank our list of sponsors: Prefeitura Niterói, Esporte e Lazer. Also, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA Oceanica. Águas de Niterói, Comona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Neti, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DX, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Mama, Radio Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off. Also, we'd like to thank for their support Itacoatiara Pampo Clube, Piro Suco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hydit, Tropicus, Albine Immobilize, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Again, thank you to all of them for making this year's event possible. So right now, again, out in the water, just getting underway with round 3 of the men's as we work our way through competition. And I have just been given the signal from tour director Alex Leon. We will roll on forward and go round 4 today. So taking full advantage of the swell at hand, and no shortage of action out in the water. Some pump and surf, some big name talent from around the world. We are charging forward today. So lots of big things to come. Again, working our way through round 3. We will go into round 4 after this. So long working our way through the field of competition today here at the Itacoatiara Pro. So there you can see, if you haven't noticed yet, we've got some solid surf rolling through. Our riders out in the water have some serious work, some challenging conditions to contend with, but I think pretty much across the board, everybody is really stoked to have this swell fill in, have some bigger, more powerful surf to work with. A little funky still out there, as it's still a little all over the place, but definitely some size and power. And if you're in the right place at the right time, definitely some sections to work with. And here we have Ryder up, Ryder in blue. This is Daniel Silveira on the right-hander. Throws out the Hail Mary air roll. And he just got swamped in that whitewater. Unable to complete the maneuver. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz, the current heat leader, takes off on that one. Didn't like what he saw and quickly hit the eject button. Bailed on that one. He'll scurry back out to the lineup and look for something else. Again, right now, he sits in the lead. A couple of solid scores in the excellent range for him. An 8.0, 7.25. He sits in the top spot. Leandro Chagas also with some pretty solid scores, a 6.25, 7.0. That has him in the second and advancing position, with Kevin Torres trying to track down a 9.50 to advance on. One of the lifeguards racing across the beach on one of the quad runners. Those guys definitely on alert today with this bigger swell, trying to keep the spectators and beachgoers safe today. And the horn has sounded. So there you have it. Matias Diaz, Leandro Chagas advancing on out of that heat. We will get into the next heat right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboarding.
Welcome back to day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We are just underway with heat number 2, round 3 out in the water right now. We have Nicolas Chiara from Argentina in red, Guilherme Tomega from Brazil, the 6-time world champion, entering this event as a wild card. He is in the white jersey assignment. He is joined by Antonio Cardoso from Portugal in yellow, and in the blue jersey from Brazil, Rafael Painch. So that's the situation out in the water. Getting things going here in Heat 2, Round 3. And here we have Rafael taking a look. Meanwhile, up and riding in white, Guilherme Tomega on this right-hander. Hits the roll, comes out clean. And then gets cleaned up by that side wall of whitewater. But Tomega getting on the board early here in Heat number 2, Round 3. We were fortunate enough to have Guilherme Tomega here in the commentary booth early this morning, talking about his decision to retire from the World Tour, his new line of bodyboards and his family residing in the United States. Some good insight from the former 6-time world champion. So again, for those of you just joining in, currently out in the water, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina in red, Guilherme Tamega in white, Antonio Cardoso in yellow, and Rafael Pinch in the jersey. Still in the of this 25-minute heat. Tamega already on the board with his first wave, just waiting for that to from the judges. We'll give you an update in just a moment. There you can see one of those dumpy closeouts on the inside there. Some of these waves rolling to the inside, just foamy, nasty, surging onto that sandbar and dumping in one big section, just blowing up on the inside, trying to paddle through those and duck under those. Not a fun task today for our riders out in the water. There you can see on screen our drone footage coming from that bad boy right there. Been getting some good aerial views from our drone during this event. Meanwhile, there you can see riders stretching, getting ready. There you can see the lone Tahitian in competition, Manea Fabish, stretching out, getting warmed up. He'll be hitting the water shortly here in round 3. And here's the set rolling in. Blue taking a look at this. Rafael Pinch drops in, gets around the section, see if this stands up for him. Hits the roll off of that oncoming section and just too much coming his way. Unable to stick the land. Up and riding in red. That was Nicolas Chiara bouncing across the face on that smaller right-hander. Decided to duck out and paddle back to the lineup, wait for something better to roll his way. And right now we're going to throw things down to Palace Mount. She's on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Steve, we are here with the heat number 1 for the round number 3 with Matias Diaz from Chile. He got the best wave in the contest until now. He got one big barrel to the right that make a note like 8 points, I think. So, Matias, você pegou tubo ali dentro que te rendeu 8 pontos para a direita. Como estão as condições do mar?
Las condiciones están muy difíciles, está mucha corriente, pero las condiciones, a pesar de todo, estaban muy buenas, tiraban un par de tubos, ramplas. Tuve la suerte de pescar 2 muy buenas olas y que logré concretar un tubo de 8 puntos y otro de 6 y pico, así que muy feliz por mi país que lo vine a representar.
É a primeira vez acá em Brasil? Lá a primeira.
Segunda vez, el 2013 vine, no tuve tanta suerte como ahora, antes las olas estaban pequeñas, ahora está más grande, pude demostrar cómo surfeo y nada, feliz.
Te gusta esse lugar e as olas daqui, da cá?
Sí, en verdad me gusta mucho Brasil, su cultura, lo verde, lo buena onda de sus locales y nada, muy feliz.
Parabéns, Matias. He loves this place, and the conditions not really good today, but the waves, he come in 2013, wasn't like that, but this year come really strong, and he make the best. Thank you, congratulations, Matias. See you soon.
All right, thank you once again, Paula, and congratulations to Matias Diaz. A solid heat out there, one of the highest scoring totals of the entire day so far. So the Chilean able to put it together out there. Solid performance from Matias Diaz. Meanwhile, out in the water, trying to put together some solid scores in their own right. Again, right now out in the water, Nicolas Chiara, Guilherme Tamega, Antonio Cardoso, and Rafael Pinch. And it's still pretty nasty out there. A lot of closeouts, some heavy sections. There's a little bit of a cross wave. It's just really difficult to negotiate out there. But we've got the size, we've got the swell. The waves are rolling through, and we are rolling on through competition today. We've already wrapped up round 2 of the men's, now into round 3, and we will continue forward into round 4 as per the decision of tour director Alex Leon. Again, he stopped by, gave the quick signal, the go-ahead. We're plowing on through the competition today, looking to get into a round 4 later today. But again, right now, the mission at hand, working our way through round 3 of men's competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And here we have Nicolas Chiara taking off on this left. He's going to get caught behind the section, and then an oncoming side wave, making life a little bit more interesting for the rider from Argentina. There you can see rider in yellow, Antonio Cardoso, the competitor from Portugal on that one. Meanwhile, there you can see down on the beach, João Zeke grabbing his white Lycra assignment and getting ready to hit the water for the next heat. Next heat we will see Maxime Castillo from France go against a few Brazilians, João Zeke, João Gabriel, and Adriano Minguta So 3 Brazilians and a Frenchman on deck for Heat 3, Round 3. There you can see down on the beach a pretty sizable crowd gathered. Not bad for an overcast day with rain in the forecast and plenty of rain last night. So more and more people making their way down to the beach here at Praia de Itacoatiara to watch the competition as we get deeper into competition and see some of the bigger names in this sport, some of the higher ranked riders on the World Tour take their turn out in the water here today at Itacoatiara. Definitely some frothy sets coming in, making life interesting for all of our competitors out in the water. And here we have Yellow up and riding, punching the roll through the lip, comes out clean. Antonio Cardoso. Some solid maneuvering. Meanwhile, up and riding, streaking across this left-hander, throwing the Hail Mary roll, and somehow managed to hold on, but will he ride out clean? No, there the board pops up. But Rafael Pinch just throwing it out there. Meanwhile, there you can see Antonio Cardoso running back down the beach, trying to get back out there and get another wave under his belt. And here, a rider in red, Nicholas Chiara again. Meanwhile, there you can see Tamega taking a look at that one. Didn't like what he saw. Let that one dump unridden. And, all right, here we go. Finally have some scores filtering in. And that last wave of Tamega that we saw earlier, a few waves ago, Tamega with the first perfect 10 of the event. So we're talking about, you know, being in the right place at the right time and taking advantage of what comes to you. Guilherme Tamega with a perfect 10. He has a 10 and a 5.25 as a backup score. He holds the lead right now with Antonio Cardoso currently in second, Rafael Pinch third, and the Argentinian Nicholas Chiara trying to play catch-up. He's in fourth position as time counts down in this second heat of round 3 of men's. But again, Guilherme Tamega, the 6-time world champ, coming in as a wild card, drops a 10, pulls an ace out of his sleeve. He has the lead here in round 3, heat 2. And there you can, with the riders making their way back in. So again, working our way through. We are in Heat 2, Round 3. Guilherme Tamega in the lead. There you can see he's sitting on a 10 and looking to replace a 5.25 as a backup score. But right now, firmly in the lead. He's basically got everybody else in the field comboed at this point. Antonio Cardoso in the yellow jersey representing Portugal, looking to fend off Rafael Pinch and Nicholas Chiara for that second advancing spot, because that's pretty much what it is right now, a battle for second, as with that perfect 10 is a higher total than any one of the other 3 riders has combined at this point. So Tamega coming out and really throwing it down. He maintains the lead as we count down and work our way through this heat. And here we have Tamega up and riding again, drops in, drives around this section, gets up there, and not much to work with, so he's just going to kick out instead of trying to waste his time with any more of that wave. So basically a big drop, a drawn-out bottom turn to get around that section, and then not much else to deal with, just foamy shoulder. So Tamega will try again on his next wave to replace that 5.25 as a secondary score. But again, right now firmly in the lead here in Heat 2, Round 3. There you can see Tamega cruising along the horizon on your screen. If you just tuned in or thought you heard me wrong, Guillermo Tamega with a perfect 10 in this heat has him firmly in the lead. Here he is looking to replace a 5.25 as a backup score, skipping along the face on this left-hander. Punch the roll through the lip on that one, but gets caught up, unable to complete, so he's still looking to replace that 5.25 as a secondary score. All right, 5 minutes left in this heat. And as I've been mentioning for the last several minutes, Guillermo Tamega dropping a 10 on his scorecard. That goes along with the 5.25 he opened up this heat with. That has him firmly in control of this heat right now. Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso trying to fend off Rafael Painch and Nicholas Chiara to hold on to that second and advancing spot, move on to round. So again, right now with a little downtime in between waves, there again you can see camera shot on the beach, lots of people at the water's edge watching this heat intently. Meanwhile, out in the water watching intently for the next wave to roll his way, Guillermo Tamega not happy with a 10 and a 5, looking to replace that 5.25 as a backup score. And here we have Ryder on the left. Drops in, drives down the line, tries to punch through that section, but that was a hefty lip to try and. That was Rafael Painch, again, currently in the third spot, trying to supersede Antonio Cardoso for that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, here we go. Tamega finds a right-hander, drops in, finds a section, throws the air roll, spin, and completes it. So Guillermo Tamega still not done. Already has a 10 on the scorecard. Still trying to improve his backup score. Not that he really needs it right now. He's got the other 3 riders comboed. Basically meaning, when I say comboed, for those of you who aren't familiar with competition lingo, comboed basically means that riders are in combination situation need 2 completely new high-scoring waves if they are going to take the lead. And right now, Guilherme Tamega has created quite a bit of distance between himself and the other riders out in the water right now. So just waiting for that last score to drop. Meanwhile, out the back, Antonio Cardoso up and riding, trying to hold on to that second spot, looking to solidify it. Gets the roll off of the closeout section, and that should secure his second place finish in this heat and help him advance on to the next round. So we count down the final 30 seconds of this heat. They see Guilherme Tamega making his way in as the final 20 seconds or so counts down. Tamega knows he's done. He's done all he needs to do out there in that heat. And the horn has sounded, signaling the end of heat number 2, round 3 of the men's. And it was the 6-time world champion, Guilherme Tamega, coming in as a wild card and just dominating that heat. There you can see Guilherme and Rafael greeting each other at the water's edge. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll get you updated right after this. There you can see Guilherme Tamega on the beach, being greeted by friends and family, being congratulated on his heat win. He will move on to round 4, where he will go up against some of the higher seeded, higher ranked guys on the World Tour. Again, it seems kind of weird referring to Guilherme Tamega as a wild card and having to work his way into the deeper end of competition, usually seeded in the 4th round with the higher ranked guys. Obviously, for many, many years, he has been one of the top riders. 6 world titles, 6 runner-up finishes, one of the most prolific competitors in bodyboarding history, but coming into this event on home soil as a wild card this year. But he just put down one heck of a heat. Again, there you can see Tamega down on the beach doing some interviews with the media. That was one heck of a heat we saw from Tamega in that last one there, dropping a perfect 10 on the scoreboard. First perfect 10 of the competition. And joining me here in the booth, APB Tour Director Alex Leon.
G'day, Steve. How are you?
Not too bad. How's it going out there?
Yeah, it's hectic, as usual. Super busy, mate. It's as you can tell, we've got the media going crazy down here, especially Tamiga's last event before his retirement. So it's there's a lot on demand out there, and with the two structures and such a spread open beach for competition, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. But we're doing okay, so it's good.
Yeah, definitely a little different having the two structures because it's such an expansive length of beach here. It's really hard to, open up different sections of the beach to compete and you can't have everything close together.
That's what we saw yesterday. We ran down at Pompo, down the bottom end, and it was, everything was sort of out of sync, and running cables for over 500 metres, it just doesn't work. You lose power somewhere along the line, and then you've got internet to worry about, and then obviously the broadcast. So it is logistically a lot harder than just the one structure. But you know what? We might end up back down there tomorrow. So it depends what happens with the swell.
Well, fortunately, even though it may be a logistical nightmare, it has worked out well for the competition so far. Opening up Pompo for competition at the suggestion of the riders and having that secondary structure, it's helped with the running of this event this year.
Oh, yeah. Especially we have a swell like this. Normally the day after, the sand's all built up down the corner at Pompo, and if we get offshore winds and the swell direction change, it's going to be firing down there, and we're set up and we'll be ready to go, which is a first for this event in 4 years. Having that set up down there, it just makes it that next level better.
Well, there you can see Tamega still working his way up through the beach. We may very well have to get security down on the beach like we've had in previous years with all the photographers, reporters, and people looking for some Facebook selfies down there, some Instagram photos.
Yeah, Tamiga's home ground here, and obviously he didn't grow up on Itacoatiara, he grew up in Copacabana, but you probably already touched base on this, but this is probably the best event he can retire at, in front of his home ground where he started, and he's going to have a lot of fans that have followed him through these 3 decades. So you see the people there getting photos are probably from the older generation that started following Tamega when he first won his world title.
Well, as we discussed earlier this morning when Tamega was here in the booth, one of the first contests he ever won when he was a kid was here at Itacoatiara. And I didn't say anything to him at the time because I didn't want to add any extra pressure or expectation. But how cool would it be if he won here at Itacoatiara as one of his final events on the World and just kind of bring things full circle from being a kid to a grown adult and well-accomplished, world champion?
It'd be his ideal dream, to win this event. But the only thing I'm worried about is he might win this event and then, I'll push retirement back and keep going. That's the competitiveness edge that he's got. That it wouldn't surprise me if he did something like that, and
like
went
throwing gasoline on the fire
and go for a world title. Here we see Zhao Zik, local kid. Nice invert there from Zhao.
So right now out in the water in red, Maxime Castillo from France, joined by a trio of Brazilians, João Zik in white, João Gabriel in yellow, and Adriano Minguta in the blue jersey. And just to give everybody a quick rundown of that last heat final results, Guilherme Tamega winning that heat with the highest combined heat total of the day, a 17. That included a perfect 10, the first perfect score of the entire event. We've been talking about guys needing to be in the right spot at the right time and maximizing the opportunity with the conditions we have. Tamega dialed it in, nailed it down, and chalk it up. Perfect 10.
Yeah, what a way to start. To come into this event in probably the lowest seed that he's ever entered an event in over 20 years, probably. In round 3 in the back 32. He's normally been in the top 16 since, second year competition. So to come out. There's a bit of pressure on him there. I mean, you know, against Nicolas Char and the Portuguese Antonio Cardoso and Rafael, they're, you know, good competitors, and just to get through that one now, he's in the top 16 round with a non-elimination. It's a bit of pressure off his back there, but you know, coming out with a 10, I mean, geez, everyone's sort of like, whoa, he's still got it. He's still here.
And up and riding out in the water, the Frenchman Maxime Casillo getting on the board with that one, but decides to kick out as that one just got foamy and small on the inside. You know what? We're ready to throw things down to the beach, Palace of Mounds, with Guilherme Tamega.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 2 at the 3rd round. We are here with just Guilherme Tamega. That's it. He took he got a 10. This is the best, I think, points until now in all competition. Guilherme, me explica. Guilherme 6 vezes campeão mundial, dispensa comentários, né? Acabou de ganhar a bateria, tirou um 10, só isso. Como é que tá as condições do mar?
A condição tá muito difícil. The conditions are very hard and mas tem que sair pegando onda, tem que sair tentando. Tem onda. A gente sempre pede pra onda aí, ó. Netuno deu onda, vocês não querem onda? Então tem que aproveitar, se divertir, sair pegando. Eu não gosto de esperar muito nessas condições. Não tem nem o que esperar, né? As ondas são meio torta, mas às vezes quebra bem ali no inside. Então, se der sorte, como eu tive no meu 10, ela roda e te dá uma oportunidade de dar outra manobra e eu executei. Então, ganhei um 10zinho. 10zinho tá bom.
10zinho básico. Guilherme abriu uma empresa agora, né, com o nome dele, pranchas e todos os acessórios de bodyboard. Segundo ele, vai se aposentar, que essa é a última etapa, e vai se aposentar aqui no Brasil. Guilherme, não existe isso, é verdade?
É verdade. Itacoatiara começou e Itacoatiara vai terminar para mim. Eu vim para cá eu mal consegui vir, né? Foi bem difícil a minha vinda, mas achei importante estar presente, achei importante, a etapa no Brasil é sempre importante. Eu adoro estar presente porque a energia do meu povo, essa coisa é algo que a gente nunca tem, né? Quando não tem etapa, a gente sempre viaja, vai para fora, corre etapas no mundo todo e nunca tem essa energia. Quando você tem uma etapa no Brasil, você tem que estar presente porque é uma energia maravilhosa e se o competidor souber usar essa energia a teu favor, você rende muito mais.
Mas se você ganhar a etapa, você não vai correr o resto do tour, você acha?
Paola, não prometo nada, gente. Vamos, deixa na mão de Deus. Deus sabe do futuro da gente.
Parabéns, Guilherme. Sem comentários, Guilherme Tamega é um dos atletas que mais trouxe títulos para o Brasil. Obrigada por tudo. Back to you, Steve.
All right, thank you, Paula, once again, and congratulations to Guilherme Tamega coming out as the wild card here in round 3 and dropping a perfect 10. That was an impressive showing from the former 6-time world champion. You know, you were mentioning it, I've mentioned it a couple of times already. It's kind of weird seeing him in the 3rd round having to work his way up into the higher rounds with the higher ranked guys on the world tour.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a shame. There's some, you know, especially the guys like the Australians and the Hawaiians, like Jeff Hubbard and Ben Player and things like that. They're not doing these events this year. Next year they want to compete. They're going to have to be fighting from the start, you know, in probably the second or third round again, which is, you know, and then it's hard to get up in the money rounds, you know, especially with the level of competitions just improving every year.
Now you're talking about the level of improving every year. Tell us a little bit about the improvements that are being made with the APB World Tour.
There's a whole bunch of things that we're working on with the board and the staff at the moment. We've had obviously we've had 8 months to prepare the direction of the sport and obviously the development methods that we want to put in place and implement around the world, especially the different regions. And you know, the paramount thing is we need to work on the grassroots level of bodyboarding. Oh, big!
Oh wow, that was rider in white, João Zeke. He knows his way around Itacoatiara. Well, he's putting it on show there.
Yeah, as I was saying, we need to invest a lot of time into grassroots bodyboarding, and where we see the growth is, you know, the best thing for the sport. And you know, that's it, why we implemented the Pro Junior Series this year as a international tour stage, because we need to work on that career path from the young bodyboarders into the World Tour, and it's the perfect stepping stone platform for them to go from, you know, national tour levels, Pro Junior, and then work their way into the World Tour. And creating little systems like this will benefit the sport in the long run, and it'll help with the growth of the sport too. Like, I know next year we've got a few more events that are, you know, proposed in different new regions. You know, and this year we've got more than we have last year with Japan. Here we see Red going up for a launch here. Nice air reverse there.
Revo, nice.
Oh, that was nice. Maxime Castillo.
Complete with the claim at the end there.
The French grommet.
Maxine stoked on that one there. You could see a little fist pump on the paddle back out.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a really clean air reverse. I like that.
So dialing it up on that one.
It's good to see. You know, that's a typical example of what I'm talking about. Maxine's a young Frenchman that only was on the Pro Junior last year, and you know, came from the national levels 2 years ago, and now he's on the world stage doing air reverses like this, you know, and in round 3 in the same heats as all these other big names. So this is the perfect stepping stone for them, the Pro Junior, into this. This is an example of stepping up into the World Tour level.
Yeah, now we're seeing guys like Maxime Castillo, Miguel Adown for Portugal, you know, guys that were Pro Junior age last year, now, you know, 18, 19 years old, stepping up and moving on to the men's pro, looking to compete on the world circuit full time. You've been talking about grassroots and feeding the sport of bodyboarding. I mean, like you said, this is a perfect example, you know, those two guys right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it all starts with most sports. You know, it starts from kids and their parents, you know, organising little bodyboard clubs or little associations in these different regions around the world. And we need to really focus our attention on that, and we need to spend more time in these sort of unforgiven regions to focus on that and create more clubs in these areas that, you know, have governing bodies like in Portugal and Brazil and Hawaii, and we want to get into the mainland in America as well. We need to start building more clubs there and focus a lot of attention there in that area, and that's going to feed onto the world stage, into the world tour, and you know, with a much larger participation rate.
All right, so scores coming in, and that last wave from Maxime Castillo, that big air reverse, a 9.0. So, you know what, we're starting to see some guys lay down some major scores out in the water.
And, you know, obviously moving into round 3 now, that's the progression level. You know, we've seen Tamiga with a 10 now, you know, a 9 thrown out by Maxine, air reverse, and it's only going to get better from here, Steve.
Yeah, it seems like some of the waves are opening up more and giving more potential for high performance maneuvers, and we're seeing these guys in round 3 take full advantage of that already. I mean, we saw big scores from Matias Diaz in his heat, Tamega dropping a perfect 10 in his heat, and now a 9.0 for Maxime Castillo. The Frenchman busting out the big air revo, getting the job done. That's got him in the lead right now here in, you know, his round 3 heat. Again, right now we are in heat 5, round 3. We're just, actually, I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
No, we're in heat 3.
I need to put that sheet away. It's done.
heat 3 of round 3. And here we have Adrian Magunto in blue. You'll see now we fixed the colours too, guys. On the live streaming, we had a few technical issues there this morning, trying to get everything shifted down here in this structure, and you know, we've tightened up a few errors there. So I hope it's all good for you guys at home.
Not to mention all of the rain and wind last night. Fortunately, you know, only some minor inconveniences to tend to this morning when we got here. In previous years, might have gotten hammered a lot harder with the weather.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're really lucky, actually. We've got the amazing structure this year. Thanks to Flavio Brito. You know, he's supplied us with this amazing structure. It's protected us, because if it was last year, I think the whole thing would have fallen down on our heads with the weather we had last night. But you know what? Bad weather brings good waves, so we're blessed.
Yeah, this is the swell we've all been waiting for. This is the swell that you and head judge Chico Garitano have been checking on every morning when you come up here first thing.
I think I've looked at the charts, over 40 times per day, waiting for this swell to hit. It was doing my head in. I was just checking and checking. I've run out of data on my phone, and it's going to cost me an arm and a leg too. But it was supposed to hit yesterday, but didn't really hit. We saw a little bit of energy starting to happen, but it took that rain and that strong winds last night to bring this swell in. But here's an update on the scores.
Yeah, right now, just taking a quick look at the scores. Maxime Castillo in the first spot with a 9.0 and a 6.0 for a combined heat total of 15. He leads João Zeke in the second spot. João with a 4.25 and a 7.50. 7.5, pretty solid. That means that right now, João Gabriel and Adrian Manguta are both in combination situation. They both need to put together 2 solid waves if they're going to move ahead of João for that second spot. Meanwhile, Maxime Castillo sitting pretty well out there with that combined heat score of 15.0, holding the lead.
Yeah, those guys are the future of our sport. Like Tanner McDaniel, Maxime, Socrates. There's a few others, especially in Brazil, actually. I'll touch on that. There is an enormous amount of talent coming out of Itacoatiara and Copacabana and the other states of these young bodyboarders. And, they've got this new bodyboard school. I forgot how you say it. How do you say Hassan?
Hossein,
Hossein, the bodyboard school in Copacabana, which we're going to visit next week and take up with the pro riders there. And that's part of our development with the APB and giving a little coaching and maybe even take this event to Hossein next week and, run through the program with them and see how that bodyboard school runs. And obviously we want to spend a lot of emphasis on growing those sort of clubs and those schools, bodyboard schools. I think it's perfect for our sport.
Yes, there you see Guilherme Tamega. He actually expressed some interest in joining us next week, just to let you know. So, definitely looking forward to visiting Escola de Bodyboard de Hossein next week, the APB tour, a couple of the pro riders, and fortunately I've been involved with them here in Brazil. It's nice to be involved with the bodyboarding schools and help with some development. And talking about young athletes, I can see one of the young guys from one of the local bodyboard groups on the exercise bike down in the competitors area. It's been cool to see you see some of these schools, some of these teams roll out, complete with like matching uniforms here in Brazil. It's very organized at some of these schools.
Yeah, it's the government gets behind the sport in Brazil, has a bit of interest in it, which is good, and we're hoping for a bit more in the next couple of years. And it's good to see that these guys are putting a lot of passion and respect towards our sponsors, which is good, especially the the government bodies and the officials that sponsor these athletes. They treat them like Olympian or athletes or world players. It's good.
All right, and again, just checking up on some people checking in. It looks like Brazilian event organizer and sports promoter Flavio Brito is actually here at the event, cruising around. He checked in a little while ago. Also, we had a lot of Australians checking in early this morning. We had the guys from Riptide Bodyboard Magazine, Mike Saunders checking in. Also, Aaron Dodd from the Jeff Wilcox Memorial tuning in. Kim Feast giving us a quick little shout out this morning. So the Aussies too force, give it a little support watching the live webcast.
Yeah, they'd be in force barracking for their only rider, Louis Finnegan. It's coming up today in the event. He's been ripping too, so it'd be good to watch that heat. And hopefully, if we see Australians come on this year, I know that Ryan Hardy will be joining us in Arica as a wild card. So
nice.
That's going to be something to not to miss. Ryan Hardy back on the competition scene after a couple of years.
Yeah, Ryan Hardy, definitely a rider that knows his way around Arica. He was at one of the first events. You know, he's experienced success in years past at Arica. I know he likes that wave.
Oh yeah, he loves it. You know, he won the first ever event there in Arica, and we got Jacob Romero from Hawaii. He's probably tuning in. He'll be joining us too in Arica, part of our top 28. So, and a couple of other riders too. So it's going to be a bigger field when we get to Arica, and then obviously Antofagasta as well. We got that event coming. Here we see yellow.
João Gabriel sliding up into the pocket, but that thing just collapsed on him. You can't even really say a barrel pinch today because it's not really pinching. Everything's just heavy out there.
It's just heavy. And I mean, it's a lot bigger than what it's showing on the stream. On the cameras, you can't tell, but it's actually heavy, like 6 to 10 foot sets, you know. And when you see it from the beach perspective, you just hear the thunder. It's so loud out there, and it's so heavy. I mean, the highlights are going to be really good from today. There's going to be guys getting lit up everywhere.
That's been a going theme since I first got in the booth this morning. You got up here, you could feel it rumbling under your feet. There was just an electricity from all the waves coming in and pounding on the beach. It was like thunder. Joked with Juliano Lara, the event organizer, in here earlier. The elephant is rising, and it did rise this morning.
Yeah, that's well said.
So there you can see in the background that oil rig. It's kind of been shifting position from day to day out there. So those mobile oil rigs here in Brazil. Brazil producing its own oil reserves.
There we see White having a look at this, Zhao Zeke.
Trying to produce some reserve scores of his own. Again, sitting on a 7.50, looking to replace a 4.25 as a backup score. But honestly, right now, it's Maxime and João in the driver's seat. You know, the other two guys really struggling to get into a groove out there, trying to play catch-up. They're both still in combination situation.
Yeah, see a few bowls. You can see the nice backdrop there. You see Pompo in the corner. It's not really turning on at the moment. It was okay this morning, but that just shows how much the sand shifts and the currents here. It just keeps shifting around and
all right, so event organizer, sports promoter here in Brazil, Flavio Brito, saying hello, taking some pictures. We'll see if we can't get him into the guest seat. So we'll let Alex Leon duck out of the booth. Any last words before we switch out?
Yeah, just touching on that grassroots area of the sport. If there's any kids out there watching, and there's no clubs in the areas that you live, maybe speak to your parents or speak to a local surf shop or bodyboard store and try and organise a club, in that area. That's what we need. We need more clubs. So if your kids, can organise or get together and try and hold a contest one day and see where you go from there, and that's going to bring in participation rate, and that's what we need. And check out the website. We're going to have a lot more information on there over the next few months. And just want to thank everyone for tuning in, and we really need your support. The tour's back. We've got momentum, and I thank you all for watching and supporting us.
All right, so there you have it. So we're going to switch out. Alex Leon going to get back to his directorial duties, and we'll have Brazilian event promoter Flavio Brito stopping in for a quick little visit here in the booth. Flavio used to being behind the scenes more so than in front of the camera. We'll get him set up. Meanwhile, we'll be back right after this quick commercial break. All right, and we are back here on day 3 of competition here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And joining me here in the booth, Brazilian event organizer and sports promoter, Flavio Brito. Flavio coming to us from my neck of the woods where I stay these days, both of us from Posto Cinco in Copacabana. There you can see more P5 guys on the screen, Guilherme Tamega and Mateus Bastos. Now, the young Posto Cinco guys have had a pretty solid showing here so far. In the Pro Junior, Socrates Santana made it to the finals before being eliminated, and Mateus Bastos, Matthewzinho as we call him, was able to make it one step further. He will compete against Tanner McDaniel in the Pro Junior final later this week. What are your thoughts on seeing, these young guys from Posto Cinco, our home spot, experience success here at the Itacoatiara Pro?
Well, first of all, we'll just say hi to everyone here that's watching the webcast. As you said, usually I don't like to stay in front of the cameras, but just made a visit here to Steve. That's my friend. It's nice to have an international event in Brazil. As you said, I used to run the Rio Bodyboard International. We did it for 2 years in Copacabana. But it's good to know that Brazil is still hosting an event. So Itacoatiara, I think it's the best surfing spot that we have in Brazil. The wave is very powerful, and the wave quality, it's amazing. And it's good. It's good that we're here, I think, for the 4th year, right?
Yes, 4th year here at Itacoatiara. The first one was in 2012.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good that we have the sport needs. Brazil is a major it's a major player in the World Tour history, the sport. We have athletes. We have on the kids, you said the Pro Junior, it's good. I'm very happy. Both Socrates and Mateus, they came from a social project that we used to run there. Unfortunately, today the project is not working anymore because it was a government funded project, but they kept training. Everybody helps them as we can, and to see Mateus in the final and Socrates in 3rd, it's a very good thing. So I think everyone is very happy.
Now, Alex Leon was talking about developing a grassroots bodyboard through clubs and, building the sport from there. How important do you think the bodyboarding schools are in playing a role in the development of, young bodyboarders in Brazil?
The key thing comes from the base. I think if we want to develop the sport, if we want to have it grow, we need to first form new riders, new surfers, new bodyboarders. So it all starts in the school when a kid goes there and wants to learn how to bodyboard. You're starting to develop that's the first step on the chain until he could reach a professional level or not. So I think I was talking to Alex also before he came to the interview, and I was saying that this new approach from IPB, it's very good. It's very nice. So I think that they're on the right track, at least to get the regions moving again, and the clubs are very important, very important. So I really think that they are on the right track right now.
All right, so I said I wasn't going to keep you in here very long, keep it short and sweet. Is there anything you'd like to say before you duck out of the booth? Any comments, shout-outs to people?
No, I just wish that the tournament, the competition goes with good waves until the end. And once again, thank everyone around that made it possible for at least Brazil have one international event. And that's it. Good luck to all competitors. Let's see if we get that the best one wins. Of course, that it could be a Brazilian, it could be an Australian, or whoever is doing surfing well. The conditions are very gnarly. They're not easy, heavy conditions. And I would say that if I had to choose someone, I would definitely choose Guilherme, because Guilherme is on his farewell tour, as we would say. So it would be nice if he could at least say goodbye to everyone with a win. So let's see what happens.
Well, if he keeps dropping 10s like he did in his first heat of the day, there's a very good likelihood we may very well see Guilherme Tamega finally lift the Itacoatiara Pro Champions Trophy when all is said and done. But again, we'll see how everything shakes out here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. In the meantime, thank you, Flavio, for stopping in the booth. I know you're not one for jumping on the mic or in front of the camera. You like to keep it low-key and behind the scenes. But also, as your friend and a bodyboarding enthusiast, I'd like to say thank you for all the work you do behind the scenes here in Brazil.
Okay, thank you, Steve, and good luck on the webcast, and thanks, everyone. Bye-bye. Cheers.
All right, and I will catch up with Flavio later today when I duck out of the commentary booth. Until then, we'll let him get out of here. I'll be right back after this.
With the hit number 3 as well. And the winner was the Maxime Castillo. Castillo? He's from France. That's the first time in Brazil too. Maxime, what did you do there in inside to make the difference? He said that take a really good AF reverse. This is make the difference. How is the wave is there?
Yeah, the wave is pretty up, pretty big, and pumping beaches. So I beginning the hit with a big set in my head, like 3 meters, I think. So difficult, and after I found the perfect wave for a good reverse. So happy, and that's it. So happy.
That's good. Ele falou que pegou uma série muito grande na cabeça antes de entrar, mas pegou uma onda muito boa. What are you doing? What are you thinking about this place here? The beach, the people, the first time in Brazil and especially in Itacoatiara too. So what do you think here?
It's a really good place. Difficult to find the good wave. The wave is very big this morning and difficult, but I'm alone too here, so it's difficult for me to say what is the good solution. This morning I found the good one, so I'm so happy. Big up for my coach, family, friend, girlfriend, and everything in France. That's for you.
That's it. Congratulations, Maxime. We'll see you in the next round.
All right, so thank you once again to Palace Amount for bringing us the beach interview. That was the winner of the last heat, Maxime Castillo. Maxime dialing in a 9.0 on a big air reverse. Solid maneuvering from the young Frenchman here at the first event of 2015 on the APB World Tour, the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, out in the water, just to give you an update on the situation out in the water, that first wave from Joshua Toledo, we have another 10 dropping on to a scorecard. So a couple heats ago, we saw Guilherme Tamega drop a 10 with that big flip, and now Joshua Toledo with a 10 of his own. That catapults him right from the get-go to the lead. He has a minimal score of a 1.50 as a backup score, but sitting on the strength of that 10, he holds the lead. Joining him out in the water currently in second, Zé Otávio, another one of the Itacoatiara wildcards. He's sitting in the second position. He needs a 7.01 to catch Joshua, but he maintains second spot. Meanwhile, currently in third A 4.1 for Gabriel Popo. He sits in the third position. And Hermano Castro currently in the fourth spot, waiting to get on the board with his first wave of the heat. So that is the situation out in the water right now. Meanwhile, that last heat, Maxime Castillo, you just saw with the beach interview, took the win. Finishing second is João Zeke. And those two pretty much ran away with the heat. They will move on to round 4, continuing on in the competition here. So again, out in the water right now, Hermano Castro in red, Zé Otávio in white, Joshua Toledo in yellow, and Gabriel Popo in blue. Right now, Joshua Toledo in the lead, nailing down a 10.0, 10-point ride on his opening wave. Once again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this event. Prefeitura Niterói, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. Also, Aguas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Minarinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DX, Way Suplementos, Soberando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Hario Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off, as well as Itacoatiara Pompo Clube, Pirosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brown, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Evista Hydjet, Tropicus, Albine Immobilize, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. And you can see on screen the banner showing off all of our event sponsors. Thank you to them for making this year's competition possible. And there you can see out in the water some heavy sets rolling through every once in a while. Definitely a lot to contend with out in the water. It's been a going theme since we got here this morning. And we have already worked our way through round 2 of men's competition. Here we are in round 3, halfway through round 3 with heat 4 out in the water right now. We will be continuing on through the course of the day, going into round 4. That'll come up later today as we get deeper into the field and start to see some of the higher ranked riders on the World Tour. Here's Red taking a look at this one. Hermano Castro. Again, right now, Hermano Castro currently sitting in the 4th spot, looking to get on the board with his first wave of the heat. Currently in 3rd, Gabriel Popo with a 4.1 on his score sheet, looking for a secondary score. In 2nd, José Otávio, the wild card. He has a 3.50 and a 4.50 so far as high scores. He's going to want to build upon those and strengthen his hold on that advancing position. Meanwhile, Joshua Toledo with a 10.0 on his opening wave, looking to replace a 1.50 as a backup score. And that's a quick situation update out in the water. There you can see João Zeke advancing through that last heat. He will move on to round 4 competition later today. You can see him down by the beach entrance, filming for a television interview. Lots of local media here, both television and print media. It's always good to see that kind of coverage and exposure for the sport of bodyboarding. Plus, a lot of people here on the beach, everything from your standard spectator coming down to watch to photographers and fellow competitors watching everything intently out in the water. And then plenty of that, people running the beach, getting some exercise, and just kind of cruising through the contest area. So never any shortage of things going on here. And here, Miguel Popo on this one, bouncing, skipping, trying to set his line and not really getting much to work with on that wave. He'll kick out and look for something else on his next wave. That'll give him his second ride, but not much to work with there on that one for Miguel Popo in blue. Miguel coming to us from São Conrado. And there's Popo, and then quick flash out the back. That was the man in Flavio and Zay, a local here, coming in as a wild card. He knows how to get the job done, but unfortunately, that one not working with him. He will duck under this and try and make his way back out. There you can see a lot of current there, just getting sucked across the screen as he tries to paddle back out. And that was yellow on that wave. Joshua Toledo, the current heat leader, at 10, trying to back that up with something a little more substantial than a 1.50, which is his current backup score. He will paddle back out. That wave should help improve at least a little bit his overall combined score. Here he is taking a look at this. Meanwhile, look at this wave rolling through. A lot of these sets starting to peak up and look a little wedgy and bowly out there. See some guys drop some really big scores out there. Perfect 10 from Guilherme Tamega, 9.0 from Maxime Castillo, and in this 10.0 from the young Chilean Joshua Toledo. All right, so working our way through this heat again, just waiting for the last round of waves to be scored and registered on our live scoring. Meanwhile, there you can see Hermano Castro still waiting to get on the board, taking a peek. Wasn't really lining up in his favor, so he let that roll on through. Meanwhile, that man right there in the yellow jersey, Joshua Toledo, holds the lead. Opening things up with a sizable score, a perfect 10 to get things started. And a minimal increase on his last wave, a 1.80 improves upon his 1.50. Still looking to get a solid secondary score under his belt. So again, right now out in the water, Joshua Toledo with a 10.0 and a 1.80 holds the lead. Zay Otavio with a 3.50, 4.5. He currently resides in the second position, trying to fend off Gabriel Popo. Gabriel with a 4.1, a 1.6. trying to work his way into second and advancing position. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro, the veteran Brazilian competitor, still waiting to get on the board with his first wave of the day. All right, so just taking a look again. I can see some sets rolling in. We'll see if Hermano Castro is able to get on the board at all. Waiting to see how things shake out here. Will Joshua Toledo back up that 10? Will Zé Otávio be able to hold on to his second place position, or will Gabriel Popó be able to jump ahead and move into that second advancing spot? Now, we'll have to wait and see how this all shakes out here as we work our way through this round 3 heat. Round 3, heat 4. Meanwhile, on deck, we're getting ready to see in red Aaron Cabrera. He will be joined by Dudu Pedra, Luke Kitchen, and Miguel Adown. So Canary Islander getting ready to hit the water, go up against the local Brazilian, the South African, and the rider from Portugal. But right now, again, out in the water, it's Joshua Toledo in the lead. Zé Otávio holding on to the second spot. Gabriel Popó trying to work his way ahead of Zé. And Hermano Castro still yet to get on the board with his first score. I can see the crowd gathered here on the beach. It's actually not a bad collection of people down there considering the gray, chilly winter weather. I know it sounds weird to say about Brazil, but, you know, a little cooler today, some gray skies, and up and riding in white, Zé Otávio trying to better his score, but not much to work with there, so he quickly kicks out and will head back to the lineup, look for something a little more substantial to work with. Meanwhile here, Gabriel Popó on this smaller insider. He ducks out. Gabriel trying to work his way out of the third spot into second, overtake Zé Otávio, and potentially move on to round 4 competition later today. And here we have Joshua Toledo taking a look at this, but that's going to ledge up. Time counting down. And coming down to the closing seconds of this heat. And the horn has sounded, signaling the end of that heat. Again, the big story in that heat, Joshua Toledo with a 10-point ride. Never really backed it up with much else, but really didn't need to as he takes the win in that heat. Finishing in second, Zé Otávio. Again, we will wait for scores to confirm, waiting for that last wave of Gabriel Popó to filter in. We'll see if it was enough to overtake the local wild card. Meanwhile, Hermano Castro with a bit of a shocker out there. Wasn't really able to get the scores he needed or get the waves coming his way. We'll get into the next heat right after this commercial break.
em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. Estamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And we are back here on day 3 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now out in the water, getting ready to get down to work in the red jersey, Adam Cabrera from the Canary Islands. He's been living in Chile for the last several years. He is joined by local wild card Dudu Pedra in the white jersey. And also out in the water in yellow, the young South African Luke Kitchen. And rounding out the heat, the Portuguese young gun Miguel Adão in the blue lycra jersey. So there you have it. Adam Cabrera in red, Dudu Pedra in white, Luke Kitchen in yellow, and Miguel Adão from Portugal in blue. Here in Heat 5, Round 3. As we steadily make our way through the men's field here on day 3 of competition. And while we wait for waves to be ridden out in the lineup here in Heat 5, again, thanks to all of our sponsors, especially presenting sponsor Toyota SGA. Also, thank you to everybody who's been cruising in and out of the commentary booth to help provide some guest commentary. Always stoked to get some people here in the booth, ask them a few questions, and get their opinions on things, as well as calling the action out in the water. We've had a pretty steady commentary in here so far today. Event organizers Juliano Lara, Guilherme Tamega, Amory Laverne, Jared Houston, APB Tour Director Alex Leon, Tanner McDaniel, the whole 9 yards. Flavio Brito, the Brazilian event organizer and sports promoter. So we had a lot of people cruising in. Hopefully we'll have a few more people cruising in later today as we get deeper into the competition schedule for the day. Meanwhile, the task at hand, Heat 5, Round 3, out in the water. Again, we have Adam Cabrera from the Canary Islands, Dudu Pedra from Brazil, Luke Kitchen from South Africa, and Miguel Adão from Portugal. So a full-on international mix here in this heat, as to be expected at any international event. And there you can see what we've got today. Big, heavy beach break conditions, solid 2.5 meter surf, bigger sets. Earlier, there were up to 3 meter sets rolling through. Conditions not completely organized, but definitely providing some big sections, some critical sections for some high-scoring maneuvers from our riders. We've seen a couple of perfect 10s scored. A perfect 10 from Tamega. A perfect 10 from young Chilean rider Joshua Toledo in the previous heat. We also saw a 9.0 from Frenchman Maxime Castillo on a big air reverse. So, you know, guys starting to pull out the stops, find the sections, hit the high-performance maneuvers, and drop some big scores on their scorecards. And we should see more of that as we advance along, finishing out round 3 and then going into round 4 of competition. Also, once again, I'd like to thank everybody who's been hitting us up online, sending us messages to, give shout outs to their favorite riders, ask questions to the guys coming in for guest commentary. All right, so Steve Action Jackson back in the booth with you, ducking out real quick to check on a couple of things. Sorry about that. Nobody likes dead air during a live broadcast, but unfortunately sometimes when I'm flying solo, it is unavoidable. So out in the water, putting in some work. The man in the yellow jersey, Luke Kitchen, the young South African. A couple of young guns out in the water against experienced veterans. Luke Kitchen from South Africa, Miguel Down from Portugal, going up against the seasoned veteran competitors, Adam Cabrera from the Canaries and Dudu Pedra, the Itacoatiara local. So an interesting dynamic out there. Full international field. Canary Islands from Spain, part of Spain, Brazil, South Africa, Portugal. Yeah, we've got the experienced guys going up against the young guns out there in the water. So it's kind of cool to see the mix out here, not only of the different nationalities competing here at the event, but the different age groups out there. You know, you've got the guys we refer to as the Super Groms, the guys that are basically like under 18. And then you have the guys that are 18 into their early 20s that are just getting their feet wet with competing on the World Tour. Guys like Miguel Down, Luke Kitchen, Maxime Castillo, who we saw previously in this round. The guys that are young and building experience have a lot of talent, but they might not have the competitive experience of other guys. And then you have the veterans, the guys who have been doing it for years, getting results, getting the experience, and know how to get the job done. So it's interesting to see the various stages, and seeing these guys go up against one another. Always makes for an interesting battle out in the water, whether, it's Super Grom versus Young Gun or Young Gun versus a seasoned veteran, or even one of the Super Groms going up against, a former world champion. So you never know what you're going to see out in the water. These guys all, battling it out and trying to put forth their best performance. We've been seeing that so far today as everybody, contending with the difficult, heavy conditions out here, also stepping up their game, starting to dial in some major scores here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And, this is what we hope for. Some of the best riders in the world, as well as some young emerging talent, mixing it up in top venues with solid surf. And we've got it all right here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro today on day 3 with the new swell filling in and everybody giving it their best as we work through the division and slowly progress towards the event's end, the inevitable conclusion, trying to crown a men's champion and a pro junior champion. For those who were unable to tune in or follow along yesterday, we actually worked through man-on-man priority heats for the pro junior quarterfinals and semifinals. Our final is set, but we're going to save the pro junior final for the last day of competition. In the pro junior, we're going to see 16-year-old Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel go up against the young Brazilian rider Mateus Bastos. So that should be an interesting battle when the pro junior comes along.
Não competência, mas para você hoje. Para você? Para mim, não. Não, porque passaste primeiro e foi para... É isso? Ah, então tá. Aí de 3...
Meanwhile, just touching on official results from Heat 4, it was Joshua Toledo with the win. Again, he nailed down a 10 on his first wave and never looked back in that heat. He was followed out by Zé Otávio, the local wild card, finishing in second. He will move on to the next round. Unfortunately, that means that Gabriel Papol and Hermano Castro, we must say goodbye to them. They are done here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Hermano Castro, a seasoned competitor from here in Brazil, and he had a bit of a shocker in that heat. Really unable to get the waves he was looking for. He ended up only scoring 1 wave in that heat and was unable to advance on. So again, Joshua Toledo and Zé Otávio, they advance to round 4. Meanwhile, here in round 3, heat number 5, out in the water right now, it is Aaron Cabrera in the lead. Dudu Pedra second. And the young guns, Luke Kitchen and Miguel Adown, trying to play catch-up. Low-scoring affair out in the water so far. These guys having a little difficulty lining up the waves. And here we have a look at Luke Kitchen up and riding. Drives down the line, punches the roll, comes out clean. That will be a little bit more to his liking, his third wave of the heat. That should get him back into the mix here in Heat 5. And meanwhile, there you can see rider in white. That is Dudu Pedra, the local wild card on that last wave. And there you can see the main event tower. Up top is the judges booth, the beach announcer, and some media. Meanwhile, the main media room and the broadcast booth are down here. There you can see one of our cameramen up top getting the view from the second story of our event structure.
Cadê? O que houve?
And here we have a rider in blue. Whoa! Look at that. Miguel Adown busting out the air for. Came down vertical, kicking the flippers. Didn't look like he was going to land it, and he actually landed pretty smooth. So a big air forward for Miguel Adown. That wave could very much change the situation out in the water. So waiting for that score to filter in from Miguel Down, but Miguel Down busting out the big air forward. Miguel Down currently in the 4th spot, but again, waiting for that last wave to register. All right, and we're going to throw things down to the beach interview while we wait for that score to filter in. We'll be back with that interview. Palace Amount
We are
down on the
here in the
beach.
heat number 4 in the 3rd round with the Chile guy from Yosh Toledo. Sorry. He got a really good hit with José Otávio, Popó, and yes. So, tell me what's happening inside there. ¿Cómo está Vazó?
Bueno, la ola están un poquito empeorando. Bueno, hay un swell muy grande. Me tocó con unas personas muy locales de acá de Brasil, con mucha experiencia. Logré optar el mejor puntaje de la manga con un 10, un tubazo. Y bueno, preparado para la no eliminatoria del 5º round. Y bueno, quiero agradecer a mis auspiciadores South America UNA, QCD Bodyboard, Erizo Surf Brand, Corpesca y Rec Metal. Y bueno, aquí esperar nomás la siguiente batería y ahora hablar con mi novia para ver cómo está y en todo esto agradecido, muy agradecido.
Ele vem constante desde ontem, que ele também ganhou a bateria dele, e agora nessa bateria ele tirou um 10 unânime, um tubaço para a direita, né? Como é que foi essa onda? Você esperava esse tubaço ou nem?
Bueno, en la batería nunca pensé que me iba a tocar una ola tan buena y con mucho power. Bueno, la esperé consciente de que la ola me iba a tocarme sí o sí, y con la fe de mi novia y de mi hijo pude lograr un buen resultado.
Uma bateria com o Hermano Castro, Zé Otávio, Miguel Popó também não é nada fácil, né? Mas parabéns, congratulations. E ele vai passar agora de round já. A próxima fase não é mais eliminatória, né? Então é isso. He got a really good barrel and take 10 for all the judges. So he got the best wave on the day today. That's it. Congratulations. See you soon.
So there you have it. Thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Joshua Toledo dropping that big 10 on his opening wave, getting barreled out there, and making it work in his favor, winning that last heat. All right, bear with me, folks. I'm cheating a little bit, trying to listen to the beach announcer for scores being read off to the competitors out in the water while I wait for them to drop on our online scoring. We had a couple of waves ridden while we were away at interview. Meanwhile, up and riding on this one, Adam Cabrera rolling off the closeout section, and that's going to be a tough make. Doesn't look like he's going to make it. There he is, pops up. So some of those sections very heavy. You get that oncoming wall of whitewater, just steamrolling people out there. Meanwhile, there you can see David Barbosa, the young rider from São Conrado here in Brazil, getting ready to hit the water. We will see David Barbosa in Heat 7, Round 3. He will be coming up shortly. And here we have blue up and riding. Miguel down trying to work his way into advancing position as time counts down in this round 3 heat. And heat 5, round 3. Out in the water, Aaron Cabrera in red, Dudu Pedra in white, Luke Kitchen in yellow, Miguel down in blue. These guys battling it out. 2 of them will advance on to round 4. The other 2 will bow out and call it a competition. While we wait for scores to filter in and give you a situation update out in the water, just a quick reminder, be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all of your latest news, updates, highlights, press releases, tour schedule, every bit of pertinent information you can find there. There you can see Luke Kitchen on that one. Decides to bail out as I was going to shut down on him. But as I was saying, be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com for all of the relevant information regarding the World Bodyboarding Tour. Also, APB Tour on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, YouTube. You know, there for all the latest. All right, counting down the final moments of this heat. And here you can see Dudu Pedra on this wave, drops in on the right, tries to get around the section, only to be greeted by an oncoming closeout section. So he will duck out. Counting down the final 30 seconds of the heat. Again, waiting for some scores to filter in. We'll give you an update on the situation with this heat in just a moment. Getting ready to hit the water in Heat 6. We're going to see Leonardo Costa, Francisco Alvarado, Gaston Rodriguez, and Sasha Damjanek. Those guys are coming up in the next heat. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium, so you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And we are back here on day 3 of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And in that last heat, just to give you an update, it was Miguel Adão from Portugal winning the heat. Luke Kitchen from South Africa finishing in second. They will move on to round 4. We will see them possibly again later today. Meanwhile, underway out in the water right now, heat 6, round 3 of men's. In the red jersey from Brazil, Leonardo Costa. He is joined by Chilean Francisco Alvarado in white, Gaston Rodriguez from Uruguay in yellow, and Sasha Damjanic from Chile in blue. So those are the riders out in the water. On deck, we will see David Barbosa, Kalani Latanzi, Bruno Leitão, and Diego Furiati. So another trio of Brazilians going up against the Uruguayan. Right now, before we get too deep into this heat, we're going to throw things down to Paula and the winner of the last heat.
Aqui era. Galera, a gente está aqui agora com o Davi Barbosa, atleta local de São Conrado. Davi é da Rocinha e ele está indo muito bem em todos os circuitos que ele está competindo. Davi, você vai entrar na bateria agora com o Kalani, né, com outro atleta local que acabou de vencer a bateria. Como é que você está se sentindo aí, esse frio, essa preparação, um mar um pouquinho maior, do jeito que você gosta?
Tô bem, bastante motivado para poder conseguir chegar o mais longe que o ano passado. Dessa vez eu entrei já um pouco mais à frente. Entrei já no 6º, né? É isso. E tô amarradão, apesar de estar com 2 locais massa. Vamos pra cima deles.
Isso aí. Planejando alguma estratégia para vencer essa bateria nesse mar? Alguma manobra que você é especialista em dar ou vai tentar fazer o seu melhor?
Então, as condições hoje estão meio difíceis. Vou fazer o que ela pedir, né? O que ela pedir, tem que fazer e fazer certo, né?
Isso aí, Davi. Parabéns não, né? Boa sorte. A gente vai ficar de olho na sua bateria.
All right, thank you, Paula, for that. Bringing us David Barbosa. You can see getting ready for his Heat 7 heat. I accidentally thought we were throwing down to the winner of the previous heat, Miguel Adão, but Paula will be bringing the interview with him soon enough. Again, David Barbosa coming up on deck. He will be in Heat 7 here in round 3 as we draw to the conclusion of the 3rd round and get ready to go into the 4th. But again, right now out in the water, Heat 6, round 3, Leonardo Costa in red, Francisco Alvarado in white, Gaston Rodriguez in yellow, and Sasha Damjanic in blue. And there you can see down on the beach, the Itacoatiara local, one of the wild cards for this event, Dudu Pedra, with local media. Been saying it throughout, lots of media coverage for this, both television and print media covering this event. A big deal here in Brazil and especially in the state of Rio de Janeiro and here in the local municipalidade de Niterói. So again, right now out in the water, Leo Costa from Brazil, Francisco Alvarado from Chile, Gaston Rodriguez from Uruguay, and Sasha Damjanic from Chile. Sometimes I am a completely bad gringo. I keep butchering the Portuguese and the Spanish into some horrible gringo amalgamation of English, Spanish, and Portuguese. I don't know what you want to call it, Portenglish maybe, but sometimes I throw the Portuguese pronunciation on Spanish or vice versa, or I just pronounce it like I would, in the United States and throw off the accent marks. So please forgive me if I mess up a name here and there. Doing my best to get the names straight, but every once in a while I unintentionally have a little slip. So again, right now working our way through round 3 out in the water, heat number 6. There you can see rider in blue, Sasha Demjanic from Chile, paddling across as that whitewater explosion blows up in front of him, or behind him I should say, as he cruises the lineup trying to find the right position to start dialing in a few waves to put to his scorecard. And there you have an inside look at the competitors area. Everybody's gear stacked up over there. A lull in the action right now. And while we wait for the next waves to be ridden, we have another beach interview with Palace Amount.
Galera, capturei Kalani aqui rapidinho antes dele entrar na bateria. Kalani, você com essa cara tranquila aqui. Não tá um México gigante, mas tá um Itacoatiara pesado, né? O que você espera dessa bateria?
Então, a bateria tá bem difícil, galera de alto nível, mas o mar é um marzinho que eu gosto, umas condições difíceis, Itacoatiara bem pesado. E eu gosto das condições, então tomara que venha boa pra mim pra eu mandar ver.
Isso aí, ó, vamos ficar de olho aqui. Boa sorte, Kalani, vai dar certo. Valeu, gente.
All right, so they're having a quick little interview with Kalani Latanzi, another one of the Itacoatiara wildcards, getting ready to hit the coming up in the next heat, Heat 7, Round 3 of the men's. Kalani, no stranger to heavy surf. Recently seen in video footage and photos, pushing the level of big wave bodyboarding in Puerto Escondido, Mexico, paddling into some beastie. Meanwhile, rolling off of this small inside section, rider in red, that is Leonardo Costo out there trying to get some waves under his belt, get a couple of scores on his scorecard, and build from there. Meanwhile, down at the beach, there you can see Kalani checking in with our beach marshal, the legendary Vina Lisboa. Vina has been around and seen a whole lot in his career and involvement with the sport of bodyboarding. A bit of a legend here in Brazil. You can see he's speaking with Kalani, checking his clipboard, making sure Kalani has the right jersey, has the rundown of the heat specifics, time, waves, ridden, scoring, and all that good stuff. Meanwhile, back out in the water, there you can see a rider in blue, Sasha Damjanic from Chile, paddling across, looking to line something up in his favor out in the water right now. Heat's been a little quieter than some of the other heats. Seems like the tide might be switching around, changing the conditions a little here. Damjanic taking a look. Eyeing up the left-hander on that. decided to opt out before going any further there. He'll duck through that oncoming wave as he makes his way back out to the lineup. And rider up on this wave, Francisco Alvarado on the right, drops in, looking for something to work with, and he will roll off of that oncoming whitewater section just to make something out of not so much. Again, some of these guys just doing their best to get a couple of waves on their scorecard as things have slowed down a little bit, making life that much more difficult. You have to watch out for the sets, but then you have to make sure you have a couple of decent waves, so you can't wait forever. So right now, we're gonna throw things down to Paula. She's with the winner of the last heat, Miguel down.
Hello guys. We are here with the heat number 5 in the round 3, and the Portuguese Miguel Adão that won this heat. He just took off the Dudu Pedra and Iran Cabrera from Ilhas Canárias. Sorry, that's a really good riders. So Miguel, vou falar em português. Miguel, você eliminou o Dudu e o Iran, que são atletas profissionais, excelentes atletas, né? O que você fez dentro d'água ali para dominar as ondas?
As condições estavam muito difíceis, consegui fazer uma onda boa, um 360 aéreo bom e um rolo. Pá, é preciso ter sorte, muita sorte, que o mar está grande, muita corrente, e hoje é preciso ter muita sorte, e o Dudu e o Aira são atletas muito bons e que eu admiro muito, e é preciso ter muita sorte.
Tá feliz por isso, né? No fundo.
Claro, muito feliz.
E é a primeira vez que você está competindo também em Itacoatiara e o primeiro ano que você está correndo o tour inteiro, né? O que você espera para esse tour? O que você vai... Tá super motivado, empolgado, já que está vencendo um mar grande assim, né?
Sim, eu estou super feliz, estou com muita motivação. Primeira vez a fazer, não o tour todo, mas quase todo. E não tenho assim objetivos principais, mas é chegar o mais longe e fazer o meu melhor.
Parabéns, te vejo hoje, você não... Né?
Acho que não.
Vai direto, acho que para o 5º round. Então tá, te vejo daqui a pouco ou amanhã, né? So he said just like took off one of the best riders, the local guy, Dudu Pedra. He's really happy. It's the first year that he's doing all tour. He tried to do all tour. The first time in Brazil as well. So congratulations. See you soon.
All right, thank you, Paula. Congratulations, Miguel, the young gun from Portugal, in his first World Tour event in the men's division. Graduating from the Pro Junior event at the Central Portugal Pro in his home country last year, now taking a shot at the World Tour this year in the men's division, and finding success in his first heat, winning the heat and moving on to round 4. Meanwhile, out in the water, we had a few waves ridden from our competitors in this heat, just waiting for some scores to filter in. Water rider in red. That is Leo Costa cruising the lineup. You can see lots of turbulence, lots of white water, lots of current. Definitely a bit of a workout out in the lineup today. Here we have Yellow taking a look at this wave rolling through. Gaston Rodriguez up and riding. Drives off the bottom, tries to punch the roll and got a little caught up. Meanwhile, Red paddling for position, and there you can see Sasha Damjanic in blue, Francisco Alvarado in white, sticking pretty close to one another. Slowly but surely working our way through Heat 6 here in round 3. And here we have some scores. Currently in the lead, Leo Costa with a 3.0. Some minimal scores so far in this heat. Sasha Demjanic taking a look at that one, currently in the 4th spot, looking to climb up the ladder a little bit and work advancing position. Meanwhile, this man, Francisco Alvarado, in the white jersey, driving down the line on this right-hander, punches the roll through the lip, comes out through the white water, currently in the 2nd spot, looking to advance. This may very well move him ahead of Leo Costa into the top spot. So as of right now, Leo Costa 1st, Francisco Alvarado 2nd, Gaston Rodriguez 3rd, and Sasha Damjanic 4th. But waiting for that last wave from Francisco to register, that could change things a little. And here we see some scrambling on the outside in yellow. Gaston Rodriguez up and riding. Not much to work with. He'll kick out just as quickly. So things a little slow in the early going of this heat, picking up with intensity as we get closer to the finish of Heat 6 here in round 3. Again, waiting for scores to register. I'll give you a situation update in just a moment. Meanwhile, Leo Costa up and riding on this, throws into a nice forward pocket spin, foamy wave, little check turn, and then rolls off of the oncoming whitewater section. But that wave kind of had an angle to it. He just wasn't able to complete. And here, Gaston Rodriguez taking off on this one, and then it got a little weird, had some ledge to it, a little side wave, all kinds of wonky on him. And here we have Sasha Damjanic on the left, driving down the line, hits the invert, and still going, throws into the forward spin, and then ducks out. So that will be a little bit more to Sasha's liking. That should definitely help his situation out in the water. Again, we'll wait for the judges to sort that out as we had a rapid-fire exchange. Things picking up pace-wise out in the water here in Heat 6. And it looks like a nice size set rolling in on the outside. And Sasha's going to get caught on the inside of this. So again, just waiting for some scores to register, as we had a whole bunch of waves ridden from all our riders. We'll see if this shuffles up the standings any with this heat. As we get closer to the finish of heat number 6 and get ready to go into heat 7, where we will see the Brazilians David Barbosa, Kalani Latanzi, and Bruno Leitão, joined by Diego Furiati out in the water to battle it out for the top 2 advancing positions to move on to round 4. There you can see waves still rolling in. Just waiting for scores to update again. I'll give you a situation update as soon as possible. Meanwhile, counting down the final few minutes of this heat. Again, Leonardo Costa from Brazil battling it out with Francisco Alvarado from Chile, as well as fellow Chilean Sasha Damjanic and the Uruguayan Gaston Rodriguez. There you can see Gaston in the yellow jersey, joined on your view screen by Leonardo Costa. These guys out the back waiting for another opportunity to roll their way before the heat winds to a close. There you can see another view from our VIP area downstairs, part of the event structure each year. Every year, the Itacoatiara Pro has a very nice area set aside for spectators and special guests. No exception in that regard. There's another view downstairs. Plenty of friends and family of competitors here at the event. Cruising the VIP area, hanging out, watching the monitor, keeping an eye on the ocean to see what's going on out in the lineup. And walking into frame, event organizer Juliana Lara, just there real quick. All right, counting down the final 20 seconds of this heat. Again, I'll give you a score update in just a moment as soon as the scores are made available. Counting down to the end of the heat. And we will bring you results from this heat and get into the next heat right after the break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. Sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and we are back here on day 3 of competition at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now, we are underway with heat number 7, round 3 of the men's pro division, working our way through. We started the day with round 2. Round 3, and we will be going into round 4 immediately after the conclusion of round 3, so stay tuned for that. And here we have up and riding in white, Kalani Latanzi, wasting no time getting down to business. And just to give you an update on the results from that last heat, putting together the score he needed, Sasha Damjanek coming out on top, the Chilean rider winning that heat, and joining him moving on to round 4, finishing in second, Francisco Alvarado, also from Chile. So the Chilenos taking the top 2 spots in that last heat, heat 6, round 3. Sasha Damjanek first, Francisco Alvarado second. Unfortunately, Leonardo Costa unable to hold on to the lead. He finishes third, and Gaston Rodriguez from Uruguay finishing 4th in that last heat. So again, the fans, Sasha Damjanek, Francisco Alvarado, they will continue on to round 4 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, out in the water, David Barbosa in the red jersey, joined by fellow Brazilians Kalani Latanzi in white, Bruno Leitão in yellow, and the lone rider from Uruguay in this heat, Diego Furiati. Meanwhile, on deck, finishing up round 3, we're going to see Tahitian Manea Fabish go up against Brazilians Francerli Ferreira, Socrates Santana, and Edenon Jr. So 3 Brazilians, 1 Tahitian will battle it out in the last heat of round 3. But right now, the heat in the water, David Barbosa, red, Kalani Latanzi, white, Bruno Leitão, yellow, and Diego Furiati, blue. There you can see Kalani Latanzi paddling back out to the lineup. I stand corrected. That's Bruno Leitão. Bruno in yellow taking a peek at this left-hander, decides to let it roll on by unridden. So we are underway here in heat 7, round 3 of the men's. Progressing through our day. And we're going to throw things down to the beach real quick. Take it away, Paula. That's what we started off the day with. And we've been working our way steadily through round 3. We're now in heat 7 out in the water right now. David Barbosa, Kalani Latanzi, Bruno Leitown, and Diego Furiati. And stopping back into the booth for a return visit, event organizer, promoter, Giuliano Lara. So how's the day going out there?
What's up, Steve? What's up, guys? Yeah, man. Tough conditions, but big waves, and these guys are prepared for most everything.
Yeah, guys have been battling it out there, and it still hasn't stopped guys from dropping some big scores. We've seen a couple of 10s, we've seen some 9s. So it's been pretty wild out there. Tomega with the first 10 of the event. Joshua Toledo from Chile with another 10. We saw Maxime Castillo with a 9.0 on a huge air reverse. So guys are getting the job done out there, even though it's difficult maneuvering.
Yeah, the wind comes blowing from southwest, which makes a kind of choppy conditions. And but these guys know how to handle it. Guilherme always pushing the limits. This guy's a machine. We're gonna miss this guy.
There's no limits to what Tomega can do, and definitely he will be missed on the World Tour. Meanwhile, out in the water, this is Kalani Latanzi in the white jersey, and in yellow, Bruno Leitown taking a peek at that one, decides to let it roll on through.
Two locals on this heat, Bruno and Kalani, two wave chargers. Bruno is a very stylish guy. He's a very nice person too, and Kalani, well, he did the bomb. This kid is always amazing to see him out in the water. He's such a waterman. His family is from Hawaii. He's kind of Brazilian Hawaii mixed, and powered by Itacoatiara and pipeline.
Yes,
well, it's kind of a bomb.
Definitely. Meanwhile, up and riding, Diego Furiati out in the water. Nice reverse on this right-hander. It's a little smaller, some foamy face, but trying to work this and put together a solid scoring wave. And while we wait for the score for this to register, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Paula with our next beach interview. Take it away.
Hi, with the heat number 6 in the round number 3. Yanich from Chile. He just won this heat now, and just gonna ask what's the waves inside there because it's really heavy condition. Sasha, ¿cómo estaban las olas?
La ola estaba muy fuerte y muy desordenada. Yo entré a buscar una izquierda, pero los primeros 15 minutos no la pude encontrar porque no encontraba las condiciones. Hasta que de repente salió un cacho y me iba a tirar a la izquierda, o sea, derecha, y vi que iba a la izquierda también. Me tiré a la izquierda y me puse un inver que me ayudó a passar la manga.
Você me falou que é a primeira vez aqui no Brasil. O que está achando da praia, das ondas, do lugar?
El lugar está increíble, el clima muy bacán y la ola está muy buena. Hoy día estuvo un poco desordenado, esperemos que mañana venga mejor. Pero estoy muy feliz porque los chilenos estamos logrando llegar bien adelante y con mi amigo Ramos pasamos al cuarto round, que es de no eliminación. Así que ojalá nos vaya bien.
Parabéns. He said that just the conditions not really good, but he got a good waves there, so he going straight to the next round. Você não compete mais hoje, né? Não, solamente amanhã.
Esperemos que no compita de nuevo hoy día porque ya estoy muy cansado y la ola está muy fuerte.
He said that the waves is really, really strong, so he hope that just going to the water tomorrow. So that's it. Congratulations. See you soon. Parabéns.
All right. Thank you again, Paula, and congratulations to Mr. Damjanic from Chile for taking out the win in that last heat. A pair of Chilenos advancing out of that last heat and moving on to round 4. As we slowly but surely work our way through day 3 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And seeing some solid maneuvering out in the water, guys really going for it, just kind of throwing it out there on the line in round 3, trying to continue on in competition.
Yeah, that's great, man. You said about the Chilean guys. It's good to say that a lot of Chileans in the contest this year. It's the first time that these guys are around, and I think this is very nice for the start of the APB tour for the year. Yeah, check it out, Diego.
Diego going for it.
Diego is always a nice guy. He's a friend of mine. That's Diego. Diego in white.
Yes. Actually, no. In
No,
white is Kalani.
that's Kalani. Oh, okay.
Diego's in blue.
Oh, okay. But Diego is a very nice guy, and he's staying at my place here at Itacoatiara, and you as well.
Yeah, you've got a full house this year.
Yeah, but that's nice, man. You are all very nice people to hang out with, and we have some talk about the contest and also talking about bodyboarding every day. It's mostly what we love to do. Oh, there's some coffee for Steve.
Ooh, I can use this. Although I shouldn't use it because I don't get a restroom break during the course of the day.
So yeah, basically rides they are looking for in the water, huh? or some lefts are coming through.
All right, so I think we're going to cut away real quick. We'll be back right after this.
Okay.
Voltamos aqui, a gente está aqui na área de atleta com os meninos que estão representando o Sul, que é o Marcos Bueno, o Thiago e o Daniel. Marcos é local de Matinhos, né, Marcos? E eles são local de Capão da Lagoa. Capão da Canoa, foi mal, gente. Gente, o que vocês estão achando dessa onda que é completamente diferente da onda do Sul? Que eu sei, é mais pesada, é mais na areia também, né?
É impressionante, alucinante, aterrorizante e demais. É uma onda que qualquer um tem que se fazer essa onda para pegar uma bagagem, né? Pegar experiência, adquirir know-how. Porque não é uma onda igual a nossa, não. É só...
Como é que foi a sua bateria? Você passou ou você entrou no outro round? Como é que foi?
Eu passei no segundo round representando o Brasil contra um peruano, um português e um chileno. E aí classifiquei, tive a sorte de pegar umas ondas. No terceiro round não tive a mesma sorte. O Marco ficou maior ainda, mudou o calibre, né? Quem não tem muito conhecimento, né, nessa onda, pesa, é forte, tem que vir mais vezes para cá para adquirir.
Isso aí.
Mais longe.
Essa onda, para quem não conhece, quando é a primeira vez, especialmente no campeonato, que são 20 minutos, né, já fica difícil de passar. Mas é isso aí, convida. Você é bem-vindo para vídeo novo aqui. E você, o que você achou?
Ano passado eu corri aqui também, achei pesada a onda. Acho que tipo hoje parece que a onda tava mais pesada, sabe? Porque a gente não tá acostumado com essa onda, mas é tipo, acho que me superei mais um pouco aqui. É mais bagagem pra gente continuar a evoluir mais.
Até porque o circuito mundial tem todos os tipos de onda, né? Cheia. E você, Marcos Bueno, você é local de Matinhos, que eu sei que tem altas ondas lá, eu já surfei lá, já tive o prazer de surfar. Qual a diferença de lá pra cá? Lá é um ponto também, né?
A diferença da onda, né, é o tamanho, a força, né? E aqui é um pico para bodyboard, né? Então é o lugar que você vai aprender que é o bodyboard de verdade, né? Bater na onda, voar mais. E o Sul é uma onda mais de linha de manobra, mas tá 10 o campeonato aí, galera quebrando aí. E a gente tá aí representando nossa região, né? Viemos trazer frio pra galera aí, né, também.
Matinhos e Capão da Canoa representando Niterói. Gente, é isso aí. Espero que vocês voltem e continuem vindo todo ano aqui. Obrigada.
Okay, so we are back at the booth. I am Giuliano, and I'm here with he's uploading some stuff at social media. And also talking with his wife.
Yeah, you know, my wife drove up here from Copacabana today. She's been out watching the contest and, you know, hanging in the VIP area. She's about to leave in an hour. I haven't even seen her today.
So now I'm gonna interview you, Stevie.
All right.
How long you're living in Brazil?
I've been here almost 3 years. September will be 3 years.
And you are living at Copacabana, right?
Yes, I'm about a 5-minute walk from Posto Cinco.
Great, and great support with Flavio, also with Flavio and Serginho.
I've got a really cool circle of friends at Posto Cinco. To be honest, it was actually Guilherme Tomega who put me in contact with Flavio Brito, and through him, the bodyboarding schools and all the young guys, including this guy here, Socrates Santana. So honestly, a lot of my opportunities and experiences here in Brazil would not have been possible if not for Guilherme Tomega.
Yeah, Guilherme is such a great guy. His energy. Oh, check this out. This is Diego. Got a nice spin and a kind of small barrel right there.
Little barrel slips out the doggy door on that one.
That's a decent score. It's gonna be like in the middles, like a regular wave, maybe around 4 to 5 points. I don't know. We're not supposed to I don't know, like call the scores, right?
I say it every year at every contest. There's a reason why I'm in the commentary booth and not upstairs in the judges' room. Yeah, I'll stay to talking about bodyboarding and let the judges handle the scoring.
Yeah, this is much better. And what about the heat now? Who's the leader?
Right now, current heat leader is Kalani Latanzi, followed by David Barbosa, and in third, Diego Ferriati. But again, waiting for that last score to filter in. That could very well change the situation. He was looking for a secondary score, and currently in the fourth spot, Bruno Leitão. So again, we'll just wait for the last waves ridden to filter in there. You can see Diego opting to get out of the water and run up the beach to gain position and get back out in the lineup.
Cool. Let's talk some Portuguese for our Brazilian crew.
Ai, meu Deus.
Ah, garoto. Então, a gente está na que bateria? No round 3, a sétima bateria do round 3. Tem 2 locais na água, o Kalani Latanzi, que tá vencendo a bateria, e o Bruno, que está em último, né? Só pegou uma onda, na verdade. O Diego da Argentina está em segundo. E o Davi Barbosa, que é de São Conrado, esse garotão também, ele é uma potência, né, cara? Tem tudo para amadurecer. Boas posições aí no tour, não é isso?
Aí, então, Kalani Latanzi primeira, Diego Ferriati segunda, David Barbosa terceira e Bruno Leitão quarta.
Bom, é isso aí. Mais uma ondinha ali, acho que foi meio preso na espuma. Mas as condições hoje, bom, a gente tem um mar com 4 a 6 pés, 8 pés de série, de repente. Aqui, para as medidas padrões do Brasil, a gente diria que esse mar tem em torno de 2 metros. Talvez algumas maiores, pode ser que algumas pessoas considerem um pouco mais além disso. Eu acho que o mar pode variar hoje de 4 até 10 pés, assim, se você for fazer uma medida mais precisa. Mas a diferença é o peso dessa onda, né, Steve?
Ondas muito pesadas hoje, mas em condições muito difíceis para os competidores hoje.
Exatamente. Difíceis, vento, ondas grandes. E interessante que nesse campeonato nós vamos ter várias condições diferentes, né? Nós tivemos pequenos com bastante manobras, né? Muitas manobras nos 2 primeiros dias, com ondas em torno de 2 a 3 pés lá no Pampo. E hoje a gente tem um mar grande e condições difíceis. Amanhã a gente deve ter altas ondas, né? Assim, um dia de condição bem favorável e uma expectativa também muito boa para o último dia, para terça-feira.
Sim, a previsão por amanhã é terça também, muito bom, altas ondas, direção da ondulação está muito bom também.
É isso aí, Steve, mandando ver no português. All right, let's back to English.
All right, put me on the spot with the Portuguese. It's one thing to try and stumble through a conversation in private, but on air, wow, and making me think.
That's what kind of I feel when I have to talk in English and on air, you know. But well, That's how it's supposed to be. We are here with 30 countries in the contest, almost 150 riders. This is such a great for the sport. Oh, check this out.
Here we have rider in white, Kalani Latanzi, driving off the bottom section. Big air roll off that section. And then on that end section that closed, but, solid maneuvering from Kalani. A smaller wave, but, he drove off the bottom, a lot of power. He hit that really well.
Yeah, he have to change a 5.25. Maybe it's a kind of decent roll, huh?
Yeah.
It's not a big wave, but was clean, and he got some projection. Good job for the guy.
Yeah, so Kalani trying to build upon his lead, create a little distance between himself and the other riders out in the water. Meanwhile, currently in second position, David Barbosa trying to fend off Diego Furiati and Bruno Leitown. Both of these guys within striking distance of that second spot by Barbosa, but it's easier said than done today.
Hey, Red.
Here we go. Barbosa up and riding on the left, holds a high line, drops down, losing behind the whitewater, comes flying out and goes for the air reverse. Looks like he's going to get a little caught up in there. Pop up bottom first. But David Barbosa going for it on that one.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, huh?
Yeah, guys really going for the progressive high-performance maneuvers out there when the sections present themselves, and there's definitely some sections to work with out there.
Yeah, he got a big left-hander and pull off this reverse air. He could make it, but I think he was really, how can I say, committed.
Yes, he committed to that section. Critical section, committed to the maneuver and really going for the big score on that one.
That's what I mean. That's what you felt when you have to speak in Portuguese, right?
Difference is, I know how to pull out the big words in English. I don't know how to pull out the big words in Portuguese. There you can see Kalani Latanzi coming in.
Yeah, such a great guy, always with this nice smile in the face. Kalani is also a body surfer, a stand-up paddler, a swimmer. This kid is such a complete athlete.
He's a true waterman in every sense of the word, yeah.
That's his mother. Always with him, always supporting, always looking for the best for his child, of course. And she's such a lovely, and well, I think that in general, Brazilians are very receptive people. We are very happy to have you guys around. See, I'm very happy as well.
Brazilians, something I've learned in my short time living here in Brazil, it seems like the family dynamic is much closer here than what I've been used to in the United States. Families, like I look at you and your brother and the interaction, you guys are very close.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe it's when you keep the family together. I think it's kind of make it's a love issue,
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about this when we come back, and we'll get into the next heat right after this commercial break.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. You become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and there we are, back live on air. So, Steve Action Jackson joining you here in the booth with event organizer Juliano Lara, having a little conversation off air while we were running through some sponsor advertisements. Thank you again to all of our sponsors for helping to make this event possible.
Yeah, we were talking about achievements that the sports minister Bruno Souza has done in the city this year. Bruno is a handball professional athlete. He was captain of a Brazilian team in Olympics. He's such an amazing guy. He played in Germany all his career.
Yeah.
And now he's leading the sport in the city, and we have the skate park that was built this year in the city, and this is a great achievement for the city. You see a lot of kids, a lot of many people, families, and a high performers.
So it's great to see the accomplishments here in Niterói and Itacoatiara itself. I mean, a lovely community surrounding the beach area here, and Niterói, a very impressive city. Everything from the art museum, the Neymar, to the skate park. I mean, it's just an amazing area around here.
Yeah, we have a beautiful beautiful city, mountains. It's pretty much about the same thing about the capital of Rio, but a kind of a country city. So everything is kind of small. We don't have this big rush and not too crowded beaches or such a huge traffic. But the nature is basically the same.
Well, it's definitely a little bit more low-key here. But someone who's not so low-key out in the water when it comes to riding big waves, the winner of that last heat, Kalani Latanzi, is down on the beach with Paula Simão. Take it away, Paula.
Okay.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 7, the round 3. Kalani Latanzi, the local guy, the big rider, just come back from Mexico and take the biggest wave in the pedal, surfboard, everything. So, Kalani, you won this hit. What's happening inside there? Como é que estão as ondas ali dentro?
É importante. Pô, as ondas estão difíceis, mas essas condições que eu gosto, porque eu sou local, eu conheço bem onde vai quebrar as ondas, então eu tenho essa vantagem. E eu rezei bastante para estar grande o mar e consegui.
A praga pegou. Ele acabou de voltar do México e tá nessa. Ele conhece essa onda bastante, então. Mas, né, Calão? Como estratégia, uma bateria?
É um round de não eliminação, só vai passar o primeiro, vai pular para o round 6, e os 3 vão para repescagem no round 5. Então é escolher a melhor onda, porque não interessa se você ficar em segundo na bateria, não vai adiantar em nada, você tem que passar só o primeiro. Então é mandar firme e passar em primeiro para poder ir para o round 6 direto.
Kalani, parabéns, a galera local, óbvio que estava torcendo por ele e o Bruno foi eliminado. To Steve.
Congratulations to Kalani Latanzi, the winner of that last heat. Also, thank you to event organizer Julian for jumping back in the commentary booth with me. He had to take care of some event business. So I'm here in the booth cruising solo for the moment. Meanwhile, out in the water, we are underway with the final heat of round 3. In the water right now, in red from Tahiti, Minea Fabish is joined by Francerle Fajera in white from Brazil, Socrates Santana in yellow, and Edidon Jr. in blue, Francile Fajera and Socrates Santana coming to us from Copacabana, locals at Posto Cinco. And here we have a look at Socrates Santana up and riding on the first wave of the heat for him. Punches a roll through the lip, rides out clean. That will get the 18-year-old Brazilian on the board. Meanwhile, here is the Tahitian dropping in on the left, getting caught behind the section and just unable to get around that. So a little bit of bad luck on that first wave for Manea. So again, we are underway. Just a quick recap of that last heat. Kalani Latanzi winning the heat and advancing on. Finishing in second, also advancing on to round 4, David Barbosa. So final standings in the last heat. Latanzi first, Barbosa second, Diego Furiati third, and Bruno Leitown in the 4th spot. Again, Barbosa, Latanzi advancing on to round 4 of competition. Meanwhile, we are into the final heat of round 3, heat 8 in the water. Manea Fabish in red, Francile Fajera in white, Socrates Santana in yellow, Edidon Jr. in the blue jersey. Again, we are planning on going into round 4 right after this. So stay tuned for that. Still more action to come out in the water. Full slate of competition today. Day 3 of competition here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. There you can see in blue, paddling down a little bit, kind of creating a little distance between himself and other competitors. You can see the rider in blue, Edidon Jr. Get a little separation, a little space between himself and the Tahitian, Manea. Right now, Manea on the board with a minimal ride. Socrates Santana with something minimal as well. Waiting for some other scores to drop as we get a little further into this heat. Listening to the judge, the beach marshal, or beach announcer upstairs. A 6.0 for that last wave from Dr. Zinho, Socrates Santana. So 6.0 on the board for the 16-year-old Brazilian Super Grom. So we'll get a full scores for you in just a moment. But again, 6.0 for Socrates Santana on that last wave. That has the young Brazilian in the lead right now. And up and riding, the Tahitian Manea Fabish. Throws into the reverse and lost him behind the whitewater in the camera angle. Meanwhile, back to it in the blue jersey, streaking across the left end on Junior on that wave. So quick wave exchange there between Edidon Junior and Manea Fabish. All right, so just to touch real quick on a couple of things. Be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, and live webcast coverage for everything relating to the World Tour of Bodyboarding. Also for this event, be sure to stay tuned to www.Itacoatiarapro.com. Everything you need to know about this event, live coverage, results, news, photos, and video highlights, all available at Itacoatiarapro.com. Also, be sure to check out Itacoatiara Pro World Contest on Facebook and APB on all the social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and our new Snapchat account. So, APB Tour, all of the related social media outlets for all the latest and greatest from the World Tour of Bodyboarding. Meanwhile, up and riding, Manea is streaking down the line on this left, looking for a section, goes up, hits the invert, tweaks it, punches through the lip, hit it a little late, and couldn't quite tell if that was a make or not. We'll see how the judges sort that one out. Also, for all the items you may be sharing from this year's Itacoatiara Pro, remember to throw the hashtag APB Tour 2015, as well as hashtag Itacoatiara Pro and hashtag The Elephant is Rising. Here we have a Junior up and riding on this right-hander, looking to set up a section, throws a forward spin off the top, tries to combo it with the bank reverse, but unable to get it around before getting blasted by that oncoming whitewater section. So a quick wave there for Ednanon Jr. Right now out in the water, it's the riders from Posto Cinco in Copacabana in the lead. Francile Ferreira with a 6.0 and a 3.4 has him in the lead. Meanwhile, Socrates Santana with a 1.0 for an opening wave, but backed it up with a 5.0. That's enough to hold the second position, but the Tahitian very much within striking distance. Manea Fabish in need of a minimal score, a 3.01 to move into that second and advancing position. Meanwhile, Ednanon Jr., he currently resides in the fourth spot, looking to replace a 1.2 and a 2.0 to his overall combined score. Okay, some news filtering in to the webcast booth. This is going to be the last heat of the day. We are on call for 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so an extra early start. All right, so we will be running straight through tomorrow and Tuesday, so a couple of long days ahead of us, but no shortage of bodyboarding action to come. Again, this is going to be the last heat of the day, and we will resume competition tomorrow. Again, we are all on call for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, so an early start tomorrow, a full day of competition scheduled, and we will pick up the action there. But we are not done here. Right now, we still have to finish out this last heat of round 3. And right now, out in the water, we have Manea Fabish from Tahiti in red, Francerle Ferreira in white, Socrates Santana in yellow, and Edinon Jr. in blue. A trio of Brazilians going up against the lone Tahitian representative here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Working our way through this final heat of the day. Again, right now out in the water, Francerle Ferreira holds the lead. Socrates Santana trying to hold off this rider. Manea driving off the bottom, trying to punch through that hefty section, and he's just going to get caught in the lip, and that will be an incomplete. Really going for it, a super critical section, but just too heavy to punch through. So again, still trying to work his way into that second and advancing spot as we count down the tail end of Heat 8, Round 3. This will be the last heat of the day. Again, as I was just officially informed by Tour Director Alex Leon, we will wrap things up, call it a day, then we will pick up with men's Round 4 early tomorrow morning. We're all on call for 6 a.m. local Brazilian time. So we'll get a head start on the day tomorrow morning, get an early go of things, and then we will just pass through a long, action-packed day of bodyboarding here at the Itacoatiara Pro tomorrow. And tomorrow and Tuesday, we will get everything tied up nice and neat and crown our champions in both the Pro Junior and the men's. And looks like we'll actually finish up early this year, instead of utilizing the entire contest window, taking advantage of the swell while it is here. So, you know, we got a few pumping days here at Itacoatiara. Definitely going to take advantage of it. So, again, right now, as we work our way through this last heat of the day, it is Francerle Ferreira in first, Socrates Santana second, Manea Fabish trying to work his way into an advancing position. He currently resides in the third spot. Meanwhile, in fourth, Edinon Jr. trying to work his way back in. He's replaced his previous scores. He now has a 2.0 and a 2.5, trying to his situation and try and grab that second advancing spot away from Socrates Santana. And that last wave from Francerle Ferreira, listening to the judges announce the score before it filters in on the live scores, an 8.5. Then here we have Socrates Santana on the last wave. Not much to work with. He's currently in the second position, but Francerle Ferreira 8.5 on his last ride. That will strengthen his hold on the lead. So again, a big score filtering in, and I must correct myself. I said 8.5. It's an 8.75 to go with his 6.0. He now has a combined heat score of 14.75, solidly in the lead. Meanwhile, Socrates Santana holding on to that second spot. Has a 5.0, but needs to replace that secondary score of a 1.0 if he's going to have any chance of holding off the Tahitian Minea Fabish. Minea needs a 3.01 right now. He has some minimal scores, but all he needs is a 3.01 to move into that second spot and advance out. So Francois Ferreira firmly in the lead right now here in the final heat of the day, round 3, heat 8. Right now it looks like a battle for second place. Will Socrates Santana hold on and advance on to round 4, or will Minea Fabish take that spot away from him, or will Edinon Jr. work his way out of the 4th spot and supersede both of them to move on to round 4? Counting down to the final few minutes of this heat. All shakes out when all is said and done, but that's the situation right now. Ferreira first, Santana second, Fabish third, and Junior. There you can see our competitors out in the water. Francois Ferreira with one of the higher heat totals of the day. A very impressive riding from the Brazilian, coming to us from Copacabana, a regular at Posto Cinco. And here he is up and riding again on this right-hander, but pretty quickly decides to duck out of that one. Kicks out the back. All right, counting down the final 40 seconds. And here we have Edinon Jr., one last-ditch effort. And this way is just going to kind of section off on him. He will duck out. Final 30 seconds of the heat. It's crunch time. Can Minea get the wave he needs? Or will Socrates Santana advance out? 10 seconds and counting. And the horn has sounded. That's the end of the heat, and it looks like Francois Ferreira will easily win the heat on the strength of a 6.0 and an 8.75. And it looks like this rider right here, Socrates Santana, will take the second advancing spot. So the boys from Posto Cinco go 1-2 in Heat 8, Round 3. We will see them both again in Round 4 action when competition resumes tomorrow. Again, 6 a.m. check-in time for tomorrow. Right now, we're going to stay on air until we get the beach interview with the winner of that heat, Francois Ferreira, before signing off. In the meantime, once again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this event. Prefeitura Niterói, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, presenting sponsor Toyota SGA, Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giarmanchi, Minarinho, Netchi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, DXI, Whey Suplementos, Saboreando, Capilloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, HigoSurf.com, Canal Off. So with that said, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboard just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, and we're back here on.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a kinetic world of
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos em o campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 3 of competition. We have wrapped for the day. We have finished running through round 2 and round 3 in their entirety. We're going to pick up things where we left off. Tomorrow morning, we are on call for 6 a.m. looking to pick up with round 4 of men's competition. A full slate of bodyboarding tomorrow. And, you know, we've seen some amazing performances today, some really difficult conditions out in the water. The swell filled in overnight. It's been big. It's been nasty out there. Some big cleanup sets, waves in the 2 meter, you know, the 2 meter plus range, solid 6 to 8 foot. But a lot of current, a lot of closeout sets. Our riders, you know, it started out a little difficult, but we saw riders starting to get into a groove, and then we really started to see some big scores drop. Guilherme Tamega with a 10-point ride. We saw Yashua Toledo open up his heat with a 10-point ride. We also saw the young Frenchman, the young gun, Maxime Castillo, with a 9-point ride as well. So, you know, guys really putting it together as we got further into the day. And by day's end, you know, some solid scores dropped, some big maneuvers landed out in the water. And, you know, guys figuring out what they needed to do to advance on. And we will see a lot of these people tomorrow in round 4 as they start going up against some of the higher-ranked riders on the World Tour, some of the bigger names in bodyboarding. All of that on deck for tomorrow. Tomorrow, you know, we're probably looking at running, you know, rounds 4, 5, and 6 of the men's, you know, full rounds tomorrow. A full slate of competition, and then it looks like the way this schedule is set, Tuesday will be the final day of competition as we'll wrap up the men's pro division and crown our champion, as well as crowning our champion in the pro junior final. We already have set. That will feature Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii against Mateus Bastos from Brazil. We determined that with our competition yesterday, decided to hold the Pro Junior Final with in coordination with the men's final on the last day, which right now looks like will be Tuesday, but a full day tomorrow, a full day Tuesday. So we've still got plenty of bodyboarding ahead of us, and we're just giving you some extra information, setting up the beach interview with the winner of the last heat of the day. So stick with us. That'll be coming up in just a moment. Real quick, a look at that last heat. It was Francois Ferreira from Rio with a 6.0 on his opening wave. He later followed that up with an 8.75. That was enough for a combined heat score of 14.75 and the heat win. Following behind him, also advancing on to round 4 competition, staying alive for another day here at the Itacoatiara Pro. It was a 16-year-old Brazilian Super Grom, Socrates Santana. A minimal score on his sheet to go with a 5.0, but that was enough to hold off the Tahitian Manea Fabish and fellow Brazilian Edinon Jr. So it is Francois Ferreira and Socrates Santana, both coming from Posto Cinco in Copacabana. Proteges of Guilherme Tamega pretty much. Francois Ferreira under the tutelage of Tamega in years past, and Socrates Santana, currently considered one of the more talented young up-and-coming bodyboarders in the world. Those guys go 1-2 and advance on to round 4. Meanwhile, in previous heats, making it through round 4, what we saw today, Matias Diaz having a big day. The Chilean carrying through. He will come up tomorrow. He was joined by Leandro Chagas in Heat 1, Round 3. In Heat 2, we saw Guilherme Tamega dropping a 10 out in the water. The first perfect score of the event. Tamega won the heat and advanced out. He was followed by Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. We will see both of them again tomorrow in Round 4. Tamega in Round 3 as one of the 4 wild cards for this event. In Heat 3, it was the French young gun, Maxime Castillo, dropping a 9.0 on a huge air reverse, scoring a 9.0 on that wave. That helped power him through to the win in the heat and advance on. Following him to the next round in Round 4, we saw João Zeke taking second spot. And then in Heat 4, it was Chilean Joshua Toledo. Joshua dropping a 10-point ride of his own in that heat. He advances on along with wildcard Jose Otavio. We will see them again in action tomorrow. In Heat 5, it was Miguel Adão, the young gun from Portugal, taking the heat win, and following him out, another young gun coming to us from South Africa. It was Luke Kitchen finishing second. He advances on to Round 4 tomorrow. In Heat 6, it was Sasha Damjanic and Francisco Alvarado, a pair of Chileans, going 1-2 and moving forward in competition. We will see them again tomorrow. And then in Heat 7, it was a pair of Brazilians advancing on. Kalani Latanzi, the big wave charger, and wildcard taking the top spot. David Barbosa moving on. And then again, last heat, Francois Ferreira and Socrates Santana moving forward. We're actually going to throw down to the beach. Paula Simão is with Francois Ferreira right now. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, Steve. The last hit of the day, the number 8 for the round 3. And the Francois Ferreira from Copacabana, by the legend Guilherme Tamega, just won this hit right now. Just asking him what's the condition getting worse in the end of the day, but he still got really good wave, some waves there. Né? Francis Lei, como é que estão as ondas ali? O que você fez para ganhar?
Primeiro, agradecer a Deus, né? Claro, porque ele que mandou a onda ali no momento certo. Mas, e tem umas ondas boas, está muita correnteza, muita vala, difícil de posicionar, muita corrente. Mas acho que se você se posicionar no lugar certo, na hora certa, acho que acaba subindo a onda em você ali. E eu acabei dando essa sorte.
O local de Copacabana também, que é uma onda bem buraco, bem pesada, parecida com o Itacoatiara, né? Você encontrou muita dificuldade para conseguir achar uma onda boa? Eu sei que tá difícil para todo mundo, mas em relação ao psicológico, assim, que Copacabana também é muito pesado.
Sim, Itacoatiara, na verdade, sempre nos surpreende, né? Com a sua força, com a sua onda forte, que tem uma força enorme, mas facilita, claro, pelo fato de eu treinar em umas condições um pouco parecidas, porém um pouco menor, mas Itacoatiara, Posto 5 e Itacoatiara são coisas parecidas, assim, tipo de...
Algum nome que você acha que de repente possa vir acarretar nos próximos rounds, assim, que é bom nesse tipo de onda buraco grande? Sei lá, algum local, ou então algum gringo que de repente você acha que possa vir a ganhar se você não ganhar esse campeonato?
Assim, de preferência eu e tem o Guilherme, que é a especialidade e todos os anos de carreira dele e tá dentro. E tem outros nomes, como os locais, o Dudu, o Zé, estão ainda. São candidatos fortíssimos para esse título que o Brasil precisa. Os últimos Itacoatiara Pro foram gringos que ganharam, então tá precisando um brasileiro ganhar uma hora, né? Uma vez, pelo menos.
Isso aí, boa sorte. Espero que você se dê bem nos próximos rounds, que acabou o dia por hoje. E é isso. We are here with Francis Lei Ferreira from Copacabana. He just say the conditions not really good, but he got a good waves to get to won this heat. So good luck, Francis Lei. Congratulations, and back to you, Steve.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Francois Ferreira, the winner of the last heat of the day, Heat 8 in round 3. Again, we will pick up tomorrow where we left off, starting the day tomorrow early. We are on call for 6 a.m. for a possible 6:15, 6:30 start, a full day of competition tomorrow as we pick up with round 4 of the men's. Until tomorrow, I'm Steve Action Jackson. Be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com for all of the latest news updates, press releases, highlights, and the live webcast continuing tomorrow. Until then, I'm out of here. Phew.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.